Welcome to the American Le Mans Series at Monterey. I'm Alex Jobe, and I'm with the number 23 battery tender Porsche 911 in the GTC class. I hope you enjoy today's race.
Welcome to an American road racing icon, Mazda Raceway, Laguna Seca. This most picturesque of racetracks will provide the backdrop for drama and excitement. It's the penultimate round of the American Le Mans Series, and championship glory is on the line. Prototype drivers Guy Smith and Chris Dyson have parlayed first-place points at Sebring and a Lime Rock victory into a commanding series point lead. Klaus Graf has given chase all season long, and despite 4 victories, finds himself on the brink of elimination.
And Klaus Graf was given a glimmer of hope this morning when that Dyson Mazda stopped on the track during morning warm-up, smoke coming from the engine. It required an engine swap. So Chris Dyson, after your teammate put this car in pole, how much confidence do you have on it for the race?
Well, I'm thrilled, honestly, to be here in the ModSpace race with the ModSpace car up front. The car's 16, and we've got the front row locked up. Very strong day yesterday for Mazda. Really looking forward to the race today. We're going to try to run as hard as we can, and my guys got the engine change done in about an hour and 10 minutes, which I think is a new record for any engine change. So, very happy with the effort the guys have put in this weekend. Car's been great on full tanks and new tires and all conditions, so very optimistic.
In the GT category, it's been a tale of 2 seasons. BMW ripped off 3 straight wins to start the year. Since then, Ferrari, Porsche, and Corvette have all claimed victory. Now, BMW can clinch with a 1-2 finish, but it'll have to happen at a racetrack where they have not won in a decade.
And BMW Team RLL is off to a commanding start this weekend. It was Joey Hand who claimed the pole position by nearly a full second over the rest of the GT field. So Joey Hand, it's a 6-hour race today. What is the balance between really going for the win or staying safe for the championship?
Well, I don't really have that bone in my body. I always seem to go for the win. This Crown Plaza, Avnet, BMW M3 has been strong here. This is one of those tracks that's good for me. It's obviously good for Bobby Rahal and the history of this racetrack and just this team in general. So, I think that, along with our Dunlop tires, we've got a good race car. Obviously, we had a good qualifying car, but it's a totally different situation now. In qualifying, you let it all hang out. Now you got to use all your other senses. You got to watch behind you, you got to watch in front of you. And the key to this thing is going to be keeping it clean, bringing it back to your teammate every time. And, I think if we do that, we'll be on the podium, and we'll see what happens from there.
This is the American Le Mans Series.
World-class drivers.
Premier road courses.
And cutting-edge technology. Born in France in 1923.
With the first running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. The American Le Mans Series is the glory.
And the grueling reality of world-class sports car racing.
Drivers from around the world strut their speed, skill, and endurance.
Separate classes racing on the track at the same time.
It's the chain that connects the new and the true sports car fans
to an extraordinary racing tradition. This is the American Le Mans Series.
ESPN and the American Le Mans Series, presented by Patron, present the American Le Mans Series at Monterey. One of the most historic racetracks on the circuit. This is a beautiful place in the rolling hills above the Salinas Valley. And that turn right there, the corkscrew, one of the most famous in all of auto racing. Since 1957, they've been racing at this track, and so many passes, so many famous passes, and so many famous drivers have been here. Hello everybody, I'm Rick DeBrule. It's pretty appropriate when you think about it. Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca was built on the site of what used to be part of the old Fort Ord Army base where troops used to train for battle. Well, today no training going on. The battles are for real. Drivers, manufacturers, teams trying to go for championships. And while some can do it simply by protecting their flanks, others know it's going to take an all-out assault to win that championship. Now the tightest battle out there in points today is in the LMPC class. That's where co-drivers Gunnar Jeanette and Ricardo Gonzalez have just a 1-point lead over Eric Lux. And he's the guy standing by right now with our Kelly Stavis.
And he led the championship standings early in the season, but now with just 2 races to go, Eric Lux trails the guys in the 06 car by just 1 point. So giving those standings, Eric, how does that affect your strategy today?
It does. We have a 6-hour race. We have to win on attrition here, so we're going to keep our heads in it, stay on the asphalt, and avoid everyone else going off, have a great race, and make up some more points on them and take the lead.
And there's a fourth championship at stake out here today. That is the GT Challenge. Tim Pappas right now leads the way over Spencer Pumpelly and Duncan Ende. Remember, 4 separate classes, 4 separate championships on the line. Now, with more on that, here's Bill Adam and Johnny O'Connell.
Well, and one of the critical things this weekend is going to be the pressure involved, and 2 different points of view. For the Dyson team, they've had just a wonderful year of reliability and consistency. They lead the championship by a relatively comfortable amount. But one tiny slip here, and the Muscle Milk Aston Martin team are waiting to pounce on them. The Muscle Milk car has actually won more races, but because of an early season failure at Sebring, Dyson are leading. So the pressure is different. For Dyson, they would like to win, but they don't have to. For Muscle Milk, they have to win, and in fact may even hope for a failure by Dyson.
Well, and Bill, in GT, you also have a high-pressure situation. You know, BMW really, the championship is theirs to lose. They have had the best car all season long. But one pressure I like to think about at this time of year is driver pressure, drivers under pressure, because a lot of guys out there have not won races, have not performed well. The final 2 races of the season are important, because if they do well, the odds of them having a job going into next season is much greater.
Good point.
Let's take a closer look at this 2.2-mile Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca track with our Forza track map.
You know what, at Laguna Seca, a very challenging racetrack. As we go on board here with the Muscle Milk car, you're flat out in the 6th gear as you come over the crest of the hill in 1, down in the 2nd gear for a double apex, turn 2. You let it drift out to the middle, 2nd gear, accelerating hard, using the curve there, 3rd gear. Still accelerating lightly on the brakes, carrying 3rd gear through turn 3. Up into 4th gear, okay? Maybe sometimes from the prototypes it'll be 5th gear through turn 4. Car always wants to understeer, run into the dirt right there. Coming up to one of the best overtaking corners on the racetrack, that's turn 5.
Now, out of 5, you're going to get one of the great spots up ahead here. This corner that we're facing underneath the bridge, an extremely fast left-hander, barely touched the brakes, bend in, and now uphill. At the top of this hill, we're going to be facing the corkscrew. Something that everybody wants to photograph the cars as they go over, and just watch what it looks like. Here we go, and suddenly the bottom drops out. You are plunging downhill. Still going down here, very fast, long left-hander. You have to be patient. Feet throttle in, slide right out to the edge, back over, and tight one more time. And again, full throttle here, up to the heaviest braking on the track. Down to 2nd gear, because from this corner, you must get that perfect launch down the start-finish straight to complete your lap.
We are just minutes away from the start of the race here at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca. So let's take us to the 2 gents who are going to call the action on ESPN3, John Honheif and Jeremy Shaw.
Heard an awful lot about teams winning championships this weekend, and of course the temptation is to go out and do it from the front and win this race. But Jeremy Shaw, it's not quite as straightforward as all that.
It isn't, and the LMP category, Dyson Racing had a technical problem this morning. They're going to have to change the engine in that car. They're going to be struggling to get that engine change done before the start of the race. So their focus going into the event is to make sure they get to 70% of the distance. That will enable them to score points. That is what they need going into the finale in 2 weeks' time.
We welcome back a couple of old friends to the championship. Adrian Fernandez, former series champion, of course, in the gloriously sounding V12 Aston Martin racing car, and the Porsche Hybrid's back.
Super to see that car back there. It's very technologically advanced. Nice. They've got 2 electric motors driving each of the front wheels, so it's effectively a 4-wheel drive car. Now they've increased the power of the electric motors driving those front wheels by 25% from this year compared to last. Also, the whole system is 50 kilograms lighter. That's going to be a very quick car indeed.
Well, that may well be a Porsche of the future. What about the Porsches of here and now in the GTC category?
Is here to defend his championship in the GT Challenge class from last year. Tim, you've been leading the category all year long. You're within distance of clinching it this weekend. How much are you feeling that pressure?
I'm trying not to think about it at all. The guys at Black Swan this weekend, once again, great car, got the pole position. Great job from Bleak Mullen, and now we're just trying to collect points. You know, we want to win team and drivers equally, so just going to go out there and race our race.
Tim Pappas there down in the pit lane there. His car heading up the hill. And that is the view from the Jaguar aerial camera. 5 classes, 4 pole sitters this weekend. Let's check in and find out who will start from the head of each of those fields.
Hi, I'm Guy Smith, York, England.
Hi, I'm Chris Dyson from Poughkeepsie, New York.
David Ducote, Houston, Texas.
My name's Chapman Ducote and I'm from Miami Beach.
Kyle Marcelli from Ontario, Canada.
Hi, I'm Dirk Müller from Emmerting, Switzerland.
Joey Hand, Sacramento, California.
Hi, I'm Sebastian Bliekemolen, I'm from the Netherlands.
Hi, I'm Jerome Bliekemolen and I'm from the Netherlands.
I'm Tim Pappas from Boston.
'55 car, the brand new ARX cost cap car of Scott Tucker is on the P2 pole. A 055 car. We do have a 55 and a 055 just to confuse us as if we need confusing. There is the 055 of Level 5 Motorsport. Scott Tucker already been racing today, hasn't had a good race, and we'll pick up the highlights of the IMSA GT3 Cup presented by Yokohama later on in the show. This, though, the first of the new Honda HPD cost cap cars, Jeremy.
Yeah, fascinating car, and it's a development of the car that's been racing over here for several years now. And in fact, that car, a development or a previous iteration of this car, holds the LMP track record around here, and in race conditions that was set by Adrian Fernandez back in 2007. So it's great to see Adrian back in this series, and of course driving that fabulous Lola Aston Martin toward the front of the field.
It's the pole sitter. There is the car we were worried about earlier, Jeremy. What a job the Dyson mechanics have done to change that engine for Chris Dyson. Previously, the fastest they had ever done an engine change was 2.5 hours, and that was in perfect conditions in the race shop. This morning, a problem for the 16 car. There it is, spinning out, going through turn number 5, and when the car rejoins, you will see that was a lock-up at the back of the car, not driver error, engine related, and there is the telltale smoke coming from the back that meant that whole engine had to be changed in just 88 minutes. And you've got to wonder, as we were seeing outside before we came to the booth, have they got that done? Have they got everything tightened up? Has there been any finger trouble?
Yeah, you're right. You know, when we did our stand-up thing, our little on-camera bit a few minutes ago, that was actually taped an hour and a half or so ago. And back then, you know, we looked like the Dyson team was going to be struggling. But boy, what a fabulous job that they did to get that car back together in absolutely record time. And you know, you're right. There's got to be you know, there's some concerns, but you know, not among the drivers. The drivers have utmost confidence in their crews. They know in their hearts that these guys have done a great job, and that car is ready to go racing.
Well, if it isn't, they're in trouble now as the green flag flies here at Mazda Raceway, Laguna Seca. The prototype field streak away from the front. Watch the battles behind in LMPC and indeed in GT. But the poleman, Chris Dyson, gets a good one on, and already a spinner at the back of the field. That's the 52 LMPC car, and that was Henri Richard who started that car, but job is done to start with for the two Dysons, because they are 1 and 2, and of course if it finishes like that as they stand at the moment, the championship is sewn up. That's right, and Butch Leitzinger there did a fantastic job there to get back into second place, because it looked like Stefan Mucker in that blue and orange Lola Aston Martin currently running in third place. It looked like Mucker had the run down and in towards turn 2 there at the Andretti hairpin, but Butch Leitzinger, he's joining this weekend with Stephen Kane and Hamid Al Masoud in that number 20 car, and he did a super job to get back into that second place. But look at this, the battle going into the corkscrew. Yeah, that is exactly how Dyson want this to finish, but we've got obviously just under 6 hours still to run, and that's a lot of laps and a lot of racing around here. Give us 3 laps and these guys will be into the back of the GT field in about 4 or 5 laps. They'll be battling through the faster GTs and the LMPC, and that is where the danger lurks for all of these prototypes.
So here comes Chris Dyson to complete lap 1. Butch Leitzinger on his tail. Stefan Mucker in third place, and in the Lola Aston Martin behind that, the muscle milk car, there it is, car number 6. He is battling for the championship. Look at that, Mucker tries to go around the outside of Butch Leitzinger. He's not going to make that one work.
Very clean start. Look, 2x2 formation. The green flag was given nice and early as they came out. There's the spin from Henri Richard. Oh, he touched the wall as well. And look, you just saw Ollie Gavin trying to get down the inside of Joey Hand there. The bright yellow Corvette got a very good run off the final corner. But as they stand in GT at the moment, it's Joey Hand, Ollie Gavin and Bill Oberlin, 56.4 and 55 with Guy Cosmo in the 02 ESM Ferrari. That's been quick all weekend.
Yeah, it has, and what a shame though for PR1 Matheson Motorsports. The first corner of the race, Henri Richard did a nice job in qualifying that car. That is the car that won at Road America a couple of races ago with two completely different drivers on board. One of them, of course, is Butch Leitzinger, who's now driving the second place car right here at Mazda Raceway.
On board with the leader of GTs, dropping off the edge of the world at the corkscrew and heading downhill through Rainy Curve as he brakes down through the gearbox, throws it into turn number 10 and gets straight back on the power. Look, he's pulled out a little bit from Ollie Gavin in second, Bill Oberlin in third with Guy Cosmo, and Pat Long's had a decent start as well for Flying Lizards down there. In fact, Pat Long's just got up to fourth position there. He's got past Guy Cosmo as they come across the line, and it looks like that silver and red Porsche 911 of Lizards has got a bit of renewed life this weekend, not too far away from home base, which is just down the coast, up the coast from here.
Yes, indeed, in Sonoma County, just north of San Francisco. We're a couple of hours south of San Francisco here in the Monterey Bay area. Beautiful part of the world, well, both beautiful parts of the world. But yes, there's a lot of home state drivers in this race. Joey Hand, of course, being one of them. We're watching Oliver Gavin here leading the second of the BMWs with Bill Oberlin out the wheel. There is car number 55, but Joey Hand from Sacramento, he leads the GT field.
Notice a bit of damage on the back of the Ricci Ferrari there. There was a problem for Jamie Mello in yesterday's practice session, and that car went heavily into the wall at Rainy Curve coming down from the top of the corkscrew. It was just bodywork damage, but it looked for a while like it could have been much worse, but just more work for Ricci that they didn't need. There is our GT leader.
Yeah, what a great start. And you know, the advantage that Joey Hand had yesterday in qualifying, almost a second over the remainder of the GT field. But what's interesting about that is that we know that Joey Hand was using the softest of the Dunlop tyres on this car. Well, conditions today, the weather conditions, is pretty sunny now, much more sunny has been really at any point over the weekend. It's a lot warmer. How are these tyres going to last? In hot conditions, the tyres are going to be worked very hard indeed as he finds his way, Joey Hand, past one of those prototype cars. That was a super move there, down to the inside of Frankie Montecalvo, I think it was, started the 05 car. But he's a quick driver, young driver in his own right. But Joey Hand, he is on a charge, and he is trying, he's got to push hard because he wants to get that lead, but he doesn't want to overwork those Dunlop tyres too soon into the race.
He was quite aggressive on the start of that race, and look at what it's done for him. He's pulled out something like 2.5 seconds on Gavin in second. There's the two ESM cars. Ferraris then now running. In fact, Jamie Mello's just gone up a position as well. He's up to 5th, so Ferrari's 5th, 6th and 7th now.
And Jamie Mello, he had a big crash yesterday morning. Did quite a lot of damage, only to the bodywork. The suspension apparently was okay. Yeah, he was very fortunate that. And the Ricci Competizione guys did a super job to get that car out and running towards the end of the final pre-qualifying practice session, as we see Muka up into second place. And now the Ferrari, it was a mismatched dampers on that car, shock absorbers on that car that caused the problems for Jamie Mello. That's kind of why he lost control of the car. They found out subsequently, and now the setup is right. They made good progress on that car, and we think that Ricci Ferrari is going to be very fast in the race. But look at this battle for the lead. 4 cars, pretty much nose to tail.
Cast my mind back a few years to when we had 4 or 5 GT1 cars just like this. The 16-wheel train running up through turn number 6 towards the top of Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca, with Chris Dyson from Stefan Muka, from Butch Leitzinger, Lucas Lowe, Tony Burgess has dropped back just a little bit from this 4-car battle.
And 4 laps in the books now, and the fastest laps for each of these 4 contenders is within 1/10 of a second each. Yeah, they are very, very closely matched. There's 2 Lola Mazdas and 2 Lola Aston Martins.
Great day for Huntington, home of the Lola Group. Robin Brundle and all of the guys across there will be watching this on Motors TV in Europe. And hello to everyone who's staying up on Saturday night to watch this race. I know there's a lot of interest over there. Also Canada on Rogers Sportnet 1, and here on ESPN 3, Jeremy Shaw and John Hindhaugh watching this fascinating battle. Now remember, this is a 6-hour race. It should be all about tactics and waiting and playing to a little bit of cat and mouse. Or we can just race wheel to wheel. That's how we like it in the American Le Mans Series. And we'll be back with more in a moment from Mazda Raceway, Laguna Seca. And we're here at Mazda Raceway, Laguna Seca, where there's more than just the action on the track that we're watching, because we're also looking for winners of the Michelin Green X Challenge. This is all about being as quick and as efficient and as clean as you can. Each of those particular categories are scored, and at the end of the race we come up with a number, and just like in golf, the lowest number wins. Now, whilst that is racing and saving the planet at the same time, there's also something up for grabs. The team's not been asked to do it for nothing. There's an invite to the 2012 Le Mans 24-hour race available for the GTs and for the prototypes in the early part of the season. It's been the Muscle Milk Aston Martin racing car that has led out with just a couple of races to go. They've got a handy lead over the chasing pack, excuse me. It's the Crown Plaza BMW that leads the 56 car ahead of the Corvette and Robertson Racing for GT. Robertson not here this weekend. Hope to see them back at Petit Le Mans in a couple of weeks' time. So Chris Dyson then leads it out by 0.6 of a second from... In fact, he doesn't, because as we go back to racing, see, you take your eyes off it for a moment, and Stefan Mucker has made a monkey out of me by going straight through and into the lead. Now, this is not disastrous for Chris Dyson, because the 007 Aston Martin Racing, the Lola with the Aston Martin engine, as Chris Dyson loses another place, he's not a full season entrant, so it won't be scoring points here. But there's a problem for the 16 car. Now that engine change was done very quickly this morning. There's some kind of fluid, I think, coming out of the back of that car. Was it just a bit of dust? This could be championship disaster. They've got a handy lead at the moment, but they must make 70% of the race distance to score championship points, and their whole championship lead, Jeremy, is based on the fact that the Muscle Milk car didn't score any points at all at Sebring, and this could be turning the tables.
Absolutely right. That was the big scoring race at Sebring. The long distance races, anything over 4 hours or more in length, or 6 hours or more in length, they score an extra 10 points over the regular season. Generally, you get 20 points for a win, but these long distance races, this one, you get 25 points for a win, and then the 10-hour race at Petit Le Mans in 2 weeks' time, you get 30 points for the win. And it was a 30-pointer that was the event at Sebring. That's where the Muscle Milk Lola Aston Martin had their problems. And this weekend, it certainly hasn't gone well for Dyson Racing. But boy, they've had fabulous reliability with their cars this season. And so to come here with just one race to go after this weekend and suddenly seem to have some problems, it's surprising apart from anything else.
That's a 21.5, a 1 minute 21.5 for Dyson. And that is a big problem. That is 5-6 seconds off the pace almost of the leaders. And that means that, well, now you see, what do you do now? If he has got an intermittent problem, do you bring him in, take some time to find it, or do you risk that it's going to clear? Because there's a heck of a long way to go between now and 70%. This is a 6-hour time-certain race. So think about... Can't really afford to lose much more than about 90 minutes of it.
No, that's exactly right. So, they've got to make sure that car is running pretty much at the end of the race. They just want to keep it out there, score the points. They can't afford to give away an awful lot of points. Of course, the 007 car, that is not a full season entrant in the American Le Mans Series, so it is not eligible to score championship points. So even if it were to win the race, it would be the second place car that would get maximum points in the ALMS Championship. And that is what is certainly going to be the 16 car guys are going to be looking at.
Wow, look at this battle for the lead. As Butch Leitzinger got him alongside there. Was there a little touch there as they went under the bridge over the start-finish line? You'd expect the 6-litre V12, normally aspirated Aston Martin in the Lowe's colours to have out-dragged the inline 4. And the Mazda-powered turbocharged car behind it, but that was remarkably close on the front straight.
A very forceful move there by Stefan Mucker to close the door on Stephen Kane. He looked to make the move up the inside line.
Dare I say it, Stefan Mucker is known to be somewhat, shall we say, uncompromising in his driving style in Europe.
Forceful he has been, and already putting a lap there, I think, on the
Is it?
Oh,
no.
off my goodness me. That's Henri Richard.
That's the 52
We
car.
saw him spin at the start of the race, and he is just not paying attention, I'm afraid, there.
He was dozing at the start.
I'll keep an eye on the pressures.
And that's the engineer of Stephen Pien. So let's have another look as they came up the hill. And Steve, I tell you, Stephen's very, Butch Leitzinger rather, very, very lucky there that there was enough runoff on the left-hand side and enough purchase.
Yeah.
He still had the traction.
Yeah, he did very, very well there, because that would have been easy to kind of panic there. I mean, somebody of Butch's experience isn't going to panic, but it was very heads-up driving there to keep his head around him and still make that pass and get through cleanly.
Now here's danger time for the leader, for Stefan Mucker in the Aston Martin as he goes by the number 3. This is Olivier Beretta, somewhat further down, 8th position in the GT category. Not been a great start for the Monegasque driver.
No, and the number 3 Corvette, they certainly qualified on the harder tyre, or so on the less sticky tyre, the slower of the Michelin tyres that is on offer this weekend. The number 4 car, Oliver Gavin driving, and he will share that car with Jan Magnussen. They started on the softer tyre, and that is certainly what the quicker guys are running now at the front of the GT field.
And Ollie Gavin is not catching at all the Crown Plaza BMW in the GT battle.
No.
So you're not missing anything there. We've got the best battle on the track, on the screen, and this is the battle for first and second overall. There is the Crown Plaza BMW, and it's a clear road ahead of Joey Hand at the moment.
And behind, he's pulled out 6 seconds over his closest pursuer, that being the Corvette of Oliver Gavin. And Oliver Gavin has the Bill Auberlin. Here we are. This is that battle for second place in GT. Auberlin looks to the inside, into the Mario Andretti hairpin.
First time I ever saw Bill Auberlin driving was here about 13 years ago. He was driving an M3 towards a championship and then jumped out of it halfway through and jumped into a prototype to try and get that car at the end. It was terrible conditions, pouring with rain. He won the race overall in the V8 engined BMW prototype, and his M3, which he was going for the championship with, got I think to about 3 laps before the end and then conked out. So he had mixed emotions that day. Here come the leaders through this battle. That's 4th in GT. That was the Porsche on the right-hand side. 3rd and 2nd right ahead of us. And Bill Auberlin now is going to have to watch his mirrors as they come to the corkscrew. There's blue flags waving all over, and the leader goes down the inside. That's a very, very brave move by Stefan Mucker. He was really sort of gambling on the fact that Bill Auberlin saw him.
And of course, Bill Auberlin did see it, because he is a thorough professional, and that was a very heads-up driving by Bill Auberlin.
Oh, no.
Yeah, well, you know, Bill, you can't blame Bill for anything there. I think that was the Muscle Milk Aston Martin had tried the outside line into turn 10, and with the other car, with the second place car already going down the inside, that was a very optimistic try there from Lucas Luhr. It didn't pay off, but it hasn't cost him an awful lot of ground, so he's got away with it.
Bill Auberlin is going to be steaming about that because he was on the tailpipes of that Chevy Corvette.
Well, I'll tell you what, though, it's not going to take him long to catch up. I think Ollie Gavin is struggling at the wheel of that number 4 Corvette. They did start on the softer tyres, and that was a little bit of a gamble. They were hoping for the cloud cover to be out this afternoon, as it has been pretty much all week here on the Monterey Peninsula.
Yeah, Yardley Hastings' favourite and best sports car driver, Ollie Gavin, being chased down rather by the 55 of Bill Auberlin. Consummate pro, as Jeremy described him, and such a nice guy as well. We are truly blessed in the American Le Mans Series to have a great set of guys and girls that we work with. All people that you don't mind sitting down and having a cup of coffee with. So that is the battle still for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. There's your leaders. And Mucker has only got a 1 second lead on Butch Leitzinger in 2nd, 007 from 20. Much more action to come from Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca. Looking down from the helicopter onto the action at the head of the field. That, from the Jaguar aerial camera, is your top 3 heading through the corkscrew, catching up with
one of the leading lights I would have expected to see in GTC. That's the... Oh, there's a pass for the lead. One either side, and fantastic driving from Butch Leitzinger. Does not need a second.
Awesome move, man.
On the radio, you heard it. I don't need to repeat that. Awesome move from Butch Leitzinger. The door was cracked open just a little bit. He got his foot, his leg, and his whole body through it. And needed, as I say, no second invitation. Leitzinger back in the American Le Mans Series and back leading the American Le Mans Series the same weekend when his former teammate Andy Wallace is back in the field in the LMP-C category. Jeremy, that was absolutely outstanding.
Wasn't it just? I mean, an opportunist pass there from, I think, Stefan Mucker there in a lower Aston Martin, a little bit unlucky there. I think he got a bit too close to Damien Faulkner going through the left-hander at turn 9, and Damien was certainly, he's keeping his line, that's what he's supposed to do, and Mucker, he just got a bit too close because he had to lift off a little bit, and that is what gave Butch Leitzinger that opportunity to dive to the left and split the Green Hornet Porsche. What a wonderful piece of action that was.
And look at that, Leitzinger has pulled away immediately. That Green Hornet Porsche, by the way, running in third position in the category. You just saw the leader there for a moment. Here is the 56 leading in GT. This is Joey Hand, the man who started from pole position. And at the moment, he has got David Ducote ahead of him.
Nice. Yes, Anthony Nicolosi
He's coming back through the field, Jeremy.
Yeah, because they had some problems this weekend in that number 18 car, but he's come back through and he's done a good job as Anthony Nicolosi to get himself up now into 5th place in LMP Challenge.
Now, change for second position here, Jeremy.
Back. It's a long gap back here, isn't it? There it is.
Where's Ollie Gavin?
Where's Ollie Gavin, indeed.
Now he has disappeared.
And there's Chris Dyson there in the number 16 car. Last time around was a 1:24, so 6 or 7 seconds off the best. Look at that battle behind them.
That's for third place in GT. Ollie Gavin is there. And how did he get back that far from the 55 of Bill Oberlin? Look at the top of the picture coming out through the penultimate corner. Just gets a little bit wide. And look, again, there's another fantastic veteran opportunist move. The slightest of wiggle, the slightest of lift.
Clinical, absolutely clinical. Look at this. Oblin's pressuring there on the inside, and Ollie just pushed a little bit too hard. You can see the tail end of that Corvette. It's really tail happy, that car. It's just not perfectly balanced, not as nicely balanced as Oliver Gavin would like. He's really on the edge, and when his line into that corner was compromised a little bit, he slid back, and I think he's overworked those tyres, and now, as you can see, there's one of the Extreme Speed Motorsports Ferraris goes past him, and the other one is right on his heels as well.
Well, he's dropped now 4 positions. Check that, make that 5 positions. He was in second, and he's going to end up somewhere down about 7th, and there it is. There's the path. The path to destruction for that car. All the way back from 2nd to 7th in basically less than a lap. It was down into this corner last time around that we saw that pass made.
Yeah, and I fancy that was down to that gamble that you took yesterday in qualifying to start to go into qualifying on the softer tyres. You have to start the race on the same set of tyres on which you qualified. And I think that might be kind of the undoing of Oliver Gavin in the early stages of this race. But of course, let's not forget there is an awful long way to go.
How many times will we be underlining that fact? With still 5 hours and 35 minutes to go. As Ollie Gavin looks to be struggling. Now back to the onboard of the BMW. This the Crown Plaza car that is leading. 56 and 55 first and second. So Ollie Gavin, does he have a problem? Let's find out from the pit lane.
Well, as you said early, Ollie Gavin on those soft compound tires. The game plan here at Corvette was to start the 4 on the soft with the 3 car, its sister car, on the medium compound tires. And then Oliver Gavin would make the change to medium compound tires really to gauge which one was better. Well, it's pretty obvious to the team right now that these soft compound tires have gone off already. Team looks like they could be preparing to bring him in as he continues to slide down the field, and he'll come in and get those medium compound tires put on.
Kelly Stavist down there in the pit lane, and it's amazing how those tyres have fallen off so quickly, Jeremy, and it's a gamble. That was the 911 hybrid that's gone by with Romain Dumas at the wheel of that car. As Jeremy was saying, at the start, before the start of the race. New lease of life for that 911 hybrid.
Yeah, and let's not forget that car started at the back of the field. It didn't go out in qualifying because it's not classified. It's not a bona fide GT car. It is running in kind of an invitational class because this is kind of the way of the future. But it's a very quick car. It's moved up very nicely indeed, Romain Dumas, in the early stages of this race.
It's kind of a GTC plus, isn't it? It's based on the same GT3 chassis that we see in the GTC category here in the American Le Mans Series, but with the addition of that flywheel hybrid system and the ultra high performance in-wheel electric motors at the front, which turn it for part of the time into a front-wheel drive, into a four-wheel drive car. It's very, very stable under braking, and look at this, hassling one of the GT cars at the moment.
Yeah, and it's really on the tail now, this battle for third, fourth, fifth and sixth in GT overall. And look at that, it's that traction out of the corner that Romain Dumas is able to get a
Oh, you're kidding me.
Well, that was a GTC car there that he just whistled past on the inside as well. Under
but how late did he brake?
Yeah.
That was so stable under braking. Remember, the engine in that Porsche 911 is right back out over the back wheels. And just getting that feel of the car. Romain Dumas has driven this car before, and he really, really likes it.
Yesterday, after practice, I was talking to Klaus Groff in the Muscle Milk Aston Martin in LMP1, and he said that even he's having a hard time getting ahead of that 911 hybrid Porsche off of the corners. He said that thing is just wicked fast, but it is so cool to watch it going around the racetrack.
Well, if that's the future, sign me up right now, because that is one sexy and quick motor car. The American Le Mans Series, of course, has long been a proving ground for new technology, whether there's really been a category for it. Let's not forget the isobutanol-powered cars at the head of the field. The Dyson cars originally ran as invitational entries at Petit Le Mans and here a couple of years ago before that fuel was approved for use. The original hybrid, the Sparky Panos, ran in the American Le Mans Series. And once again, the American Le Mans Series have shown themselves to be the place where new technologies, where manufacturers can come and show their new technologies and prove it in the toughest laboratory of all, on the racetrack. And that's what Porsche have taken the opportunity to do. There's 3.5 seconds between Stefan Mucker in second and our new race leader, Butch Leitzinger, and we've got lots more racing to come from the American Le Mans Series. Picture perfect day at Mazda Raceway, Laguna Seca in Monterey, California. The racing is hot, as is the weather. The starting cars of the American Le Mans Series will be out in full force in Greenville, South Carolina on Thursday, September the 22nd for the second annual Motorsports on Main.
I think Motorsport on Main represents a lot of what the American Le Mans Series represents, which is access. You get to get up close and personal with the drivers, the teams, and the cars especially.
Thank you. As a way for us to sort of kind of give back and sort of, have some one-on-one time with the fans, people that may be new to it or diehard fans for the last 10 years.
So I'm a technology geek, so when there's a new tire, a new vendor, people to talk to pick their brains, there's going to be race car drivers there. There's going to be a lot of different people that I get to meet, interact with, and it's in a beautiful setting, Greenville, Spartanburg, South Carolina. I mean, it doesn't get much better.
Anytime you can expose what we do to a new audience, and an audience that's open and excited to learn about what we're doing, it's invigorating to us and it helps take our brands forward.
That was a sparkling event last year. I was there, and if you'd like more information on Motorsports on Main just before one of the top international races of the year, Petit Le Mans, go to www.michelinalley.com. Now, more problems for Henri Richard in the Le Mans Challenge car, the prototype car, with damage on the right front. A spinner, Stefan Mucker on the turn number 5. Has gone around. Now he's been pretty lucky there and hasn't picked up any of the GT battle that's behind him. That is Brian Sellers, 9th in class. And he's got right ahead of him Olivier Beretta, almost caught up
in that little whoopsie for Stefan Mucker, who tries to make a position up and does so on the third place GTC Porsche. That's the Damien Faulkner driven car. So why was the Aston Martin facing in the wrong direction?
Look at this.
Into Nissan. Oh my goodness me. Lucas Luhr with would we say that was a low percentage move there?
Yeah, it was. It certainly wasn't a particularly high percentage move, but by the same token, Stefan Mucker certainly wasn't, clearly wasn't looking in his mirrors, because if he had been, he would have seen Lucas Luhr diving down to the inside there. It's, you know, Lucas Luhr was presumably trying to take him by surprise there, but he
did.
Yeah, well, exactly right.
A little bit too much by surprise.
And, but it's Lucas Luhr and the Muscle Milk car. They're going for the championship. They can't afford to make any mistakes. They need to win this race, yes, but there's still an awful long way to go.
Now, just behind that incident was the 911 hybrid, and this is what it looked like for Romain Dumas. That's not, that is not bright driving by either of those guys at the start of a 6-hour race. We're barely half an hour into this thing.
You're right. I mean, they both of them powered past the hybrid car coming out of turn 4 and up towards turn 5. And clearly Lucas Luhr decided, I mean, I presume that the 007 car maybe was held up just a little bit going through turn 5, so Luhr got a bit of a run on him. And certainly, he was pretty much alongside him in the braking zone there, and Mucker really should have been watching his mirrors, particularly if he had been held up a little bit by the hybrid car coming through turn 4. He should have been looking just to see in case Lucas Luhr was ready to make a pass.
Just having a look on that Aston Martin, Lola, with the... See if there's any damage on the side of it. I don't see any.
Looks like they might have both got away with it.
Yeah, he sort of outbraked himself there, though, as Stefan Mucker drags it back to the second apex of the Andretti hairpin.
He's not covering himself with glory right now. As you can see, they're 23 seconds behind the leader now.
Both of the dive planes on the front left are intact, and that's still not smart. No. He knows how quick that 911 is. Now, let's have a look at the other culprit, and the right-hand side of that car is what we looked at there. Thanks, guys. Great look at that as it came through turn number 6, and that looks pretty good as well.
Yeah, but it looks a bit twitchy there coming through turn 6. We're going to have to watch this car for a lap or two to see whether it's okay. But certainly, as Lucas there turned into turn 6 there, that car was dancing around a little bit, it looked to me.
Meantime, this is the new second place car. Muscle Milk reporting no problems from the cockpit. A little bit of turning oversteer there. You saw the front wheel graphically being snatched back. Meantime, this car, Butch Leitzinger, read my mind, guys, thank you very much indeed, is 12.5, nearly 13 seconds up the road. He has not just pulled out, he's made his escape, checked out, thank you, and good night.
Yeah. That's
so
right.
There is some good news. We should mention, by the way, that the 16 car is still having problems because it's lapping down in the 22s, which is 5 seconds off the pace it was setting earlier on. Yes, it's still sitting in 4th position, but you've got to worry that Chris Dyson isn't able to turn those laps, and what potential problems there might be for that car that had the last-minute engine change just before race time.
No, it's going a little bit quicker now, actually. Chris Dyson last time around terminated at 1:20, which is the best I've seen him do for quite a while. And so, it's a lot closer than he has been a few laps ago. But just back to Butch Leitzinger, I mean, this is his, 3rd start this season in the American Le Mans Series. He did round 3 of the championship. That was way back at Lime Rock Park, where he drove a GT Challenge car and finished on the podium there. He then came back at Road America, wasn't it, with the LMP Challenge car, won it there, the first ever win for PR1 and Matheson Motorsports, and now here he is in a prototype car again, back at the very front of the field, and look at the job he is doing. This is a thorough professional. It's great to see Butch Leitzinger back in this series.
Just wondering about the team car, whether Chris Dyson got himself in a bit of clean air, and I just wonder if maybe he's got turbo boost problems, and that means that his lap times, particularly when he's in traffic, are suffering more because he can't get the car back on boost. When he gets into clearer air, then he carries more momentum.
Right.
Butch Leitzinger, though, this new debut team this year to the American Le Mans Series.
hamster there. Nick Ham, I think, put a wheel off onto the, well, I was going to say grass, but dirt on the exit of turn 6. No harm, no foul. It's his Butch Leitzinger. This is his 95th start in the American Le Mans Series. He's made his debut in the championship way back in the very early days, back in 1999, and 10 wins to his name. One of them this year, of course, already. Looking for win number 2 for Oryx Dyson Racing.
Yeah, this is the team that joined the American Le Mans Series at Lime Rock Park. Stephen Kane and Humaid Al Massoud they've impressed us both, Jeremy, haven't they? Let's be honest, because they're getting to grips with new car, new team, new circuits, and they've already had a win on the main street of Baltimore last time out. Cracking drive from Stephen and from Humaid. They really seem to be one of these pairings of pro and gentleman driver like, say, Tommy Erdos and Mike Newton back in Europe, and we've had similar pairings down the years here in the American Le Mans Series. Maybe you think of Johnny Cocker and Paul Lord-Drayson as well, who just seem to bring the best out of each other and the team. And this is the essence of top-level sports car racing. It's not just all about the pro drivers.
Yeah, there you go. They've certainly added an awful lot to this series since they joined the championship, having missed the first couple of races of the season. And it's just heads up, I think, by the whole organisation to call in on somebody with the experience of Butch Leitzinger to come and be a third driver in this long-distance race.
Yeah, and I think Butch will get the call for Petit as well next race, which you'll see here.
He's a lovely guy, Butch Leitzinger. He very rarely makes mistakes. He's Mr. Reliable.
You know what you've done now, don't you?
Yeah, you can put him in any sort of a car and he's going to do a good job. I mean, last year he drove for Alex Job Racing at Sebring 12 hours. He's never driven a GT Challenge Porsche type car before, anything like it. I don't think he'd ever driven actually a sedan with the engine behind him, and he was stellar. I mean, absolutely stellar. Won the class on that occasion. And he finished a third when he drove at Lime Rock earlier this season. So, the guy's just a consummate professional. Turns some very consistent lap times too. The gap from first to second, it's come down a little bit over the last few laps, but it's still 11 seconds and more that Butch Leitzinger in that car number 20 has an advantage over Lucas Luhr now in car number 6, the Muscle Milk Lola Aston Martin.
Just to tell you that the problems for Ollie Gavitt in the number 4 Corvette have got worse. We'll bring you up to date with that in a moment, but let's check in with the Le Mans prototype. 7th position for the leader, the 06 car. And there it is. Gary Gonzalez in the machine and goes to the outside of the Extreme Speed Motorsport of Johannes van Overbeek, and Johannes goes, oh, are you kidding me? I've got loads more mechanical grip through here, sir.
Yeah, and there's 2 cars back from the silver and blue car of the 06 of Ricardo Gonzalez. There's a lap car between them, and there, right behind that car, is the number 63. That is Eric Lux for Genoa Racing. And this is the battle for the overall championship in LMP Challenge. 37 car is a lap down.
Yeah, but turning good times. Now, that's very interesting. It's Tommy Dreesy at the wheel of that car, and he's having a look up the inside of Johannes van Overbeek and will make the pass here. Now, whatever problems have befallen Tommy early on, it seems not to be holding him back now. So first and second with the 6th car in between them.
I think Tommy got very few laps in the car coming into the race because the car had a problem on Thursday in the test session here, that number 37 car. It sat out all of yesterday because they found some damage to the front of the chassis. They had to repair it, and they did some carbon work on that car, and the resins that they use to make that carbon fiber repair takes about 24 hours to cure. So they couldn't run it all yesterday. They ran it this morning, but Tommy Dreesy coming into this race this weekend has had very, very few laps. So it's taken him a while to get up to speed.
And he's trying to get back on the lead lap in class.
Talk about this 6-hour race. Well, Andy Wallace, the very accomplished sports car driver who will be in the 05 car, Autosports car, said he loves these 6-hour races. He said they're good because in this format, the race settles down a little bit, but he said it's certainly not an endurance race. It's more like a 6-hour sprint. And he said, especially at a track like Laguna Seca, when you finish the 6 hours, you know it because you'll feel it.
Yeah, there's a real workout going on out there for everybody. Only the start line, really, any respite from being thrown around in these cars, and even that has a couple of kinks in it before you get into the braking area of the Andretti hairpin. So as we're watching Eric Lux come down through the hill, big bump there at the very apex of the penultimate turn. Super tight in the LMP Challenge Championship, Jeremy. We'll be looking at these points tables for the next, well, 6 hours here and possibly the next 10 at Petite as well.
Yeah, very much so. Eric Lux, he's had some different co-drivers in that 63 car this season, so he alone is carrying the load in the points table, but he's only 1 point behind Gunnar Jeanette and Ricardo Gonzalez, driving that 06 car that currently leads the class. But that is a wonderful battle in the team championships between Core Autosport, which is the 05 and the 06, to the 63 of Genoa Racing, just 2 point different there as well. So it's basically whichever one finishes ahead.
That car looks pretty settled as we're watching Gonzalez go up the hill there. Been a great addition, we've said this all season, as Tommy Dreese is hunting him down to try and get back on the lead lap. We really like the battles that these cars have given us, and we've got another 5 hours and 15 minutes of it coming up here at the American Le Mans Series. That's Ricardo Gonzalez. Now, Butch Leitzinger leading, 45 minutes in the book. We're coming round to pit stop times. Let's keep an eye to see who might just come in. I've not seen Gunnar Jeanette in that car yet. He's been celebrating with his Mexican teammates. He's Dreese, and Tommy Dreese is just tantalisingly far enough away not to be able to make the pass to get back on the lead lap. He's only down in 6th position, Jeremy, in the 37 car. He's had to fight up from the back of the grid, of course, because with no qualifying time, they started right at the back. And this has been a good drive from Tommy.
Yeah.
Gets up the inside there of the 31 challenge car. And there's the leader.
The leader is in the pits, the number 20 Oryx Dyson Mazda. This is a scheduled pit stop. They're going to double stint these tires, though, so it's fuel only for Butch Leitzinger. Remember, Butch has not been in this car for 2 years, but he told me it's sort of like putting on an old pair of shoes. Now, as we watch, he's having trouble getting the engine refired. He got it fired up once, stalled it, and now it's stalled again. So Butch Leitzinger having troubles getting this car out of pit lane, but he's underway now.
Now, what a turnaround that is, Jeremy, because in the last race at Baltimore, this car, the 20, won the race because their sister car couldn't get refired at the last pit stop.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And certainly that cost Butch Leitzinger there 7 or 8 seconds, I would say, at least, before he was able to get that car back underway again. There goes Chris Dyson past him on the racetrack. So a costly, lengthy pit stop there for Butch Leitzinger. That's 45 minutes into the race. I think we can expect to see the other leaders into the pit lane pretty soon now as well.
So when will we see Lucas Luhr come down into the pit lane in the bigger engines Aston Martin? Lucas has had his moment in the sun at the head of the field. Now, if they can turn that muscle milk Aston Martin around, the Lola with the Aston Martin engine, then they can get back out in the lead, and that is a very, very good result for them, because at the moment they've got 2 cars between themselves and the championship leader. Now, okay, one of them's not scoring points, but this does keep the championship alive as it stands at the moment.
Stay out.
Oh, stay out. I think he said stay out there. Well, we'll find out in just a few moments' time whether he comes to the pit lane or not. It's the leader in the pit lane, Lucas Luhr, with 3 laps longer than his nearest competitor.
Lucas Luhr in pit lane. Fuel is already complete. Aston Martin Muscle Milk Racing, they are taking this opportunity to put on a slightly harder compound tire. They feel like part of what messed them up in qualifying was that their compound was too soft. So even though we saw Dyson Racing double stint, Greg Pickett told me now this is the set of tires that they can go up double stint on. Lucas Luhr fired up and underway.
And in the background, just as that second side of tyres was going on, you saw that the other Aston Martin racing car went through. That's the 007 now that we're on board with at the top of the pit lane. He's got to stay to the left and take the shortcut around the hairpin, rejoining after turn number 2. So I'm guessing from that, Jeremy, that the 007 was fuel only for Stefan Mucker, despite that little spin. And he's saved himself a little bit of time there. Yep. But 3 laps difference between the stops for the Mazda Lola and the Aston Martin Lolas. That's significant here. That's what, nearly 7 miles extra the guys have gone on that first tank of fuel.
That's exactly right. That is going to be very interesting. Of course, the car that has not yet stopped is the car with which we are on board right now. Chris Dyson, he cut his pace dramatically. Does that
fuel only?
Fuel only this time around. Okay, fine. So he's cut his pace dramatically through this stint, but he's got very good economy. He's able to go a good bit longer, and even a lap longer than the 2 Lola Aston Martins. So here now comes Chris Dyson onto pit lane.
Fuel only for the 007 confirmed by our pit lane team, and thanks to them, as in comes Chris Dyson, who despite dropping back did in fact take over the lead there, as the guys are over the world, the small team that can from Poughkeepsie. And Kelly Stevis is down there.
You can see them getting the fuel into the 16 Dyson Racing Mazda. Now, despite the lap times, I have asked the team on a couple of occasions if they've heard any feedback from Chris, if they're having any issues with this engine. They said no, they have not heard a word. The best they could figure is that perhaps it was a tire issue, although on this pit stop, they don't take fresh tires. It was fuel only for the 16. So we'll see what kind of lap times he puts out there now.
From the Jaguar aerial camera, we watch as Chris Dyson goes back through, and you just probably saw a quick blast of Butch Leitzinger. There he is, heading back up the hill. So the stall did not cost him as much as we thought. Now, why not? Well, because his closest competitor, Lucas Luhr, spent more time in the pit lane. Why was that? Because he had to take tyres. Why does taking tyres mean you're longer in the pit lane? Well, if you're new to this, in the American Le Mans Series, and indeed in all ACO rules racing, Le Mans Series racing, you can't do anything else while the fuel's going in. So fuel goes in, if that's all you're doing, fine, drop it, send it. If you want to put tyres in, that is an absolute extra that you add on the end. It's like ticking the box for an optional extra when you get your hire car. It's the same sort of thing. It's going to take you the extra 10 or 15 seconds to change those tyres. And remember, only a limited number of people can work on the car. This is not Formula One, where we do 3-second tyre stops and they have 126 people around the car. This is guys working really hard. It's worked out really nicely for Butch, and that's going to be one tough car for anyone to get close to, never mind, Jeremy, to get by.
No, that's true, but the margin from first to second was reduced quite substantially. There was about 11 seconds before the pit stops. It's now about 5.5. So both of these 2 leading cars, the number 20 car of Butch Leitzinger and the 007 of Stefan Mucker, neither of them took on tyres. It was fuel only for both of those 2 cars, but the Lola Aston stop was significantly quicker. That was because, of course, we saw that Butch Leitzinger had some difficulty getting that car going again after his pit stop.
Yeah. How does this work out for Lucas Luhr then? They've gone to a different tyre compound, as we heard from our pit reporters. That means that it sounds to me as though Lucas Luhr is going to triple stint, because there'd be no point in double stinting the tyres and then changing the driver halfway through the tyre life. So Lucas is going to do 3 stints at the start of the race. Meantime, out of 5th position, the Autocon number 12 Lola comes into the pit lane.
And Autocon stayed out longer than any other of the other LMP1 cars. This team still fuel going in. I do not see a new set of tires up on the pit wall. They switched to isobutanol this year. Said it's been amazing. They get tons of power out of it. They're also going to leave the driver behind the wheel of the car. So it will be a fuel-only pit stop for Autocon.
Wait for the AER motor to fire. It does, and they're gone.
Yeah, very good fuel economy as well there for the number 12 Autocon Lola AER. That is the 4-litre twin-turbo engine in this car, but of course substantially restricted with the air restrictor since last year. Is the LMP C class leader into the pit lane. Kelly Stavis is there.
It's the 06 Core Auto Sports machine with Ricardo Gonzalez behind the wheel. They've come in. It looks like they're going to put on 4 Michelin tires and get full fuel load. Now, all these LMPC cars are running on the same softer compound tire that they had at Long Beach, and they were a little bit unsure what to expect out of them. And for this 06 cars, they've been battling some gremlins, some electrical gremlins, not just at Baltimore 2 weeks ago, but again, this morning they were having issues with it. They said, we've nicknamed her Dirty Deborah because this car is very temperamental. But so far, this pit stop, although the last tire was a bit slow getting on there, Ricardo getting it fired up, and he's off.
Fairly leisurely stop there for the Core Autosport team, and I'm a little bit surprised that they did opt to change tyres. The Michelins that they run on these LMP Challenge cars, they're pretty durable, pretty hard, and you can generally at least double stint them. So that to me is pretty interesting. We'll have to see now when Eric Lux makes his first pit stop in car number 63 for Genoa Racing, whether he takes on fresh tyres as well.
Well, remember we told you about a new tyre compound for Lucas Luhr in the 6 car. We're watching the 06. There's several numbers similar, so do bear with us. Well, he's clearly got the right ones on because he is absolutely flying at the moment. A 17.6 the last time around. That's 2.5 seconds in 2.2 miles quicker than Butch Leitzinger.
And that is the fastest lap that number 6 car has done thus far in the race. So he's certainly far and away the quickest car on the track at the moment. But the gap still from himself to the race leader, Butch Leitzinger, still 13 seconds.
Some news coming out of Europe last week at Silverstone when we were there covering the ALMS race was that Formula Le Mans will be renamed Le Mans Prototype Challenge in Europe next year. So the American Le Mans Series Clementia has been taken up by the ACO in Europe for LMS and for ILMC World Championship, of course, next year. That is your GTC leader.
By quite a long way, by about 14 seconds.
Oh, damage to the underside. Damage to the underside on the left front. Look at the under tray. That car has been... Oh, great shot, guys. That car's been off. That is the little... Tess, that's a great shot. Thank you very much down there on camera 9. And that's Alison on the final car. So the two ladies giving us the great look of that bit of... It's actually kind of a rubberized strip on the front valance of the Porsche.
It'll certainly affect the handling of the car, though,
massively.
For Jerome Bleekemolen, but there goes the second place car in GT. Bill Auberlin scythes past there, and there is Chris Dyson right behind as well. Dyson still running 4th overall. Here we are on board with Chris Dyson as he goes past Jerome Bleekemolen, but Bleekemolen, even with that damage, he's turning some pretty quick laps.
What you've got to worry about there is that rubber pulling back underneath the under tray of the car. Now, of course, no engine underneath there because it's a Porsche, and Porsche have engines at the back. But you would think that he might be struggling with a bit of additional tyre wear, and we've seen already this year the 54 car has struggled with front tyre wear in various of the races we've done, including at Mosport. They ran out of tyres towards the end of the race when they, again, rolled the dice and gambled just a tiny little bit. There is the second place car of Spencer Pumpelly. And he, at the moment, I think that's the 30 car, isn't it? That's 32 is a lap back. The first of those cars is a lap back. So there is the battle for second place with Damien Faulkner having closed the gap now.
Yeah.
On Spencer Pumpelly, and there's an opportunity for Faulkner here to perhaps nick that because all of these cars are very similar. And Pumpelly has to make the move into the final corner. That's going to compromise his exit massively. And Faulkner, the Irishman, drops in behind the second place car. It's the blue car on the right and the green car with the matte black bonnet we're talking about. That's the battle for second and third. Through the left-handed kink now into the braking area. Where can Damien Faulkner get some kind of advantage? He runs wide in the middle of the Andretti hairpin to get on the power just a tiny bit earlier, coming to turn number 3. Easy to run out of road on the exit here, and look at that. Just as we're seeing that, Pumpelly feels the pressure, and here comes the leader, Butch Leitzinger, just in the background there. There he is, picking his way through this battle. This is sports car racing, multi-class racing at its best.
Certainly is, and Butch Leitzinger is had a little bit of difficulty getting through some of the traffic the last couple of laps. The gap back to Stefan Mucker, you might be able to see him. Yes, there is Stefan Mucker going past those GT Challenge cars up toward turn 6 on the inside. The gap as the cars came past start finish, only 3.1 seconds, so that's coming down now. And Lucas Luhr, well, he's only about another 5 seconds farther back up the road as well. This battle is beginning to heat up again at the top of the field.
How scary is that from the onboard of the 007 when you're going up to the top of their hill, braking heavily, getting down into second gear, dropping off the edge of the world, and there's a Porsche reversing towards you at 35 or 40 miles an hour? Because that's exactly what it looks like, isn't it?
It is pretty frightening, isn't it?
So Butch Leitzinger leading by a reduced margin. The battle for GTC continues. At LMPC, well, it's Eric Lux that's leading, but only just. Well, we're blessed with gorgeous weather here at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca for the penultimate round of the 2011 American Le Mans Series. 6 hours of racing, and we've got just under 5 still to go. The Corvette's not having a great day, as the number 3 GM Chevy Corvette has come in for its pit. Tommy Milner getting into that car. The Monegasque driver Olivier Beretta jumping out. And remember, earlier on we saw Ollie Gavin right at the sharp end of the field, but there before that pit stop had fallen to 8th and 9th position, and not really making much inroads, Jeremy, into the traffic in front of them. And they were on different tyre strategies. Neither of those strategies seem to have worked particularly well.
No, they don't, that's true, but at least now one presumes that Oliver Gavin's on the right tyres. He's been turning some reasonable laps. He will move up a little bit, but certainly he lost a lot of time on those tyres in the early part of the race before he made that it wasn't really an unscheduled pit stop, but he did come into the pits. I think it was on lap 28, and that's what dropped him to the back of the field effectively in GT. So he's effectively on a different strategy now.
Yeah. So in Prototype Challenge, we've got a new leader, and this again is courtesy of tactics, Jeremy.
Yeah.
You were saying about why were people stopping for tyres. The Michelin's very, very durable.
And these are the first 2 in LMP Challenge. The 63 car, they did not change tyres. The car right behind them, the silver and blue car of Ricardo Gonzalez, he did change tyres. That's the difference right there. So, but Gonzalez now, he is closing in on Eric Lux.
In the GT category, the number 56 and the number 55 BMWs both came to pit road. Number 56 had a stellar stop. Joey Hand got out of the car. Dirk Mueller got behind the wheel of the car. Joey was saying on the radio, I need new tires, I need new tires. They said, don't worry about it, Joe. You're doing your thing. You're doing good. Number 55 also took tires. Driver change. Dirk Werner is now behind the wheel of the car. Both of them are back out.
Pretty slick work by the Crown Plaza BMW RLL team. Bobby Rahal with part of the track named after him here. This part of the track at the top, the Rahal Straight. And really enjoying this newfound lease of life with BMW. Defending champions, of course, from the American Le Mans Series GT category from last year when they won it in the last half of the last lap of the last race of the season. He told me last night he'd much rather win that this weekend. Oh, into the pit lane, at a slight angle there, the Falcon Tyres Porsche. Brian Sellers not quite getting that car in straight, and look, see how difficult it might be to get that front wheel off. You can see as in comes the 62 right in front of it.
The 62 is in. At first, J.B. Mello thinking maybe he wanted to do a driver change, but he's decided to stay behind the wheel, but definitely calling for some new Michelin tires. So you can see him still fueling up this car. Now, they started 7th on track. He had made his way up to 3rd position. He came into pit lane in 1st by way of the pit stops by both BMWs. So far, everything seems to be moving pretty smoothly for the 62 Risi Ferrari as they put those new Michelin tires on the vehicle. J.B. Mello back underway.
Just a bit of evidence of a bit of damage around the right front there. That was the side that went into the wall on driver's right at Rainy Curve earlier on in the race week. He's out of the pit lane. And look at how much tyre debris there is already there on that. Well, that is actually turn 1. That little kink heading down to the hairpin is termed turn 1. And that later on today will certainly be an issue. As you go offline, pick up the marbles, as the drivers call them. So the GT pit stops now running through. And there's no reason to suggest that the BMW shouldn't be back ahead. Ollie Gavin, who is on that different strategy, as Jeremy mentioned, is back up to 3rd position in that category. Meantime, there's our leader. Now, from the Jaguar camera, as we come out, remember, it was a huge distance. He disappeared off. But look, they're 2nd and 3rd, absolutely together, going through turn number 4 and heading up the hill. That's the 2 V12 Aston Martins, 24 cylinders and 12 litres of raw power pushing those cars up the hill, and Butch Leitinger with his 2 litres and 4 cylinders has got to find some way of holding them off.
Yeah, tremendous stuff here. That's close right up indeed, and particularly Lucas Luhr in the Muscle Milk car, the second of these 2 wailing Lola Aston Martins, the black, white and red car. He is the quickest guy on the track on a pretty regular basis. He was around about, how far was he behind? He was about 11 seconds or more, 15 seconds behind after the first round of pit stops. And you can see the margin now. Look at those two.
Side by side. Yeah. Don't want to be easing him into the wall there, going past the new Acura ARX. Oh, and look, he's pushed right into the pit lane exit, right into all that debris that we were talking about earlier on. And that was Scott Tucker, who got passed by one of the Aston Martins, just drifted back onto the racing line. Maybe he wasn't expecting the double trouble of those V12 engine cars. And that was pretty smart driving by Lucas Luhr, who has been the quickest man on the circuit for the last 5 or 6 laps. And they are now within 2 seconds of the leaders. They're battling amongst themselves. They really kind of need to just get their heads down and get onto the tail of Butch Leitinger. It's a bit like watching cycle racing. You kind of want these two to say, right, we're the peloton, let's just get after the guy who's made the breakaway, and then we'll fight about it when we get up there.
Yeah, but Lucas Luhr, you know, he's already had one attempt to pass that 007 car, rebuffed down at turn 5. They both lost a lot of ground in that incident, so he's got to make sure now there's no contact between these 2 cars. That is a great battle that is developing there. We've got battles all the way up and down the field, and we talked about those LMP cars a little while ago, and the different strategies with the 05 car, 06 car changing tyres and the 63 not changing tyres. The 63 took the lead after the pit stops, but now Ricardo Gonzalez in that 06 car has regained the lead in LMP Challenge.
Speed being shown on the top of the gantry there, the walk over bridge on the start-finish line. And we've seen some big numbers posted there as the cars run up. It's the speed gun points just before the start-finish line. And we've seen numbers way up into the 150s and a little bit higher. When there's a gaggle of cars, it struggles just a little bit, as any good motoring solicitor will tell you. There's more than one car and the policeman is pointing it at you. And just look at the ebb and flow of this gap then between the 2 Aston Martin racing cars. Oh, there you see traffic playing a part, the 2. And here comes Lucas Luhr in the second of those 2 Astons, and he's got the run up the hill. Now, somebody's going to have to be sensible here. And Stefan Mucker decides it's not going to be him. He didn't want to yield. Lock up by the second car. There's a touch, and Mucker goes off. Mucker is touched around there by Lucas Luhr. Lucas was locked up going into the left-hander at the top of the corkscrew, and he just couldn't get that car slowed down enough. The tiniest of touches, no damage even to the legality panel on the left rear. And called immediately by Bo Barfield, our steward. Stop and go for avoidable contact.
That won't go down very well in the Muscle Milk paddock, I can tell you that, because Lucas Luhr was clearly, I think, a bit quicker than Stefan Mucker, and Mucker was really making life very, very tricky for the car number 6. It did look like there was a little bit of contact there. I would certainly want to have a look at that one more time. Because,
there was contact.
Yeah, okay. Maybe, I mean, at that point, when you're turning into the corkscrew, it takes the light as a tap.
Watch the front wheels. Watch the front
look.
wheels of the Muscle Milk car. He's there. He's locked. He saw a puff of smoke.
I don't think
there's
they
the
touched.
tap there.
I don't think they touched. I'm not sure about that. I'm really not, because you really
yes.
there is there at the bottom of the hill for sure.
Oh,
But,
so you think he was going around before he was touched?
Well, I do,
okay.
actually, in fact, yeah.
Right, hang on, let's have a listen as we come up. Listen for the touch. Oh, you might be right, Mr. Shaw.
I'm not sure about that, because the car is very light going on top of the hill. He was right on the limit. He knew that Lucas Luhr was right behind him there, and I don't know. Certainly, it wasn't that conclusive. Wow, here comes a caution.
Oh,
the hamster.
This Nick Ham, full course caution now first.
Yes, it is Nick Ham. Boy, he was running third in class in the JDX car. There it is, buried. That fabulous gold-coloured car, and that is extremely bad luck for that team.
Here's the question: did we get in for the stop and go before the pits were closed? That would have meant it lost nothing at all. Lucas Luhr, I don't think he did. Butch Leitzinger then will see the safety car ahead of him when he comes round next time round at the end of the 2.2 mile lap. In fact, he's going to see the Mazda 6 a little bit before that. Here he comes now to be picked up by the safety car. So it will all close nicely up again. So everyone is just getting up now. As part of the support package, the IMSA GT3 Cup is presented by Yokohama, and they've been racing here this weekend. Pole position, Enrique Cisneros in the red and silver Porsche got a great start, but then at the hairpin he threw it all the way through. Goes the 35 of Bryce Miller. Cisneros struggling to hold on to second place. Scott Tucker tries a very ambitious move on John Barker down the inside. Andreas Cisneros and Eduardo Cisneros both involved. Bryce Miller comes down to take the checkered flag. Scott Tucker excluded for that move. Here's the results from the race, and we'll be back with more from Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca next. Well, the wind just getting up a little bit here, but it's clear blue skies and a beautiful day to go motor racing as we're at round number 8 of the American Le Mans Series for 2011 here at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca, one of my favourite racetracks to come in the world. I say that a lot in the American Le Mans Series, but it's true. We do go to some fabulous venues for any type of motor racing, and they all seem to do so well with the multiple classes of the ALMS. And the good news is the fans are out in force, and they, of course, are very, very well educated on motor racing. Oh, look at the bottom of the hill there. That is Nick Ham going off. That is why we're under full course caution there. And
surprising.
That was an odd one, that, as well.
Yeah, well, it was a bit, but surprising, too, as somebody that experienced of Nick Ham should effectively throw that car off the road, particularly when he got it up, done a nice job to get it up to third place in GTC.
Yes, GTC Challenge C. In behind the Mazda 6 then, with a little bit of locking up going on behind that was the 18 car with Jean-Dirk Luders in it, that as we're doing the pass around.
Yes, and what's interesting about this, I think, is that the 37 car with now Kyle Marcelli at the wheel, he took over from Tommy Dreese after that first.
Correct.
No, wait a minute, sorry, 89 car is Kyle Marcelli, isn't it? And he did, that car still is on the lead lap, so he gets away through. That's good news.
Now, if you see what's happening now, some of the cars are going through. Multiple class racing, it's always very difficult to have a full course caution with the safety car out there and not disadvantage people. So what the American Le Mans Series has done is devised a way of giving the cars that are just about to fall off the lead lap a chance to go back around and get behind their own leader. It's a way of making the disadvantage as painless as possible. There's always going to be winners and losers, of course, in the full course caution situation, but the ALMS have come up with a pretty decent way of getting this through.
Yeah, it works.
It does work.
Because if the race leader had sort of just lapped everybody up, there's one of the Jaguars being worked on down there.
Yeah, it's
not
the 99 car. Bruno Junqueira brought that car in.
He did, and the number 98 car with PJ Jones, they've done very few laps all weekend. They were out after only 5 laps, unfortunately. But Bruno Junqueira, he took over the 99 car from Kenny Wilden, and he's been turning some pretty respectable laps of late, but now clearly a problem down there in Jaguar. But we're talking about if the overall race leader has kind of lapped everybody in one of the smaller classes up to maybe second place, then it just would leave one car on the class lead its own. This at least evens out the field. So what they're trying to do is, we've got effectively 4 different races going on here. So the way the rules are right now with this wave pass means that nobody in the other classes is unduly disadvantaged, and it's worked very, very well.
And what you see there now is the leader of the race, the leader of GT.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for Brian Sellers, he's just gone a lap down to his own lap leader.
Correct, that's the point. You see, he's been already lapped by the 56 car, so he is and will remain 1 lap down.
On board with our 911 hybrid. This car has still not pitted yet. The Porsche 911 hybrid creating quite a buzz this weekend with the 911 hybrid 2.0, taking racing to the next generation, keeping lap times up, keeping fuel consumption down.
With these race cars, we can show that it is possible to save fuel on one hand and to have a performing car on the other hand.
It's a good feeling to bring some new technology to the USA and show the people how much fun it is to drive a hybrid and how fast you can go with the same fuel efficiency than the other GT2 cars. Also, you have for a short time a 4-wheel drive car, so when you are in the rain or out of the corner, you have no traction problem, you get all the power down on the road and you just accelerate quicker than the others. So that's definitely the best part of the car, is the power.
Porsche start with this hybrid system, with this green technology, and I'm convinced that in a few years you will see, like in Le Mans for 24 hours, a lot of hybrid cars.
This is an example to transfer these technologies, which will be seen on the roads in the future.
Leader into the pit lane as we continue to look forward from the hybrids. The number 20 is at its pit stall.
And we see a driver change here at the number 20 Oryx Dyson Mazda. Humaid Al-Masoud will take over duties from Butch Leitzinger, who made some fabulous moves to put this car in the lead now. Humaid Al-Masoud, new to this track, new to this car. He said this track is a bit deceptive. Some of the corners look easier than they actually are. They're putting some fresh tires on there, and we'll see how that 20 goes, Jamie.
The 007 Aston Martin also came to pit road but did not hit the marks. Adrian Fernandez pulled the car in extremely close to the wall, actually came pretty close to hitting the wall. The crew had to push it backwards in order to have enough room to get those tires on. It's about to get tight down here in pit lane though as he tries to leave because the crew's going to have to continue to move the car. This is a very long pit stop for the number 007.
Yeah, it was Stefan Mucker who brought that car in. He's had an eventful run. I think that was Adrian Fernandez that was being bolted into the car.
Was it?
And they stalled. The sonorous V12 refires. And there's going to be a change because the number 16 Dyson, by my timing screen, has beaten its Oryx Dyson counterpart out of the pit lane.
Well, it needed very little fuel. It came in a bit later than the number 20 car on the first hit, so it needed less fuel, plus they didn't change drivers in the 16 car either. I believe that Chris Dyson is still at the wheel of that car. But the car that did not come into pit lane is Lucas Luhr in car number 6, so the Muscle Milk Aston Martin will now be in the lead of the race.
He stopped on lap 37, 20 laps ago. He took fuel and tyres. Remember, he was the only one of the Astons that took tyres. Shocker Hindhaugh writes stuff down to refer to later. We're still waiting for the pit lane to open for the GT field, and I'm told it has been opened for the second lap around. That does considerably ease the congestion. And in comes Ollie Gavin. Remember, he was slightly off kilter, but he's in there now, and this looks like a driver change.
That's right. Jan Magnussen getting behind the wheel of that number 4 Corvette, the car that struggled early on falling from second place well down into the GT field. Jan Magnussen had hoped for much better. He had hoped they'd be able to push those BMWs early. Clearly that wasn't the case. We'll see what he's able to do, getting 4 new fresh Michelin tires. And the 3 car as well, and they did not do a driver change so that they're already out.
And the number 911 Porsche Hybrid has also come into pit lane for their very first pit stop. They did do a driver change. Romain Dumas is out of the car. Richard Leitz is in. Fuel just finished on this car. They are going to take a new set of Michelin tires. They said that they get better fuel economy. They made it so much longer than all of the other GT cars. This is Porsche's racing laboratory hitting the track today. A little bit of a delay getting him fired. He's out.
But he still can spin the back wheels.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, and this is fabulous technology in this car. You know, that 4-wheel drive system, effectively the 2 electric motors driving each of those front wheels, and the power for those electric motors is generated under braking. Every time the guy hit the brakes, it charges up that system. Fabulous technology, and this car is running very, very, very well.
Well, as you're probably aware, if you're here in the United States, we'll be having our highlights program on ESPN2 tomorrow. Our colleagues in the ESPN2 booth are Rick de Bruyne, Johnny O'Connell, and Bill Adam. Rick, what are you and the guys made of this, first hour and a half of the penultimate round of the American Le Mans Series for 2011?
Tell you, it's non-stop excitement so far in all the classes. That P class, the P1 class, especially the big prototypes up front. Very interesting to watch, especially in terms of the racing that's going on and different strategies that are apparently going on out there.
I'm really curious about one thing, John and Jeremy, in that looking at Chris Dyson, and when he started dropping back, initially I thought, well, perhaps he's got a little bit of a problem, or maybe they're just taking care of that new engine. But now I'm starting to think maybe they're really covering their bets with running a different program on the ECU, which would explain the car going a little bit slower and getting better mileage.
Number 6, Muscle Milk Aston Martin has come to a stop on pit lane. Lucas Luhr will stay behind the wheel of the car. I do not see, there is a little bit of damage on the front nose. It was hit by the tire. They are taking a new set of tires, though, which does surprise me because they told me earlier that we'll be able to double stint these tires. Lucas Luhr staying behind the wheel. He told the team, I didn't hit him, but there is a little bit of damage on the front of this Aston Martin.
Now, we're still waiting for that car to do its stop and go, I believe, as well. They can't do it when they've serviced the car, so he'll have to come back in pit lane under green. Yeah, there is a bit damage.
Yeah, but that was done early on, I think. That was the
no, he did hit him.
Yeah.
He did hit him when he'd spun,
exactly.
Is what you're
that
saying.
Was the damage to the lower dive plane on the front right corner of that Muscle Milk Aston Martin. That damage was done when they collided earlier on, I believe. And you know, I side with Lucas Luhr there. I really do. I hope the stewards have another look at that video before they make that call final.
Interrupted our colleagues in the ESPN2 booth. Didn't hear from Johnny O'Connell. And Johnny, I've got to ask you about your former team Corvette. It's not been the best of 90 minutes for those guys. Split the strategy on the tyres, and neither of the guys have had a decent run so far.
Well, you know what, to a degree, but I might disagree with you because towards the end of that stint there, after everyone had cycled through their pit stops, you saw that Oliver Gavin was in second or third position. So I think that really bodes well for how these cars might do on the medium tire, especially the number 4 car. You know, again, I was watching his times as that stint went on, and he was very, very strong. Again, when you split the strategy, you never know how it's going to work out. You know, right now, though, I think, you know, with the 3 car, the 4 car together, we're going to find out what they have. You expected the BMW to do well. The one guy that's really impressed me the most today, Butch Leitzinger. Yeah, I mean, it's like he never was away for a day.
Thanks, guys. Have a good show for tomorrow, and we'll get back to the green flag action as the Mazda 6 has pulled off with the
green. Let's go.
With the 6 coming into the pit lane. That means the GT leaders are battling, and Brian Sellers is trying to get his lap back. This is not a battle for position, just tapping the brakes to make sure that the brake pads are in contact with the discs, with the rotors. He'll cut back on the inside in the middle of the corner. Should get that done. Oh, BMW moves down on him there in the middle of the corner. That was very cute driving. Oh, that was a chop. Now this is going to have to be very careful here. The Crown Plaza BMW, he's not battling this 17 car for position, but he doesn't want to let him back on the lead lap in GT. And Dirk Muller is being very, very defensive. We know that the Dunlops perhaps take a little more time to come up to temp and pressure.
Yeah, and there's no question he blocked him there. He moved to the inside to defend the position. You're not supposed to be doing that. It wasn't, however, a battle for position because Brian Sellers in that Falcon Tires car is a lap down. So is that going to come into play when the stewards look at that and maybe make a decision? We'll have to wait and see. But there's a Ferrari there, the red car in third place in GT.
That's in second place in GT, yeah.
Sorry.
And here's the rest of the field coming through. Where's the leader?
There
right in the middle. 1, 2, 3 together. Down the inside. Harold Premat goes up into second position. That's a forceful move as well. Side pod to side pod on the two Lawlers there. And now he's got the leader ahead of him. Goes through. No, he can't make it. He's going to go around the outside. It's going to be a long, long way around. He may have to give up second place. It looks like a police chase. Look to the left-hand side. Where is the Aston Martin? It's in there. Holds on to second place, but couldn't get the lead.
Great stuff.
Magic stuff. You know what?
Super move by Harold Premat.
Oh, that was great. A lot of people say you should cycle the leaders back to the front before you go green, but why when you get action like that through traffic? I love it.
Yeah, I would like to see the race leaders start the front of the field, I must admit, but that was quite good fun, wasn't it? Look at these three cars here, pretty much nose to tail with Anthony Nicolosi's car. Well, the Performance Tech Motorsports car number 18 in the mix as well, though, although a few laps down.
No.
Jan-Dirk Luder's taken over that car. Actually, he's not.
He's up to third.
Yeah.
They've done a really good job in getting that car back in the mix, Jeremy.
Fine job.
As the three leading prototypes, all Lawlers. There is the...
Wow.
Well, it's a stop and hold, of course, which we've come to expect. When I said stop and go, that was my bad, if you like. I misspoke. It's a stop and hold for a minute for contact. Avoidable contact as the leaders are at the top of the hill again, and they've got more traffic in front of them again. Oh, and a big, big moment there for the 20 car with Hamed Al Masood. Just got offline in the middle of the corkscrew, and I saw rather too much of the side of that Oryx Dyson Lawler than I'm sure Hamed Al Masood would have liked. Somehow the rookie driver held on to it, and look at this, he's challenging.
Yeah.
It's not good enough just to follow these guys. What a first season it's been. Is there a lap back now, rejoining Lucas Luhr, exactly a lap back on the leaders.
Yeah, and Lucas Luhr is not very
He needs to be
running.
in front of them, he needs to get out in front, and he's not going to. He's dropped a full lap, Jeremy.
Yeah, and that is emphatically bad news for that Muscle Milk team. I mean, he's got a fast car, and I'm sure he'll probably, well, I think he will be able to get back onto the lead up. I think he'll be able to pass them and move back ahead because...
Here's what they've done. They took the pit stop because they knew they were going to get the stop and hold. It was for this incident. They've bunged on a new set of tyres for him, and they're going to send him out. Right, is there a touch? Is there a touch?
I don't think there is.
God, I can't tell. I honestly can't tell.
No.
I don't think there's definitive evidence that spin was started. But, hey, doesn't matter what we think. Nope. The call's been made. What we have got is the spectacle of this black and white car moving through the field and trying to get his lap back. And from a spectator's point of view, that's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, it's brilliant, isn't it? I mean, you know,
I think they've been cute. I do think they've been cute with knowing they were going to come in for that stop and go. They've put a new set of tyres on him, they've fueled him, they've changed their strategy. They'd only been out there for 20 laps. They had another 20 laps to go, but they've given him the opportunity, if there's another yellow flag, or if he can just get that car rolling again, to make up some of that time he's lost.
Yeah, that's true, except the only thing about it is they did elect to come in under that yellow, and that put them to the back of the field. So when they had served that penalty, that ensured they went a lap down.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Whereas if they hadn't made that stop during the caution, then they would probably have stayed on the lead lap. So we'll have to see how significant that is over the course of the next 15-20 laps. But there's Chris Dyson. You know, that car's certainly running well now. Look at the lead he has pulled out over the dicing Harold Premat and Hamed Al Masood.
Yeah, this is much better. All of a sudden, the 16 car, which we got a bit worried about and not exactly written off, but we'd worried about its championship chase.
Yeah, it was certainly strange. I mean, all of a sudden, Chris Dyson there seemed for several laps lost a lot of pace. It was 4 or 5 seconds off the lap times he had been doing earlier on, but then as the guys in the other booth said, you know, he was able toward the end of that first stint to get back on a front running pace, and now certainly he's back up to that right now.
Let's listen to the... Well, that's pulling like a train out of there. You could hear that clearly. So no problems engine-wise. Remember, this engine was swapped in just 88 minutes between morning warm-up and the green flag lap. We were worried he wouldn't even see the start of the race. And the guys have done a great job.
Here's the battle now, also in LMP Challenges is running around in there. Ricardo Gonzalez,
Oh,
it's
now.
the 68 car, isn't it?
Nah, he's got it going
good.
again. So, was that a spin? That's...
I thought he'd spun there, that was weird.
Well...
All the way up towards the hairpin. Oh, towards the corkscrew.
5th in GTC for Tequila this weekend. As here...
Venezuela.
Yeah.
His debut at Road America a couple of races ago, back in the 68 car this weekend.
Chris Dyson now has the challenge of traffic, and there are 4 classes in the same shot there. Up to the top of the corkscrew. 4 hours and 25 minutes still to go. There are your class leaders in the American Le Mans Series at Monterey. Well, so far the weather has been kind, the racing has been exquisite here at the American Le Mans Series at Monterey. On board with our lead car, and who an hour and a half ago, Jeremy Shaw, would have thought we'd been seeing that. This car battling at the front of the field with Chris Dyson at the wheel, seemingly losing power, unable to... Some big black smoke coming out of the back of it there. Have we spoken too soon? But it's good strategy. The guys have got Chris Dyson back to the front of the field, and behind him is the story of the first 90 minutes. Lucas Lowe, after a stop-and-go penalty, a lap down, but only a lap and this much. There he goes. You just saw the top of the Muscle Milk Aston Martin racing car.
Indeed, and that Muscle Milk Lola Aston Martin, the car number 6, has already got past the second and third place cars overall in this race, and clearly is closing very rapidly on the 16, and that will be in order to get himself back on the same lap as the overall race leader.
Yeah, very interesting. And let's see what Lucas Lowe can do as we look forward from the number 16. And there is the back view, or the rearward view. I think Lucas Lowe will want to dispatch this car pretty quickly. I also think that Chris Dyson will just want to run his own race here. He really does not need to get mixed up with this. He's got 2.2 and a bit miles on this car at the moment. And Lucas, I can't even imagine how fired up Lucas is at the moment, but he's got to keep a steady hand on that wheel. Has no silly mistakes here. He goes to driver's right, and he'll get position on the right-hand side. No, he doesn't. As Chris Dyson goes right down the middle of the road into the corkscrew, that's fine. There's really only one line in there from that right-hand kink.
Yep.
Feathering the throttle through a rainy curve. Love this plunge downhill. Watch the bump in the middle. Thud, there it is.
Watch the inside on the left-hand side now. Is the Lola Aston Martin going to have come down the inside into the final corner? Maybe not.
On board with the hybrid car.
Yeah, and that is still running ahead of all the other GT contenders. The fact that he was able to run all the way through to that first caution period without making a pit stop, that's enabled that car to be the overall leader. Yeah, it's leading all the other GT cars. It's not running for points, as we have said, but what a remarkable effort that team has put on.
Yeah, Richard Leach, who is driving that car, is not only a very good driver, he is a more than competent engineer, has a degree in mechanical engineering, and is... I'm sure he's got a very bright future at Porsche.
Yeah, and he's been with this Porsche Junior program now for a number of years, so he's done an awful lot of development on this car, and as you say, massive experience in this, in these Porsche 911 hybrids or variants or whatever they are. All sorts of different types of 911 he has driven over the years, and yeah, he's taken over from Romain Dumas, and look, that car is running super well, and amazing to think that it's ahead of all the other GT cars. And in fact,
that's
Richard
a GT3 car.
Yeah,
that's a GT Challenge car,
right.
effectively.
And Leach has just turned the fastest lap in that car, in actual fact. He's just turned a 1 minute 24.295, which is about almost exactly the same as both Joey Hand and Jamie Mello in the GT overall leading car.
Now, you were mentioning that in this new version 2.0 of the 911 hybrid, that they'd taken some weight out of the hybrid systems. Some weight.
Yes, some weight, 50 kilograms, I heard.
That's a lot of weight.
100 pounds, call it. So, yeah.
A bit more than that, yeah. 2.25
Brilliant
pounds.
technology.
Now, here is the battle again at the head of the field. This is not for position, but for the lead lap. And Chris Dyson in the blue, green, and red. And again, no. Lucas.
Well, you know, I mean, he had a run there because clearly Chris Dyson was held up in the corner, and Chris Dyson is being very, very defensive here. He's got to be careful.
He's got him now.
Yeah, he has.
He stayed in the middle of the road that time. That was it.
Overcooked a little bit going into the corkscrew, but able to maintain that advantage. But heads-up driving there by Lucas Lewis. Yeah, he's already got into trouble once, he thinks unfairly. The official said no. Fair enough, it's the official's call. You know, in Bo Barfield, he considers everything before he makes any decisions. You know, whether I or Lucas Lure disagrees with that is a completely moot point, because Bo Barfield is an extremely competent and well-respected chief official.
Yeah. Now that means that now the gap between the 16 car and the 6 car is a lap minus the distance between them. So just under 2.2 miles. And Lucas now needs to get his head down and to really put his foot back down. So Dyson doing 21s.
Yep. Lucas Lure considerably faster, so he's going to pull away. Now, and you know, let's not forget there's still 4 hours and 15 minutes and more to go in this race. So, you know, even though they had a bit of a wow, look at that. He had to go to the
same spot. That we're going to be calling that the Lure Trench, aren't we? If he keeps going over there, the Lure line.
But there's just a quick mention also of LMP Challenge. We talk about the 63 car that was leading after the first round of pit stops. Well, during that caution period, Eric Lux did bring that car onto pit lane one more time. I fancy they might have put fresh tyres on it. We didn't see it, but I think they might have taken advantage of the fact that Ricardo Gonzalez, he did change tyres on the first round of pit stops. It cost him a bit of time, so he came out of the pits behind the 63 car, but he quickly made up that deficit and moved back into the lead of the class. And I think under that caution, Genoa Racing took the opportunity to do the same thing with the 63 car.
Just before we talk about this battle on screen, Lucas Lure has just put in the fastest lap for the number 6 Muscle Milk Aston Martin, a 1:17.118. So is he fired up? Yeah, he is.
He's done that 2 out of the last 3 laps.
Now here is the GTC battle. This is the Porsche Cup, if you like. 66 TRG, Duncan Endy. And we're looking behind him for the 23 Battery Tenders Alex Job racing car, Bill Sweegler. He's ways back from him at the moment.
It's about 5 seconds back, but when we went back to green, it was indeed Bill Sweegler in that battery tender car who was leading the class. So Duncan Endy in that number 66 car has made some great strides to take over that class lead. And here's a car that led up until the first round of pit stops, the Black Swan racing car.
But now in 5th for Tim Pappas, who remains at the wheel of that car. Many of the other cars...
Blake started.
Blake started, you're absolutely right. It did have some splitter problems earlier on, but if you look carefully now at the left-hand side front of that car, you will see...
Pristine.
From the camera down the hill, that is restored to full health. I do think they might have been somewhat worried about front tyre wear on that car if they hadn't fixed that. He's dropped down to 5th. Duncan Endy leads from Bill Sweegler in 2nd. Peter Lasafra up into 3rd in the other Black Swan racing car. That's the Green Hornet car. So he's taken over from Damien Faulkner, who did such a good job at the start of the race.
Yeah, there goes Tim Pappas across the line. He's got quite a sizable deficit now that he's got to make up to the that car there, the 66
Almost a lap back, isn't he?
Yeah, actually he is.
There he is, yeah. Now that 32 car that you're looking at there, that is Sofradas, who is driving the GMG racing car. He is a couple.
That 66 car has quite a points gap. They have to close to that championship, but it's sort of a nice position for him because as Duncan Endy said, hey, we've got to go for it. It's not going to do us any good to run around here in 4th position. So it's kind of a go for it all or nothing. They did have some brake issues earlier this morning in warm-up, but confident that that wouldn't affect their race. And as you talk about having third drivers in these 6-hour races, their third driver this weekend is Peter Ludwig. He and Spencer Pumpelly have driven and won here at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca before, so a strong third driver there in that 66 car.
Now, here's our brand new leader in the GT category. Wow. And after a really up and down weekend again for Beaky Sims and Giuseppe Risi and the rest of the team, it is the blood red 62 Risi Competizione 458 Italia. You'll notice 1 or 2 carbon panels unpainted, unstickered, unread on that car. And there's still a bit of damage on the front end from a nasty off that they had on Friday. And here's how he got the lead. This was just a few seconds ago going up the hill to the corkscrew. And again, we've seen it all day today, Jeremy. Good opportunist overtaking manoeuvre.
Yeah, very interesting indeed. I mean, the BMWs have been completely dominant through this weekend so far.
Wow.
And, you know, the Ferrari just clearly powered past it coming out of that corner. And, you know, the conditions today very different to they have been for most of the weekend. We talked about it earlier on. It's been very cool and overcast for most of the weekend.
Bobby Rahal's on the radio with Dirk Mueller behind the wheel of that number 56 BMW, and he said, Dirk, how's the car? And Dirk replied, it's so slippery, it's so slippery. They thought they had that issue fixed from when Joey Hand was in the car. They made some adjustments to the tire pressures. Clearly, right now, though, they're still not on the right setup.
Yeah, and what Jamie's talking about there, Jeremy, Joey Hand was absolutely screaming for a new set of tyres at the end of his first tank of fuel. And last weekend, 6 days ago actually, at Silverstone, the Charlie Lamb run BMWs, the Schnitzer cars of BMW Motorsport at Silverstone. Make sure you pick the right side there, Jamie. He still hasn't got past the Black Swan car. Did exactly the same, qualified on the front row, locked it out, looked like they were going to drive away from the field, and then they had issues just getting the car set up right as they headed into the race. And I just wonder once again if the BMWs are just having a problem getting that balance right. It was tyre pressures, Charlie Lamb told us last weekend, and these cars are so finely balanced.
Well, it's down to the weather conditions. I think it's a lot warmer today than it was yesterday, and they're running a different compound tyre of Dunlops on those BMWs.
Well, they say every cloud, you know, one man's meat, another man's poison, etc. The 62 car does indeed get the advantage from that. It's been an odd season for 2 of the real biggest teams in the American Le Mans Series, Risi Competizione and the Flying Lizards, who just haven't had the consistency this year.
Amazing. Just one win for each of those, between those teams coming here into the 8th race of the season. That's absolutely amazing. I mean, generally speaking, you'd think they'd have at least 3 or 4 wins between them at this stage in the season, but no, just the one win, and that came for this team, Risi Competizione, just a couple of races ago. Flying Lizard yet to trouble the win column in GT.
Yeah. In 4th position at the moment, the Lizards, with Patrick Long lapping in a very consistent 1:25.1 last time around, and that's there or thereabouts with the leaders. Jimmy Mello a bit of a slower lap last time around, but he follows that up with a 24.9 this time, and he's got his game on. And behind Jamie Mello, just a slight moment for the BMW to be able to see the back of that lead car, and that will give, and in fact that is a lot closer. So it looks like that BMW is chasing down the Risi Ferrari, and that gap is coming down very quickly indeed. So let's watch Jamie Mello as he goes up the hill. I'm looking at the tyres. Everything seems to be all right there. No portent of disaster. But to be quite honest, he seems to be okay. So as we watch the Ferrari going down the hill now. Just a quick reminder that the official racing game of the American Le Mans Series, Forza Motorsport 4, will hit the stores on October the 11th. But you can be ahead of the crowds and pre-order yours right now. All you have to do, dead easy. Even I can do this one. Go to www.forzamotorsport.net and beat the lines on October the 11th. We'll be back with more from Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca in just a few moments' time. And this is the battle for the leads in round number 8 of the American Le Mans Series 2011. We're looking forward from the second place car, and that car ahead is the leader. Harold Premat is right up behind Chris Dyson. Chris Dyson, who's done a great job to keep that car going. He's trying to get down the inside of the hybrid Porsche, and look how the Porsche punches out to the final corner. And now it's 4 cylinders versus 12, and that little Mazda turbo engine is holding its own. Chris needs to get down the inside of that Porsche, and he's not really close enough. Is this an opportunity? Oh my goodness me! Just as we're getting the battle for the lead, and there's trouble on the circuit, and that's in the final corner.
Yeah, I thought I saw, glancing out from the onboard when we came through that final corner, I thought I saw a flash of something on the right-hand side there, and it looks like the was that the class leader actually in GT Challenge? Was that the 66 car or the 68?
I think it's Tequila. I think it was the 68.
Okay, fine. But this battle has been raging now for quite a while, and yeah, my hat's off to Harold Premat. I mean, he's been very sensible. We've got a full course caution now.
Yeah.
He's not pushed the envelope here. He's driving very sensibly. He didn't force the issue and maybe make any contact between these two. He's just prepared at this stage in the game to stalk that number 16 car.
Great news for Muscle Milk Aston Martin, because Lucas Luhr got back on the lead lap, and under caution he'll catch back around to the leaders. So that fight we saw earlier on is significant, and Lucas will get back around. They were telling him to push. Their Twitter feed, which is at Muscle Milk Racing, has been alive over the last 15-20 minutes of how hard he was trying to get back onto the lead lap, and he has done so. Oh my goodness, there's a large chunk of bodywork right on the inside line to turn number 5. The 007 clobbered that last time through.
Yes, he did. Now there is the Muscle Milk Aston Martin. Yeah, this is going to be fun now, because Lucas Luhr, he's been turning a series of fast laps, just chipping away at his best overall laps. He's got it down to a 1:17.086, and that compares, by the way, to the fastest lap of the race so far was set by Butch Leitzinger in the first of the race, a 1:16.5. Stefan Muka did a 1:16.9 in a 007 Lola Aston Martin, and now Lucas Luhr's got down to 1:17 flat, so very, very close between those 3 cars. But it's neither of the 3 cars that leads. It's still the 16 of Chris Dyson.
Well, they've got the recovery vehicle there. Now, just watch on the top of the screen here. Second car coming out of the hairpin. That is very odd indeed. Almost to the point as, was there a brake failure, or was he trying to get out the way of the other car? Got on
Didn't look like he was going that fast. Just like he missed his braking point, I think, there. He's a multi-time champion in his homeland in Venezuela, is Emilio de Guida, and he's got a lot of time in all sorts of different sedans and things, and even he's got a big block Chevy Camaro he drives as well.
This morning in the drivers' meeting, Bo Barfield told all the guys, he said, if you guys get stuck in the kitty litter, in the gravel traps, we'll get you out the fastest that we can the first time. The second time might take a little bit longer. The third time, we might park you somewhere that it's going to be difficult for you to make your way back to pit lane. So he warned them all. He said, be careful, because it does make cautions very long when people get stuck.
That is brilliant. Brilliant stuff. Great, and that's what you were saying earlier on about how Bo understands, Bo Barfield, our Chief Steward, how he really understands the motor racing psyche, and the best way to get inside the head of a racing driver is to say that basically if you drop it and inconvenience yourself, we aren't going to go running after you if you make a habit of it. Brilliant stuff. Well, recovered and back on the circuit for the TRG car. That's been costly for De Guider. He's dropped off the lead lap by a couple now in the GTC category, as we see the whole field going through under the stewardship of the Mazda 6 safety car. So it's all closed up again nicely at the front. As far as the prototypes, might as well call that the Lola class, really, mightn't we? LMP, Lola, with all of those chassis. There is right on the end of the line is the 4th place car. We're starting the pass around. So whilst that is happening, we'll leave you for a few moments to be sure to come back in plenty of time for the green flag here at the American Le Mans Series at Monterey. Well, it's getting very hectic up and down pit lane. The pits have been opened for everybody. And let's go straight down there and pick up some reports.
The 007 was just in. It was fuel. I couldn't tell if they took drivers or not, or tires or not. It got very crowded in pit lane as soon as the pits were open for all cars. BMW is also in right now. Number 56 was the first up on the tracks. Number 55 is up right now. They did do fuel, and they're both taking tires. Number 56 is off of the tracks first, but because pit lane is so tight, they've got to push the cars backwards. 56 is out, number 55 rolling back, and now they're out. But again, pits are tight, and it took longer than needed.
And the reason that the pits are so tight is that it's such a short time since the last pit stop that everybody gets to come in together rather than prototypes first.
And now we see the number 4 Corvette getting the last of its new Michelin's put on. No driver. Meanwhile, just before them, we had the 16 and 20 Dyson Mazdas come in. Would have been a quick change for the 20, except it got stuck behind the 16 because this pit lane is so cramped, so it took them some extra time. Meanwhile, in the 16, Guy Smith got behind the wheel, and they finally put on 4 new Dunlop tires on the number 16. And just beyond them, we also saw the number 62 Ricci Ferrari, which was leading the GT class. I saw a driver change there, so Tony Vielander is behind the wheel of the 62 now with fresh Michelins.
And just confirmation from down in the Lowe's Aston Martin Racing pits that it was no tyres for that car. No tyres for that car.
Yeah, so a big shuffling of the order here at the front of the field, and there is, I believe, our new race leader. That will be Harold Premat in the 007 car. Right behind him there is Stephen Kane, despite the fact, Hamed Al Massoud, despite the fact that he lost several seconds trying to maneuver his way out of the pit lane when he was stuck behind the 16 car that did change tyres.
Green flag coming, don't go too far away. There's plenty more action in the pit lane and out on the track here at the American Le Mans Series at Monterey. Well, still under full course caution here at the American Le Mans Series at Monterey. Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca playing host to the 8th round of the championship for this year. Remember, at the start of the show, we talked about the Green X Challenge with an invite to Le Mans 2012 for prototypes and GT. Here's how it stands at the moment. 007 Aston Martin Racing with a total of 30.6. How tight is that? 30.9. Clean, fast and efficient in second place for Muscle Milk. A little further back, 32.8 for the Oryx Dyson. But with more than half the race remaining, that could all change around before the end. In the Grand Touring class, the BMW number 56 leads it, but by fractions from Ricci Competizione and Flying Lizards. Third on that graphic, second in the race itself after the pit stops have actually shaken out. Patrick Long in the 45 car finally getting some traction for the Flying Lizard team on a season that has been difficult for them. Now, the Mazda 6 safety car has got a whole slew of GTC cars, and there is the leader well down. Now, there was a lot of action down there in the pit lane whilst we were away, so let's nip down to the pits and find out what has been going on.
Well, after that first flurry of pit stops for both prototypes and GT cars, we saw a couple come in on the following lap, one being the number 17 Team Falcon tire car. Brian Sellers got out. Wolf Hensler now has driving duties there, and just behind them was the 63 Genoa Racing LMPC car. Elton Julian is now driving the 63.
Now, the support package for the American Le Mans Series includes a number of events. We saw the GT package earlier on, and budding prototype drivers were out here earlier today as well, and it was another victory for the 79 of Lucas Downs ahead of Ricardo Vera and Jonathan Gore in a hard-fought race over the 2.2 miles here at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca.
And Ricardo Vera just holds on to the championship lead in the Coubert's IMSA Lights Championship, and of course he's also driving in this race this afternoon as well. He's at the wheel now of the car number, the 6th place car in GT car number 37.
Now the black car in second in that...
Green, go, go, go.
Do you think you need to tell them that many times? It is green. We are racing. The GTC leader is the car just ahead of us, and that is Bill Sweedler. He's got lap traffic behind and in front of him, so he's sitting quite pretty at the moment. The battery tenders, William Rast Alex Job Racing Machine, has been a constant contender this year in the GTC category, Jeremy.
Certainly has, and good to see it running well. They've had all sorts of niggly little problems and penalties and all sorts of things not gone their way, but they're having a good run this afternoon. And that number 23 car, Bill Sweedler, now at the wheel, is leading that class. And it's Kurt Wagner actually in the new competition motorsports car, the silver and black car, 2 cars back. We're on board here with the NGT motorsports car. That is a lap down. Yes, it is a lap down in 5th place in the class, but right behind that silver and black car, that is the 2nd place in GT Challenge.
Yeah, Martin Ragging at the wheel of the very brightly stickered car, with these bright accoutrements. He had a nightmare at the start of the race and dropped down and lost a lap very early on, whether he had a spin or I think he made an extra pit stop early, didn't he?
He was in the pits very, very early.
He's trying to get back a lap here.
He's handed out a car, I think it's Enrique Cinzeros now driving that car. But he too is a lap down to the leaders. But here now is the overall leaders on board with Guy Smith in 3rd place.
And that, I think, is a pass from Guy Smith, because we've got the leaders coming across the line with less than 2.5 seconds between them. 1, 2, 3, go through. And it is Guy Smith who now leads. He's got up 2 positions on that lap. And following him through is Klaus Graf. Remember, not so very long ago, that car was a lap down, and now he's in 2nd position from Harold Primat in 3rd, and Tamir Al-Masoud drops down for a moment at least into 4th position. So 2 big moves there with Guy Smith in the 16. The Mazda-powered car, well, he's taken no time at all to dial himself into the race. That's Guy Smith, like the blue touch paper, stand well back.
Indeed, and certainly that car running very nicely indeed. What a great restart. But look at that, number 6 car now in 2nd place. Klaus Graf has taken the wheel of that muscle motor Aston Martin.
And that was a lap down, what, 15 minutes ago, if that.
Yeah.
It's been a good drive, first of all, by Lucas Lowe to hold his nerve and get back on the lead lap. Taking over 5. So this is the championship battle at the head of the field, with a reminder that we're at Petit Le Bon, Brazelton, Road Atlanta, a couple of weeks' time. We'll have qualifying live for you, and the full race here on ESPN3. Now, Guy Smith, I said he is a live wire. Watch this if you didn't believe me. 3rd place at the moment, still in 3rd, still in 3rd. Look, there's the 2 leaders ahead of you. Remember we watched Forza Motorsport 4 earlier on? Well, this is video game-like, except this is real life. Oh, second now for Guy. And the leader's a couple of cars ahead, so you'd probably take a lap or so to catch him up. And no, hang on a second. We're on the back bumper immediately of the leader. Let's take a couple of corners just to get yourself bedded in, Guy. No, let's not. Let's go for the lead in 3 corners. Masterclass from Yorkshire's very own 2003 Le Mans winner, Guy Smith.
Fantastic. What a great onboard footage that is there from that Motorsports duo Mazda Lola for Dyson Racing. And Guy Smith, you know, massive amount of experience, but you know, it was amazing. It was like it was his 60th start last year here at Mazda Raceway. He finally got his first pole position in the American Le Mans Series. Followed it up shortly thereafter with his first win. We could barely believe it. But since then, he's been on a bit of a tear. Yesterday, he took the pole position. That was his 4th pole of the season for Guy Smith, and now with Chris Dyson, he had a few problems. He led the first 7 laps of the race and then appeared to have some difficulties, fell right back, But now that car clearly is running very sweetly, and Guy Smith taking full advantage. And look at the margin now. He's pulled out over Klaus Graf.
Let's go to the GT battle. And remember those two teams that we said had been having not vintage year. First and second now for Jamie Mello in the 62 and 45. Patrick Long, look back, look back, look back. There, with the yellow shade band, is the 45 car.
Yeah,
so
great.
If we can do the curse of the commentator, if we talk somebody down, does that immediately make them go better?
Let's hope so. And I hope I'm not going to be jinxing the 16 car, because that lap, we saw the margin that Guy Smith pulled out in the last lap. Well, the reason he did that is he just the fastest lap of the race by a mere second. About 1:15.7 last time around for Guy Smith in car number 16.
Patrick Long getting caught up in traffic. California boy, of course, so on the home ground here, although he has been able to follow his motorsport ambitions by coming to Europe, learned his road racing trade in the UK and throughout Europe, and still comes and races in Europe. Basically, give him a steering wheel, he will be there with knobs on to get behind the wheel and drive on some of the best circuits in the world.
I was talking to Patrick Long after qualifying yesterday, and he said, you know, it's funny because the car is the best that it's been all weekend, and it doesn't show on the timetables, but he said, we know we have a good car going into the race. And looking at the season as a whole and their lack of success so far, I was talking to Eric Ingram, the team manager for Flying Lizard, and he told me that the team is a little bit frustrated, but it's not like they haven't been there. They've had really quick laps, they've been in the top 3. So for the team, they're looking obviously to get on the top step of the podium, but right now they're not ultimately frustrated.
Yeah, that's actually glass half full mentality, which you expect from Seth Nyman and everybody at the Lizards Motorsport Group. They, have supported this series for a few years now. I remember their first season where they really exploded onto the scene from nowhere, running from their base at Sonoma. And they've done really well in the last 4 or 5 years and have taken championship after championship. We haven't seen too much of our P2 competitor this year. This is Christophe Bouchou at the wheel of the number 055. This is the level 5 racing, lots of 5s in this, level 5 racing, and this a brand new car this weekend as he makes some adjustments to the mix on the ECU. Brand new car for this weekend, and a new generation of car for the American Le Mans Series and for sports car racing in general.
Yeah, that's right. The so-called cost-capped car. It's the HPD ARX 01G, the latest iteration of the car it started out life as a Courage, but really it's been Worth Research in Europe that has developed this car in England. Nick Worth, who was involved with the Virgin Formula One team for the last couple of years. That association was actually dropped a few months ago, but Nick Worth, he's been around the sport a long time, has done a lot of design work, and this car is the latest lower cost car for LMP2 and running very nicely. Brand new, completely brand new out of the box.
And it's not the only brand new car from HPD, from Honda Performance Development down the coast of Santa Clarita and Worth Research, because last weekend at Silverstone a new P1 car was announced from HPD, the ARX 03A, and notice the difference in the nomenclature for that car. Straka Racing will be the first to run it in the World Endurance Championship next year, running out of their workshops near Silverstone in Northampton in the centre of England. They'll be taking on the likes of Peugeot and Audi with this car, which is a direct descendant of the last gasoline-powered car to take a pole position against the diesels, and that was the 02A at Silverstone, 2-3 seasons ago now, when they first went to those big front wheels. And Piers Phillips and the guys at Straka, Nick Leventis, Johnny Kane and Danny Watts will be taking the battle to the diesel engine cars, and that Nick Worth designed and Worth Research built chassis, brand new chassis, that will be out in the first months of 2012, and we look forward to seeing that. It is a customer car, so the opportunity for more P1 action in the American Le Mans Series is there with that as well. And just to finish up about Nick Worth, it's been a busy week for him because his association with HPD, Honda Performance Development, which has brought this car and the rendering of the car we've just seen, also extending through to IndyCar, where he's going to be doing some work on the new body kits for the Honda engine Indy cars. That comes in 2013. Now let's head back to the more street-orientated part of the American Le Mans Series and an internecine battle between the two Crowne Plaza BMWs, the Rahal Letterman Lanigan cars. Third, fourth, and if you look behind, there's just that Velocity yellow. There he is, that's Jan Magnussen. All front-engined, all V8, all rear-wheel drive. Three very good drivers in the shape of the Dirks, Muller, Werner, and the Jan of Magnussen. And these guys are tied together with a very short punchy cord.
And Magnussen, in that chasing Corvette, has just set that car's fastest lap of the race. We saw Oliver Gavin started off that car. He struggled with the softer set of Michelin tyres in the early stages, came in and made an early pit stop, but now he's back on the same strategy as the other guys, and he is now tracking down those two BMWs.
And these guys are sitting just off the lead, pace being set by Jamie Mello. In fact, last time around they were a little quicker than the leader. Bergmeister still in second. Mello from Bergmeister. I think I said Pat Long earlier on, but he has been elbowed out of the car by the taller of the two drivers of the 45. Now, don't forget, this is the youngest of the four BMW drivers, Dirk Werner. Still learning his craft, he was telling me yesterday evening, and learning it from some of the best in the business. And look at this, here's traffic playing a part again, and can Werner take advantage of this on his teammate? He can't afford, of course, to be generous to his teammate, with Jan Magnussen looming large in his rear-view mirror.
Yeah, because Jan Magnussen is not one to take any prisoners at all.
Look at that.
Particularly as he's had to make a bit of a comeback here. That car set back early on, but now charging back toward the front-end GT.
Well, Johnny O'Connell called it earlier on when we asked him about his former team. The Corvette Racing guys didn't look to have had the best start, but they have worked this car into a position to be challenging for the podium, and that is Pratt & Miller, that is GM Racing, and Doug Feehan and the boys have done a great job. Magnussen trying so hard there that he dropped the right-hand two Michelins off the Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca circuit and onto the loam on the outside. Very sandy, very dusty. He's dropped back a couple of cars' lengths, but he will charge back to these two guys, and the BMWs have got to be a bit careful here. Can't afford to give this one away. At the head of the field, it's 7.5 seconds between Guy Smith and Klaus Graf. Rudy Junko leads the prototype challenge car. We'll be back with more from Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca next.
You're watching the American Le Mans Series on ESPN.
Well, we've got a full course caution, and there is the answer. It's the second time today for the bright gold car, and this time at turn number 3, Jeremy. The JDX racing car has brought out our safety vehicles, and the number 11 is out there again this time. It's not Nick Ham at the wheel.
No, it's Chris Thompson this time around. So
he's done a good job of that, man. He's gone well into the sand, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's going to take a while to get that car. And as we heard from Jamie Howe a little while ago, the first time the cars have travelled the gravel to try and get out as quick as they can. The second time it might be a little bit longer. And unfortunately for the JDX team, that seems to be the case right now, because he's beached it in turn 3. And Chris Thompson, the South African born, lives now in Colorado, mainly a vintage racer up until now, but it's a good little team that certainly Jeremy Dale and Harry Bricks have put together there at JDX Racing.
Good to see Jeremy Dale back in the paddock, because he hasn't been too well lately.
No, that's right, and he looked, actually had a chance to speak to him, but super to see you back, Jeremy. And he and Harrison Bricks really did a nice job with that team. It's a brilliant looking car. They've got some very good people on that team. And it's Scott Blackett and Chris Thompson that's sharing with the pro driver Nick Ham this weekend, and they've had some difficulties, but that car certainly has been fast.
On board with the level 5 again, Christophe Boucher will be leaning it all off. Interesting to see now what the drivers do behind the safety car. Look at how relaxed they look. Look how they're not getting thrown around so much. They're still actually going round at, 60 miles an hour, which if you were in a standard street car going around this 2.2 mile circuit at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca, would feel pretty quick, but yeah, terribly relaxed. We'll just drive with one hand on the wheel. Now, that is the 02 car, and that is Ed Brown in that car. And watch his right hand now, and his left hand, and you'll see that he's not taking his hand off the steering wheel to change up and down the gearbox, because there's no gear lever. No, this is paddle shift, and so far this is the only 458 in the American Le Mans Series that does have that paddle shift feature. These guys at ESM Racing are really proving this system. And by the way, the screen just in front of him, not a sat-nav, if you notice where the Patron signage is behind Ed's head, there's no way to see out of the back of this Ferrari, because that is what's called a firewall between him and the engine compartment. So to see out the back, you could just look out the mirrors, or you could have a camera, and that's what he's got.
Or both.
Yeah,
which they
mirrors
have
and
also.
cameras, yeah. Sweet looking car, that.
Yeah.
And they've had a better second half of the season. So we go on board with the...
Particularly this weekend, the two Extreme Speed Motorsports drivers have both been quick, the 01 and the 02.
Corvette, number 3. And we'll head back to our leader.
Down.
Pits are closed, nothing happening. We're going to do the pass-arounds this time around, so we get the opportunity to go away without missing any of the action. So let's take that opportunity now with full course caution and Guy Smith still leading the motor race. Well, we're looking at the cars that have been given the pass around so that they don't get disadvantaged with our third full course caution of the day. And so there on the flag stand is the confirmation of that. The pits have been opened again for all cars because it's been such a short time since the last caution flag. Just over 3 hours and 30 minutes to go. There is our safety car out on the circuit, the Mazda 6. That by no means just a Mazda 6 with some lights bolted onto it. It's fully caged and it's got a set of trick wheels in. Into the pit lane comes Hamid Al Massoud out of 4th position at the head of the field. This is an interesting tactical move. None of the other leaders came in as the team goes to work. Doesn't look like Al Massoud's getting out.
Looks like it will be fuel only for Hamid Al Massoud in the number 20 Oryx Dyson, and that's just what it is. A little slow getting it fired back up, and now it's stalled once. He's underway now, though, and just behind him was the number 3 Corvette. They're getting fuel in. It looks like they've got 4 Michelins on standby for that car as well.
Yes, he was a bit went out a bit gingerly there with the maybe a problem with the clutch, or maybe he just didn't get it all the way down into first gear when he came in. It's fine now. Look at the debris on the front of that car. That is all the little bits of rubber and dirt that have been thrown up when following other cars. It's a real problem, but something everyone has to deal with. The Oryx Dyson team, who have been such a fabulous addition to the ranks of the American Le Mans Series prototypes this season. There again, look at the front of that. And that is really hard to get off the front of the car. Someone's going to have a hard day's work cleaning that bodywork. And the guys, in just 2 weeks, of course, before the car will look pristine at scrutineering at Tech for the 13th annual Petit Le Mans presented by Mazda in a couple of weeks' time. Jeremy and I covering the whole 1,000 miles of that for you. So, whilst we're waiting to go back to green, and perfect with just over 3.5 hours gone, 3.5 hours to go, excuse me. It's a story of threes in our Forza Motorsport 4 mid-race recap. 3 cautions out on the racetrack. This is the 3rd that we are working now. We've seen 3 different leaders at the front of the field in the LMP1 category as well. And guess what? 3 different GT leaders, and at the moment that is still Tony Vielander in the 62 Ferrari. It's our Forza Motorsport 4 mid-race recap here at Mazda Raceway, Laguna Seca. And don't forget, beat the queues on October the 11th. You know they're going to be long at your local games store. Pre-register online at forzamotorsport.com. and make sure you get your copy of the official racing game of the American Le Mans Series.
Yeah, various people have been onto the pit lane during this caution period, particularly in LMP Challenge. We've got 4 cars back on the lead. Like, there's a 17 Falcon Tires Porsche. That is still a lap down in GT.
And they're not quite getting the longevity they had hoped for out of these Falcon tires for Team Falcon tires. So because of their position within the class, they decided we might as well come in, get some fresh tires for Wolf Hensler, and see if he can make up some time on the track.
Yeah, I think it's the technical thing rather than any worry about the longevity, because they aren't going to lose, Jeremy, any track position at all. They're still just off the lead lap in GT, so you might as well bring him in, top him off, give him a wider window before he has to pit again, and give him a fresh set of boots so he can make best he can through the traffic. He's lost absolutely no ground whatsoever.
No, quite, and unfortunately that car is not in contention to win this time around, at least not yet, but as you said, still 3.5 hours to go in this race, so a long time. But in LMP Challenge, it's kind of interesting what's been happening there. We saw Elton Julian in car number 63 move back into second place in the class behind the 06 car that's led pretty much from the start. But Elton Julian has now just come into the pits to take on, I presume, fuel only in that car. So again there, the 63 car on a slightly different strategy. John Bennett also, I believe, was onto the pit lane a moment or two ago in the 05 car, as was the number 18 of Jarrett Boone. So the only car in LMP Challenge that did not make a pit stop during this caution was the class leader, the 06, with now Rudy Junco at the wheel of that car.
Yeah, up into 5th position ahead of Kyle Marcelli in the 89, the 05 of John Bennett. Now the safety car has taken off. And Jeremy, you get your wish this time, because
it is fun.
Yeah, this is the leader at the head, but look, just with one GT car behind.
Yeah, and look a little bit farther back, we see all the GT leaders as well together as well. This is going to be fun now.
Guy Smith gets the call, gets the right foot hard into that bulkhead and tries to get away, but look at Graf. Graf already through, and the GT battle there just going underneath the bridge. You can see that as well. And look, it looks like to me that Bergmeister had a bit of a run on the Ferrari, tried to get down the inside, just couldn't get it done, had to move back to the outside, but now he's right with him in the background. There's the leaders in LMP and GT are battling it out side by side.
Brilliant stuff, and a huge lockup going down into the Mario Andretti hairpin for the muscle Lola Aston Martin. Klaus Graf there, he was really close there, trying to make that move. Just a little bit of a gap back to Harold Premat in the 3rd place car, but here coming now towards turn 5 is a battle for GT, and Tony Vielander just about holding on.
And the battle for GTC right in behind them, Jeremy, with Swedler, and then the second of the blue Porsches there. So we've got the leaders in 3 different classes that we saw in the space of a couple of seconds from the same camera, as a little mistake there by Vielander, and Bergmeister touches as he goes up the hill. There's just a tiny bit of contact wheel to wheel between those two. No, Vielander, you can't do that there. You absolutely can't do that there. And Bergmeister's fighting back. This is going to end in tears. This is going to end in the penalty box for one or both of these drivers. That was just not sensible stuff. The guys have let the red mist get to them there.
You know, Tony Vielander, I don't know what he was thinking there, because we've seen already this season that car's been involved in a few sort of relatively minor scrapes, and every time it's come off worse. It's relatively fragile, the suspension on that car, but he was very forceful there up at the corkscrew. He barged his way down to the inside. They were making contact again coming off the corner. And they seem to have got away with it, but this is certainly tremendous stuff to watch. But no holds barred here in the battle for GT. And then right behind him, by the way, is Rudy Junco in that LMP C-Class leading car as well. And right behind him, 3rd and 4th in GT are right there too.
So we actually have 4 of the 5 class. In fact, no, there is the 55, the 055. We have all 5 class leaders on the start-finish straight at the same time on that restart. Jörg Bergmeister needing the 4-wheel drive of the hybrid there, as he tried to hold on to his position at the corkscrew last time around, but somehow Tony Vielander, having lost the lead here last time around, managed to hold on to it. That is very aggressive racing by both drivers. We love to see it, but you do worry with the concretes quite so close. And the BMWs, the Crown Plaza cars, have made up a bit of ground there. And look, we've got Jan Magnussen between the two BMWs now. Remember, before the pit stops and the yellow flag, he was sitting in behind them, so that's a change of position. And Magnussen has gone by Dirk Werner and up into 4th position in class for the number 4 Corvette.
And there's a brilliant battle going on, I think, for 2nd and 3rd in LMP Challenge. So just action all the way around here. Tremendous stuff. This is great racing.
And we're hearing from the officials there will be NFA, no further action for those two guys.
I think that's a great call. I mean, I thought initially that Vilander was being over-aggressive there, but then coming off the corner, I think he got a, Jörg Bergmeister got a bit of his own back there.
Yeah,
so I think Bo Barfield there making an excellent call, because they were both kind of overstepping the mark, but they both got away with it. So no harm, no foul.
Yeah. And we like to see good racing, good aggressive racing. It's the hallmark of this. Oh, now, a bit of dust thrown up. Was that just... Yes, it was the leader. The 06, Rudy Hunko, making a mistake there, coming out of turn number 4. And that has held up the Ferrari. And Bergmeister again gets a run up the hill. And the Ferrari will be held up again at the next corner because Hunko's tyres are dirty. And look at the ground being just reeled back in as through comes the 55 of 055 of Christophe Bouchou and puts himself right where Bergmeister doesn't want it to be. Bergmeister will be quicker through the slower parts of the circuit, if that makes any sense, because he's not relying so much on aerodynamic grip. He's much more relying on the mechanical grip with the GT cars. They have that in spades.
Yes, it's brilliant stuff, isn't it? And just right behind it, behind Bergmeister, and then behind the BMW, the LMP Challenge car there, the white day glow and black car, that is Kyle Marcelli in car number 89 for Intersport Racing. He's got himself up now into 2nd place in LMPC. Wonderful effort by Kyle Marcelli.
Okay, 1st in LMPC, 1st in LMP2, 1st and 2nd in GT. Behind there, we've got 2nd in LMPC, 3rd, 4th and 5th in GT. Did you catch that?
Yeah,
I'm asking questions later.
Great fun, isn't it? Tremendous racing. At the front, it's still Guy Smith who leads. He's pulled out about 3 seconds over Klaus Graf. So this is the best battling on the racetrack.
So we're watching the Marcelli car come through. And he's made that look relatively easy. He, of course, now can see the back of Rudy Hunko in that blue and silver car. He may not have seen Rudy go off, but all he knows, Jeremy, is I'm quite a bit closer than I was before, and I've got half a chance here of putting some pressure on the guy who's leading the class. 5 GT cars arriving and exploding over the skyline at the corkscrew, and they are all battling for position. That is the top 5 in GT. Do you know what's the matter with GT?
Not a lot.
Nothing at all. Do you know what needs doing to GT?
There's
nothing at all.
But it's the same with all of the classes. I mean, they're all really excellent at the moment. We've got these 4 P1 cars battling at the front of the field. Hamed Al Masoudi's, that call to bring him in under the yellow there. It's if we have a long green period now, I'm not sure that's going to work out in their favour, because he's got much less experience than all these other guys in LMP1, and he's now kind of half a lap down to the overall leaders, but he's still turned some very, very good lap times, I must say.
I sense that this battle at the lead and the possible trading of Flying Lizard red and silver paint and Risi red paint may not yet be over, as once again we get the smoke screen.
Was that the Risi car again off the road there?
No, I think it was somebody ahead again of these guys, one of the PC cars. In fact, it was. And look at Marcelli, how he's closed in on Junko just ahead of this. But look, top 5 again in GT, heading up the hill as Kyle Marcelli just disappears out from our view. We'll try and keep an eye on that as well. Just going out to the bottom left of the picture there, that was the battle at the head of LMPC. But I've just got a feeling that this GT battle is not yet resolved. The Ferrari seems a little bit quicker through the second portion of the downhill from the corkscrew. And GTC traffic ahead. Is this an opportunity for Jörg Bergmeister on Jamie Mello? Then it's Dirk Muller, Jan Magnussen, Dirk Werner. Scott Sharp is not a million miles away, in 6th position. Watch out for the front of the Ferrari coming through. And in fact, as I say that, Tommy Milner's come through in 6th position behind this battle. So he's just taken Scott Sharp as the GT leading 3 go now through the Andretti hairpin. And In fact, Tommy Milner is on this great battle for the GT. Tommy Milner goes through, and in fact, Tommy Milner's just unlapped himself from Scott Sharp. He's actually sitting in 7th position at the moment. On board with the leader, Guy Smith. He's got about 2 seconds in hand. So he comes up on
a bit less now.
The GTC. 66.
Leader in GT Challenge.
So that's leader overall, leader in GT Challenge.
Duncan Endy has taken over the lead in GT Challenge from Bill Sweedler. So 66 car leads now by less than 2 seconds, and Damien Faulkner in the green Hornet car is right behind as well. So battles all the way through the field. Tremendous.
Whatever, big bit of rubber being thrown up from the back of that car, almost like a turning. Now, let's go back to the PC battle, which is hotting up with Rudy Junko. After he went off the road just a couple of laps ago, he's been really closed down by Kyle Marcelli, and there is the 06 now with mirrors full of the Dayglow orange nose of Kyle Marcelli, the young Canadian driver who's been making waves in the American Le Mans Series and in Europe. He's made a couple of trips to Europe, won the race in Italy at the famous Imola circuit and drove immaculately. Had a decent race at Silverstone as well.
Second there, I think, wasn't he? And a brilliant win with Tommy Dreesy in the other Intersport car a couple of weeks ago at Baltimore. Look, he was hounding Rudy Junko, and of course Rudy Junko, he's done only 2 races this season. He's now back in the same car with which he ran the opening race of the season with Core Autosport in a 06 car, and now he did one more race also with the PR1 team to win at Road America. I beg your pardon.
Oh, there's Kyle making an uncharacteristic error, a very quick exit from turn number 10, but he's gathered it all together. He's lost virtually no ground. I think he just kept his foot in there. He's actually got a decent run out of the final left-hander rather, onto the start-finish straight. Just can't quite get up, and we hear from race control that a black flag, which means report to the pit lane for Wolf Hensler in 17, and a problem for the Crown Plaza 55. This is Werner. He was right up there. And it sounds like he's had a tyre problem. Maybe that was what we saw being thrown up from the leader. No, different part of the circuit. Watch the white BMW.
He's slowed right. He's obviously slowed.
Oh my goodness, right rear. Look at that. You could just see it pop off, and that is the whole tread has come away. That's a puncture or maybe some contact. We didn't see that. So Dirk Werner has had a problem in that 55, been in and out, replaced the tyre obviously, and he's dropped down to 6th position. Remember, he dropped behind Jan Magnussen and Scott Sharp, now up to 5th. So in GT, that is the it's Wielander from Bergmeister, from Muller, from Magnussen, from Sharp as the leader goes past. This is the 0-2 that we saw earlier on. Just listen to the car rattling around, and the onboard now would look very, very different if we were looking at the driver from when we saw Ed Brown relatively calm and collected behind the safety car. Nice late braking there from Ed as he gains a bit of ground on Marco Holzer ahead of him. So the ESM car, remember earlier on we were talking about this car being a real trailblazer for Ferrari, and we can find out more about that from the pits.
Yes, this year in the GT category, ALMS has allowed the use of paddle shift. Ed Brown, you guys are the first Ferrari 458 to use the paddle shift. What's that development process been like?
Terrible. We've really been patient though, and I got to put our hat out to the whole team because they did a lot of hard work because we had major problems in Baltimore. We had problems at Road America, and the first session here we had nothing. So now they're, knock on wood, they're working really well, so hopefully they hang in there.
All right, well, we know that it's an ongoing process. A lot of manufacturers have it. You were in the car just now. How was it today?
They're really good. I mean, downshifts are flawless. We got to work on the mapping on the upshifts a little bit, but so far so good. They're really working well today.
Right, good luck. Thank you, Ed. Kelly?
Bad news for the two-time race winner here at Team Falcon Tire. They were hit from behind by one of the GTC Porsches, which broke the water pump. They've got the car back here in the garage to see if there's any further damage, but we saw the fluid leaking out on the track, so they're back here in the garage working hard to get that Falcon Tire Porsche back together and back out on the track and salvage some points.
And that is actually inside the garage area. Our HD cameras make that look very, very bright indeed, but I can tell you that is indoors, so they can have more people working. And look, a pry bar being used on the back of that engine to try and clear the bodywork away. That has been a substantial impact on the back of that car to do that amount of damage.
Yeah, that's right, particularly on the left rear corner there. We can sort of kind of can't really see it. It's on the other side of the car, but yeah, a lot of bodywork damage there, and clearly internal damage as well. Back on board though with Guy Smith, our race leader. The gap from first to second now is around about 5 seconds. So Guy has once again returned some very quick laps.
So we're looking at 3 hours and 13 minutes still to go. Harold Premat in the 007 Aston Martin in third place at the moment. Just over 10 seconds away from second place. Hamid Al-Masoud's dropped back a little bit. Pace hasn't been quite as good since we saw him in the pits for that splash of fuel. There is his teammate leading it. And Smithy is absolutely on it. He's seldom been above a 118, 17.7, 17.8. Yeah. Whatever was ailing that car early on has cleared. And again, let's just remind ourselves, these guys did a phenomenal job in between morning warm-up when the engine had a problem, and they decided to swap out the entire engine assembly, a job that in the shop normally takes 2.5 hours, 88 minutes the stopwatch was stopped at. And we did, I've got to say, Jeremy, I did have worries that that car would roll out for the first few laps and maybe something wouldn't have been working. They've played the tactical side of things really well indeed.
They have indeed, and they're right ahead of him right now. Is that battle in LMP? No, it's not actually, is it? That it's one of the Intersport cars, but that's the other Intersport.
Well, Marcelli's gone through, hasn't he? Marcelli's gone.
And pulled away a 5-second margin in the lead now for LMP Challenge. So the second of the Intersport cars, car number 89, Carl Marcelli, absolutely flying. He's put out a goodly margin now over that man in the 06, that is Rudy Hunko. In fact, behind him in third place in the class, we can possibly just about see it, is Elton Julian, who after that pit stop during the previous caution period, there is the black car just behind the Intersport car as they come into turn 5. The black and green car, that is Elton Julian trying to track down the silver and blue car number 06. So battle being rejoined there for second and third in LMP Challenge.
Still round about, what, 10-12 laps to go for the leaders before we expect to see them pitting. Certainly the number 6 car. It's the 54, now back in 4th place for Tim Pappas. The Black Swan Racing car, and just ahead of him.
Shouldn't need a pit stop for a while yet. Looking 10 to 15 minutes at least.
Looking forward to see if I can see the black battery tender car of Bill Sweedler ahead of that 54 Black Swan Racing car. There's your leader. He's got 8 seconds behind him, but traffic ahead, and it's always dangerous times as the Ricci Ferrari boys get ready for another pit stop. There are your leaders in the American Le Mans Series at Monterey. Looking down from our Jaguar aerial camera to the final corner at Mazda Raceway, Laguna Seca, and our leader is Guy Smith. He has an 8.5 second lead, and he's driving away just gently at the moment from Klaus Graf in the number 6 Muscle Milk Aston Martin racing car. In third place, it's Harold Premat. He's another 10 seconds, 11 seconds further back down the road in the 007 Aston Martin Racing Lola with the big Aston Martin V12. Now, let's just remind you of the forceful driving between Jörg Bergmeister and Tony Vilander earlier on, and in fact it looked like Bergmeister got the lead, but Tony Vilander thought no thanks, we'll have that back. Since then the lead has changed again, and there was a couple of bish bash bosh, so Vilander got back into the lead, at least for that particular time.
Well, and following that incident, we saw one of the engineers from the Porsche team come over here and have a word with David Sims, team manager here for Risi Ferrari. What did the guys from Flying Blizzard have to say?
Oh, well, Greg was quite annoyed on Tony's move, but the way we saw it was a 50-50 defense and attack, and we don't want to get into a shouting match with them because we respect them big time. You know, we had our weapons in Baltimore, so we don't want to get into any, one would say, arguments with them. So, you know, there is no decision made by IMSA, so we leave it at that.
Yeah, there has been a lot of back and forth between these two teams. So, Jamie, what's the other side of it?
Well, down at Flying Lizard, Thomas Blum, we saw the incident happen. What was your take on the contact?
Well, this started very early in the race. Mello ran us down into the wall on the front straightaway. We ran him down again. They ran us from the right side of the road to the left side of the road when we were trying to pass them. We got by them. There was some contact, but nothing too hard. And then they drove into the side of us in the corkscrew. So, I mean, they clearly blocked us badly twice. And you know, the officials need to do something about this. We're trying to race them clean. They started it. We'll continue to try to race them clean, but you know, they can't block that way.
Different story from the Flying Lizard boys.
Well, how many people you speak to will determine how many stories you have in racing. 2 people, 2 stories, 5 people, 5 stories, I think is how it goes. 2 very determined teams, both looking for success. And as you can see from the live pictures now, that Jörg Bergmeister has squeezed back through into the lead. That happened just as we started to talk to Dave Sims down in the pit lane with Kelly, and Bergmeister has made it stick this time. But we're hearing from the radio traffic that there may be a tyre issue with the 62, and even as I say that, it sounds like Tony Vilander is talking back to his pits and saying whatever the problem was, it seems to have cleared. So that might have been pickup or some kind of problem like that, and we should explain what we mean by that, Jeremy.
Yeah, there's little blobs of rubber that are thrown off these tyres as they wear. They're deposited at the side of the racetrack. When you have to run off the optimal line, that's where these little blobs of rubber are, and you tend to pick them up. The hot tyres, the very hot tyres, just pick up any of that excess rubber that's lying on the racetrack. If you go off line, that is what will happen to these cars, and you have to sort of really move the car around and get that heat back again to throw off that excess rubber. But I think it's a 4th different leader now in GT. This fabulous battle that's been raging now for almost 3 hours. We're nearly halfway through this 6-hour race, and the battle seems no sign of abating.
I can't believe you're suggesting that either the 45 or indeed the 62 has been off the standard racing line there, Jeremy, to be able to pick up any of that rubber taping. There have been some unconventional lines around the 2.2 miles of Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca by the GT battle. The BMW just cresting the hill in the background there. The white car of Dirk Muller is in 3rd. Scott Sharp is in 4th position, just a wee bit further back down the road in the 01. And then it's Ollie Gavin, believe it or not, in the number 4. This is the Chevy Corvette, and he is in 5th position with the recovering 55 BMW in 6th. Now, this is 2nd and 3rd, Jeremy, in the LMPC category. Kyle Marcelli caught up with Rudy Junko after Rudy had a little off-road excursion. He's disappeared, but this certainly has championship implications, the 2 cars that we're looking at now.
Very much so. For the number 06 car, it leads the Drivers' Championship by 1 point and the Teams' Championship by 2 points over the car that is right behind them. It's the 63 car. It's Elton Julian at the wheel of that car. He's has done a fabulous job for this team this year. Has Elton Julian driving alongside with Eric Lux, who also has done wonderfully well. And they are right there in contention, second and third in LMP Challenge.
Well, some unsettling news here down to the Genoa Racing car. Their third driver for that vehicle, Michael Gouache, was carted off a while ago. I saw him hobbling around on one foot. Well, as it turns out, he jumped off of pit wall, landed wrong, twisted his ankle, perhaps even breaking it, is what Eric Lux, his teammate, told me. So they were carting him off to medical. And Eric looked at me and he said, well, I guess we're down to 2 drivers. So it'll be he and Elton Julian from here on out. And we certainly hope things will be okay there for Michael Gouache.
Shades of Narain Karthikeyan at Le Mans a couple of years ago when he tripped over the pit wall and dislocated his shoulder, leaving his 2 teammates to do the whole of the 24 hours for Collis Racing on their own. And while we're talking about Collis Racing, we've been doing rather too much of this lately, but should mention the untimely passing of Christian Bakkerud, just 26 years old, who had to retire from motor racing because of a back injury, and was involved in a road traffic accident last weekend, and was a competitor in sports car racing with Collis. Before that, had raced in Formula 3 for Carlin Motorsports, and of course we pass on all of our condolences to his friends and family. So 15 seconds all of a sudden at the head of the field. Meantime in GT, the battle continues to rage on. Now, we were talking to Dave Beattie-Sims about the earlier incident when this happened. This at the moment is looking forward from the 56 BMW, and it looks like the NGT car just slows the 62, and this time Bergmeister says, you know what, I'm going to make a really decisive move, and he made a really decisive move.
Yeah, didn't he? Just great pass there by Jörg Bergmeister. And this battle is absolutely superb. And of course, yeah, we're on board that 56 car. Well, that's right in the thick of that battle as well. Only a couple of seconds or so behind. You could just see it coming through the previous corner there at turn 10. Also in GT, the Corvette, kind of a 4, has just made a pit stop a couple of laps ago. So that is why that car has, I think, fallen off the lead lap in GT. So that number 4 car on a slightly different strategy to many of these other GT contenders.
Into the second half of the race. We complimented our camera operators earlier on. Well done to our replay operators for finding that for us. As that lead battle for GT continues in GTC, guess what? We got a great battle at the head of the field. That is first and second, Duncan Endy and Damien Faulkner. TRG and Black Swan with the Green Hornet car. And coming through there, that is Scott Sharp and in the O2 Guy Cosmo. Guy Cosmo just off the lead lap in the GT battle, but Scott Sharp is actually in 4th position, and for a moment that GTC fight is slightly interrupted. Oh, but hang on a second here. There's a little problem there for the leader. Duncan Endy had to take a very, very defensive line, and that has allowed Damien Faulkner just to perhaps close in a little bit. And just as I say that, the second place car of Klaus Graf gets in the way. You know, that is, I'm afraid, the way of the world. If you're a GTC driver and you're chasing down for position, sometimes you're the windshield, sometimes you're the bug.
Yeah, super battler. Look at it here now, coming down the hill into turn 9, the left-hander. And Damien Faulkner stalking, isn't he? Just stalking Duncan Endy, looking for any opportunity to make that pass for the lead.
Again, the challenge class is providing great entertainment this year. The Cup class, if you will. We saw the massive field for the IMSA GT3 Cup presented by Yokohama, which supports the American Le Mans Series, and many of these teams have stepped up from that into the big show, and some of them have gone on into GT. Viz Paul Miller Racing, who started off in this category, and this is exactly what this class is about, to get people used to these longer races. 6 hours here this weekend. Some professional drivers, like these two guys, Duncan Endy and Damien Faulkner have plied their trade in this type of Porsche in Super Cup and Carrera Cup in other parts of the world, and this gives them a chance to race in the longer races. Typically the Super Cup and Carrera Cup races are 40 to 50 minutes long. Here it's proper endurance racing, and everybody's doing tactics, everybody's doing tyre management, and everybody's doing getting past and passing other classes of cars.
Yeah, just over halfway through the race, we're expecting the leaders into the pits any time now. And in fact, well, there we go. Guy Smith brings the number 16 car onto pit lane. Kelly.
Guy Smith will stay behind the wheel of this 16 Dyson Mazda. We saw Chris Dyson double stint his Dunlop tires. Looks like Guy Smith will be doing the same as they're fueling up but don't have the guys ready with the tires beside him. So it appears to be a fuel-only stop.
Now that is pressurized fluid, which will probably be either water or coolant at least, or oil. And Kelly may be able to update us on that. It's not necessarily a bad sign. It may just be prevention and regular service. It's 3 hours now. This is more than a regular American Le Mans Series race. I say that, regular American Le Mans Series race at 2 hours 45. How long is it since we've done a 2 hour 45 minute race? This season we've had many different durations, but it's a bit like taking your car in for your 8,000 mile service, isn't it? You have a bit of a look at it, make sure everything's okay, and it doesn't necessarily mean that there's anything wrong with our leading car, or formerly leading car, because through has gone Klaus Graf in the 6 Muscle Milk Aston Martin, and Primat's gone through as well in the 007.
Yeah, so number 6 now, Klaus Graf. That becomes the 4th different leader on this race, and he too now is on to pit lane.
Come in right on the marks, right on the marks. We will give you the drink bottle through the passenger door.
Klaus Graf has pulled the number 6 Muscle Milk Aston Martin to a stop. He will stay in the car. The team has given him a fresh drink bottle. Fuel is going in right now, and they are going to put on a set of Michelin tires, but it's not a new set. This is a set of scrub tires, so they've already been warned. That shiny surface is already off of them, which is important because there's not very much grip here at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca with all the sand on them. So these tires are going to help him get some grip coming up. The hybrid is also in pit lane right behind him. Klaus came in and hit his marks perfectly. This is a very clean pit stop for the number 6 guys. Klaus is already off of the jacks. A slight delay in firing the car up, though. He still doesn't have any power. Team telling him to go, and he got it.
Now that was very interesting because, as Jamie said, he doesn't have any power. He really didn't, because the headlights weren't on, and that's normally the first indicator, Jeremy, that the car is the button is about to be hit by the thumb of the driver.
Yep. So, did you hear that what Jamie also said there was a hybrid car came in as well, and whereas this was the 5th pit stop of the day for the Muscle Milk Aston Martin, okay, it did have a stop and go penalty, a stop and hold penalty as well, but just the 2nd pit stop for this car, the 911 hybrid Porsche. Fabulous.
It's dropped back behind with that pit stop of the entire GT field, but it's been running ahead of the GT category for a long time. And remember, this is a tweaked GT3 car, effectively, with that extra power from the 75 kilowatt motors on the 2 front wheels. Yep. So cycling through, Harold Primat took the lead in the 007. It's now time for his pit stop.
And the car has come to a stop. This time it is perfectly on its marks. The last couple have been really tight because of pit lane. This one is good. Adrian Fernandez is now getting it behind the wheel of the car. Adrian told me earlier this weekend he is so happy to be back racing in the United States. He said, I feel at home here. Lowe's is sponsoring him again to run this race, as well as Petit Le Mans. You can see the orchestration of the pit stop, though. When Aston Martin races over in Europe, the pit stop rules are different for the tire changes. They're only allowed 2 tire changers and 1 air gun. Here, they're allowed 2 air guns, 4 tire changers. So the orchestration and the choreography of the pit stop, they've had to work on. You see Adrian is still getting strapped in to the car, so this is taking a lot longer than expected. Some crew guys holding their hands up saying, what's going on? Door is finally shut. Adrian's looking for power. He's got it, and now he's out.
Yeah, certainly cost him some time there, but always this battle again for GT. But you know, that bit of a costly miscue there in the pits for Adrian Fernandez. It's cost him probably at least 5 seconds or so, and we've seen what a difference that will make.
Now, we had the first two, nose and tail, for some time. Look behind the Porsche and the Ferrari, and the third different manufacturer is the BMW, the 56 Crown Plaza car of Dirk Muller. Just a few moments ago, traffic playing its part again, and this is one of the GT cars again in the mix. The 68 of Tequila, and look, down the inside, roll off the brakes, through goes Vilander, he's got in the lead, he's leading, but can't get the power down early enough to stop the Porsche, out dragging him back towards the start-finish line. So yes, he led for all of 10 or 15 yards. He doesn't get scored in the lead when they come across the start-finish line. And all this battling, Jeremy, is pulling the BMW back towards them, and Dirk Muller's saying, thanks guys, keep that up, because I am hunting you down.
That's right, here we are on board with the number 56 car, and the nose to tail pretty much up there, the three leaders in GT. Just fantastic stuff. Back at the front of the field, that great stop by Dyson Racing. Guy Smith able to come out with a handy advantage over the 20 car of Humaid Al Masoud, who's yet to make a pit stop. He's on a slightly different strategy, and Humaid really needs to get going over his next few laps before he makes his next pit stop, in order not to go a lap down. In fact, I think he will go a lap down when he makes that pit stop. So harking back to that previous caution period when they came in to take on some fuel, I'm not sure that is going to work out in their favour.
So we're watching three different manufacturers here in terms of Porsche, Ferrari and BMW, and just to underline the variety of the GT category and in fact open class racing that we have here in the American Le Mans Series, rear-engined rear-wheel drive, mid-engined rear-wheel drive, front-engined rear-wheel drive. They don't come any different, they look different, they sound different, you can tell them apart. The essence of sports car racing. Oh, we've had such a great race. We're just into the second half of it. Guy Smith leads by 21 seconds. There are your other leaders. We'll be back with more from Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca for round 8 of the American Le Mans Series. Looking down from the Jaguar Helicam at this awesome battle for the supremacy in the GT category in the 8th round of the American Le Mans Series for 2011. Jörg Bergmeister is the lanky pilot of the 45 Flying Lizard Porsche, which leads by, what's that, a couple, maybe 3 Ferraris lengths, back to Tony Vilander in second. Not so far away, he's not quite as close as he was, Dirk Muller. He's lapping in pretty much identical lap times last time around, all within a tenth or two. There's Dirk Muller, just in the background. Behind Dirk Muller is the black and green of Scott Sharp, who's closing up on this as well. Traffic again means that we get a little bit more entertainment value. So the GT leaders pass a slower car and stand by for action as they are going to be passed by the 4th place prototype of Adrian Fernandez. Should mention that Humaid Al Masoud, by the way, up into 2nd place now in the number 20. Haven't seen Stephen Kane's name against that car yet today. Leitzinger and Al Masoud.
Well, that's exactly right, and that car, it's off strategy. It pitted about 16 laps later than the other LMP cars in the last round of pit stop, so I don't expect Masoud to be on to pit lane for a little while yet. But he's going to take advantage of running second on the road right now, but I fancy he's going to struggle to keep that car on the lead lap when he comes in and makes his next pit stop.
Which should be around about lap 140, and we're 10 laps away from that at the moment. So about 25 miles, a little bit more than that for Humaid Al Masoud. And I think we may see Stephen Kane at that time, unless Butch gets in for one more and then Stephen finishes off. A mistake there by Dirk Muller, just in the bottom of the picture. You can see the dust in the background, and that was caused by 2 Dunlop tyres dropping over the blue and white curbs on the exit of turn number 6. And he's got away with that. And you can see these GT guys. Right, okay, they're not nose and tail necessarily, but my goodness me, they are absolutely on it. Another battle, this for 5th position in GT. Ollie Gavin just ahead of Dirk Werner. Corvette versus BMW. Wow, how late does Werner break into turn 2? The Andretti hairpin Now, that is Ollie Gavin. I was just looking to see if it wasn't actually Tommy Milner, who's a lap further back, but that is the battle for 5th, as we said, in GT. And the back end, look, there it is from the outside. Watch the back end of the number 4 Chevy Corvette moving around. Ollie Gavin really struggling to get all the power and torque of that Detroit V8 down through the Michelin tyres. Damien Faulkner, who is now leading the category in GTC for Black Swan Green Hornet, with his teammate, the Black Swan 54 car, now in 2nd place. And that is, of course, because there's been a stop for the erstwhile leader. The 66 car drops down into 3rd and now has Ludwig at the wheel.
That's right, yeah. Duncan Endy has been into the pits, and Peter Ludwig at the wheel of that car. So here is this battle, and it's raging along, and it's for 5th place in GT. It's just, yeah, they're just about on the lead lap too.
Interesting that
they have made their pit stop. We expect the other leaders in GT, the first 3, to be on the first 4, I should say. That would be number 45, Jörg Bergmeier, 62, Tony Wielander, 56, Dirk Mueller, and the 01 of Scott Sharp onto pit lane fairly soon.
Just should mention as well, because we haven't seen too much of it, Christophe Bouchou's been turning some very quick laps indeed in the 055, the LMP2 contender. This is the first outing for the new HPD cost cap car, as the battle for 5th in GT is... Ooh, there was a sharp intake of breath there from me. Possibly not quite as sharp as from Dirk Werner as he stuck his nose in, but discretion better part of valour. Christophe Bouchou, just to finish my thought, has pushed his way back up to 6th, and shortly will be catching Elton Julian, and he will get into 5th position behind the P1 cars on the timing and scoring monitor, which of course you can pick up on the AmericanLeMans.com site. Of course, if you're listening or watching us around the world, get the same information that we do. Flying Lizard number 45 leading the category. Jörg Bergmeister will pit this time around, as this battle for 5th will take 1 more lap. And just look again at how the cars gaggle up or clump up on the circuits. And here comes Adrian Fernandez having to pick his way through traffic. And Kyle Marcelli is amongst the guys that he needs to get past here.
That's right there. Kyle Marcelli, he's been onto pit lane fairly recently. Did not take on fresh tyres.
Yeah, fuel only for that car. It was the 06 that did fuel and tyres.
Right, and we see the 2 Intersport cars. Oh, here we go.
Leader in GT is in the pit lane.
Yes, number 45 has come to a stop on pit road. There is a driver change happening. Patrick Long getting behind the wheel of the car. Fuel is still going in. Jörg Bergmeister helping Pat get all buckled in. The number 56 is also in pit lane for a driver change. Dirk Mueller getting out. Joey Hand is getting in. Number 56, though, is having trouble getting the door shut. They got it shut. Number 45 is up on the jacks first. They're getting a new set of Michelin tires. The number 56 up on the jacks, they're taking a new set of Dunlop tires. So both of these teams doing their quickest stops possible. Number 45 is already fired up and is out. Number 56 right behind him.
And once again, then the Ferrari, Tony Wielander, the Risi Competizione Ferrari, going a little bit longer on each tank of fuel than both the Porsche and the BMW. That could be significant by the end of the day.
Notice on the back of the Flying Lizard number 45, with a big gap there as he gets out before we see the BMW. Notice they had a decal there for secret drink mix. So I asked Jane Hart of Flying Lizard what the secret drink mix was. She said, can't tell you, it's a secret. No further forward with that one.
What a great stop that was for the Lizards there. They must have been using some of that drink, I think, because they got Patrick out there much quicker than the BMW. Here is the 62 car, the class leader in GT.
Battle scarred down the side with a couple of little rubs as it comes to its pit stall right on its marks.
And Tony Wielander will stay behind the wheel of the 62 Risi Ferrari. You can see them fueling it up now, giving him a clean tear off there on the windshield. They've got 4 new Michelin tires ready to go. And Tony Wielander has not had much track time here at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca. This was, in fact, his first race here, and he only got limited practice time before they sent him out to qualify the car. And he said it was maybe going to take a bit of time here today in the race to get it under control, but as we've seen him battling with that 45 Flying Lizard, seems like he's gotten quite comfortable. They've got the car down, waiting for him to fire it up. I'm not sure what the problem is here. The car's not firing.
Cycle the master.
You can hear the radio call, cycle the master. Oh, this is devastating for the 62. Losing a lot of time here, sitting in pit lane. And now Tony gets it fired up finally, and he's off.
Because we need to wind Tony Vilander up even further before he goes back into the fray. He's not going to be happy with that. Cycle the Master is effectively the automotive, the racing version of Control Alt Delete. Basically the three-fingered salute, if you like, for a racing car. Turn it off and turn it on again and hope that the software clears itself. That's exactly what it did. Meantime, Hamed Al Masood has been into the pit lane. That was a very quick stop. I would guess well, I think that was Stephen Kane's helmet in the car. Yes, that is the bright orange and fluorescent green. That is the first time that the Northern Irishman's been in the car. So it seemed a quick stop, but I'm guessing that is Stephen Kane in the car. So that will be a fresh set of Dunlop rubber, a new driver, just getting up to speed. Don't want to be on there, mate. That's where all the marbles are. He's not up to speed there, Jeremy, is he? Is he still messing about with his belts? That is indeed Stephen Kane. What?
Well, you know, he doesn't... he wants to make sure he doesn't make a mistake, you know. There's the 63 car, which is Elton Jr., the leader in LMP Challenge.
He's up to speed now. Much to the chagrin of Elton Julian, who had 2 or 3 goes to get by him. I think Stephen's just feeling himself in. He's not been in the car in the race yet. We've got, you know, somewhere over
down though. So
you were right. He said he would lose the lap.
That's certainly not good news for those guys. But there is still, you know, 2 hours and 38 minutes to go. Plenty of time.
Christophe Bouchou in the background there as well has now got up into 5th position. So we have the ACO class prototypes in positions 1, 2, 5 with the new cost cap HPD entry in its maiden voyage here, let's not forget. Running very well indeed, and that has been, there are going to be people forming an orderly queue, I think, down at Santa Clarita, because that new configuration of car being able to run at only 900 kilograms and with the bigger restrictor, because it is the cost cap car, I think there'll be a lot of LMP2 teams looking very closely at that. Damage on the back of Marco Holzer's 44 Flying Lizard there. He's taken a beating from someone earlier on. Look at the right rear. And he's got one headlight out. That is a car that's been in the wars there, Jeremy.
It certainly has. Surprised more cars haven't been in the wars, quite frankly.
You know, it's been a pretty good race, hasn't it? I mean, I know we've had now, 4 full course cautions, but they have mainly been for people falling off the track and needing to be recovered. They've been turned around very quickly by the safety teams of IMSA and Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca. And what we've had is an awful lot of very entertaining racing. And I'm loving it. Loving this circuit. Loving this race, and we've still got effectively a full American Le Mans Series normal race still to go.
Now look at this, Patrick Long here in a Flying Lizard Porsche. We saw when they came out of the pits, he had a pretty good margin over the number 56 BMW.
Now this is for the lead. This is for the lead, let's not forget. The Ferrari of Tony Vilander, that little stutter just seemed like a few seconds, didn't it? That's the difference between battling for the lead and down in 5th place now.
Yeah, it's incredibly close here in GT, because the other BMW I think is right behind as well.
Yeah.
And Oliver Gavin's not far behind them either.
And they're all on the lead lap again, as you rightly predicted, all the way down to, I think, Johannes van Overbeek in 6th position. In fact, Tommy Milner might be back on the lead lap as well.
I don't
is it
think
just
Tommy
Johannes?
is, possibly.
6th position, yeah.
But there's the other BMW right behind that Intersport LMP Challenge car. So 1, 2 and 3 there in the picture, and there's the Corvette not far back as well. So we've got 4 cars there, the leaders in GT, all between turns 10 and 11 at the same time.
Across the line.
Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, we love it. We love it.
At the front, just a quick note, Guy Smith is still turning some good laps. He's extended his margin out to...
nearly 30 seconds now, isn't it?
Yeah, is that what it was?
Yeah, 28.7 last time around.
Over Klaus Graf, and Adrian Fernandez not quite yet up to full speed in that car, which kind of surprised me because he was right on the case from the moment he stepped into that car at the beginning of the weekend.
What is really surprising me that is Stephen Kane in the 20 car. He's well off the pace by a couple of seconds. Now he gets down under 120 for the first time. We've seen this with Stephen before, though. He hasn't had a huge amount of track time this weekend, certainly not in race conditions. So he'll be feeling his way, and I'll say this, we've mentioned it in other race broadcasts, but the guys of Oryx Dyson Racing, Hamid Al-Masoud and Stephen Kane, the two full-timers, have really played a blinder this year, eased themselves into all of these races at tracks they don't know. And, you know, generally speaking, there was a little whoopsie, wasn't there, at Mid-Ohio when Stephen put the car in the wall. But other than that, they've been pretty much picture perfect. Foot wrong, not put. Rearrange.
And there's the muscle milk at Lola Aston Martin making a move on the GT leaders coming into turn 11, and that car is running well. And it's kind of interesting that because the Lola Aston Martin at muscle milk car hasn't been quite as quick as the other contenders in LMP in the race. It wasn't in qualifying. The Dyson cars were both a little bit quicker, but we really did expect the Michelin tyres and that Lola Aston Martin to be right with them in the race. And in terms of, if you look at their lap times on a sort of consistent basis, the muscle milk car not quite there on a par with the others.
Still the GT battle continues, this time unwittingly helping out both the Jaguar and the prototype challenge car there. That's just going through the bottom of the screen. That's the 37 for Luca Moro in that car. He was less than consistent in practice earlier on. '54 of Tim Pappas, Black Swan Racing, just about to. Yeah, oh, that's. Do you know what? That Tim Pappas, take a bow there, because he really made room for Pat Long there, and possibly compromised his own run through the corkscrew as the two BMWs scythe past him down into turn number 10. So easy to get things very, very wrong at that point on the racetrack.
And just a note here to Adrian Fernandez and Stephen Kane. They're both now down in the well, 1 minute 17s for Adrian Fernandez, 1 minute 18s for Stephen Kane. And we talked about it before. The track conditions here at Mazda Raceway, Laguna Seca, there's always a bit of a fine dust around. Particularly, we've seen cars running off the road, pulling the dirt and gravel back onto the track. So it's a slippery place, and it does take several laps to get the tyres properly up to full optimal working temperatures. And I think that's what we've seen there with both the 007 car and the 20 car of Stephen Kane since they made their pit stops. But they're now getting on with the case. And a couple of laps ago, Adrian was down to within about 0.3 of a second of the best lap in that car set so far in the very early stages by Stefan Luca.
Just watching the Porsche 911 Hybrid, as we have seen in the past, that car has, oh my goodness me! Now that was nearly a very nasty moment as the two BMWs are swapping places there. That, I think, was Kevin Buckler in the 68 car. He got eased off the circuit by the prototype of Luca Moro, and he got a big tank slapper coming back on, and very nearly was collected by one or both of the BMWs. And that allowed the Beamers, I think we'll see, to have swapped places. So Porsche, BMW, Corvette, Ferrari in the top 6. Yes, Dirk Werner has gone ahead of his teammate Joey Hand. Not good for the championship, that.
And Tony Vielander, though, in 5th place in that class. He's only less than 10 seconds behind this battle, behind Patrick Long, the 45 Flying Lizard Porsche. He does lead that class, then the two BMWs neck and neck, or nose to tail, at least right behind him. And then not too far behind that is Oliver Gavin in number 4 Corvette, only maybe a second and a half or so. And then trying to track them down again after that tardy pit stop is Tony Vielander in that number 62 Ferrari.
Danger here for Pat Long. He was held up behind Tim Pappas. Not Tim's fault there in it's Sebastian Blekemolen actually in that car now, back in 3rd place. He was just on his racing line, and that has allowed Dirk Werner to describes himself as the baby of the group. And that four-driver team for Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan. And look at how this has changed again, Jeremy. Pat Long looking relatively comfortable just, a couple of laps ago. And now look at the gap coming down in the final corner. The voice of Bobby Rahal. Well-chosen words there to his driver. Go get him.
Go get him.
Man of few words is Mr. Rahal, but when he speaks, you should listen because he talks an awful lot of sense. Really enjoying this foray back into sports car racing for Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan. The counterpoint to open wheel racing and IndyCar racing couldn't be bigger.
Yeah, second of the BMWs, they dropped back a bit. Joey Hand must have got a bit of the worst of the traffic on that previous lap.
From the Jaguar Helicam. Oh, look at the BMW on the brakes there. That is graphically illustrating just how hard Dirk Werner is pushing.
Fascinating. I mean, he carries a lot of speed into the corner, but certainly the Porsche got on the pound a little bit earlier and maintained that advantage out of on the exit of the corner as well.
Now coming up to the corkscrew, of course this is flattening it all out from up here, but again massive amount of speed taken into the apex, into the pointy bit of the corner. Pat Long, is he struggling for a little bit of grip here? He just seems to be more tentative, Jeremy, to me, on turning up to the centre of the corner. He's getting good, reasonable grip out from the centre out. Yeah, look at that, punches out of the corners. That's the weight balance, of course, at the back of that car over the back wheels, lots of grip, but he's rather more circumspect on the brakes and into the apex. Really, really noticeable there. And look at the other BMW of Joey Hand. He's got an even better car underneath him, it would seem, at the moment.
Boy, he closed right up on that last lap, didn't he, Joey Hand?
How much did he take out of those guys? A couple of seconds?
That's close to it. Absolutely remarkable lap by Joey Hand. And just behind those guys right now, by the way, is the 63 car of Elton Julian. He was leading the class in LMP Challenge, however has just made a pit stop a couple of laps ago, so it's now Kyle Marcelli in the number 89 car in LMP Challenge for Intersport Racing that is back into the lead of LMP Challenge.
2.5 hours still to run. I wonder if my blood pressure will take this, because this has been non-stop. Can you think of more than 2 or 3 laps, Jeremy, and I'm not talking about anything under caution, can you think of more than 2 or 3 laps where we haven't had a battle between 2 or more cars to describe for the viewer?
No. Kind of normal, really. There's Stephen Kane there working his way through these GT leaders. And behind him, also looking to do so, will be Elton Julian in that second place car in LMP Challenge. And if the situation were to stay right now, Elton Julian in that car number 63 is running ahead of both of the core Autosport entries, the 06 and the 05, and that would mean a change. If they stay like that, it'll mean a change of the lead in the points in LMP Challenge.
What with only one event to
go,
of course. 2 weeks time, Petit Le Mans, Road Atlanta, final round of the American Le Mans Series, penultimate round of the ILMC. All the boys from Europe coming over to play in the ALMS's backyard. The battle is rejoined 2 weekends from now. Jeremy and I with live coverage of qualifying on the AmericanLeMans.com website, and then the whole race on ESPN3, and our usual syndicated live coverage in Canada, Europe and all other points. There is Kyle Marcelli,
leading the class in LMP Challenge.
It was a quick splash of fuel, or a full tank of fuel, for Elton Julian on his last pit stop. No tyres for him when we were talking about him dropping out of the lead. Damien Faulkner there.
22 seconds behind as they crossed the line that time.
Damien Faulkner there, we got a quick blast of him, still leading in the GTC category. There is the chasing car.
Of Elton Julian, and Rudy Junko in the 06 car is about 40 seconds, probably 20 odd seconds behind Elton Julian. So Each of the top 3 cars in LMP Challenge right now separated by about 20 seconds. A note also back in just a quick note in GT, the number 17 car, we saw it had some problems earlier on, that we've gathered now is out of the race.
Yes, I feared as much when we saw the extensive damage on the left rear, run into the back of by a GTC car. If you know anything about Porsches, and I am, for my sins, a Porsche owner. See, that's not fair. I am a very proud Porsche owner. And looking at the damage at the back of that car, that looked expensive and terminal. And unfortunately for Brian Sellers and Wolf Hensler, Derek Walker and the rest of the boys, indeed, that was the case. And that'll be a bit of disappointment for them, you know, because they've had a bit of a head of steam, haven't they, over the last few races, been competitive, not perhaps quite as competitive today, but I'm sure they'll get themselves back together going to Petit-Le-Mans in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, and they got themselves up to 4th overall in the points table in GT. That's pretty amazing. And 3rd in the team championships, behind only BMW, Royal Letterman Lanigan Racing Team and Corvette Racing. So pretty remarkable effort by that Walker Racing guys from Falcon Tire team.
Exalted company that they're in for effectively a brand new team this year. Looking back.
So there's Guy Smith coming through the screen there, and you just saw just ahead of him was Adrian Fernandez, so not far from being lapped as Adrian Fernandez, so he really does need to try and step it up. In the meantime, Stephen Kane's just turned the fastest lap, not quite the fastest lap of race, 1 minute 15.654.
0-6, 3rd place in LMPC, and we saw the leaders going through earlier on. So he's got a little bit of ground to make up, and that is Rudy Kunko. Has led this race, made a little mistake just about here, and that seemed to unsettle him. Certainly the car never looked the same after that. 2 hours and 24 minutes still to run here at Mazda Raceway, Laguna Seca. John Hindhaugh and Jeremy Shaw for ESPN3. Now that does not look like a standard stop for the 2nd place car. This has championship implications.
Yes, the number 6 Muscle Milk Aston Martin Racing car pulled into pit lane, but very, very slowly. It sounded like he wasn't even under power and was just coasting in. Team trying to get the deck lid off right now. I'm going to check with the team member, and I'll give you an update in just a minute.
I am going to posit that might be an electrical problem. The flickering of the back lights is not a good sign. The LEDs take very little power, no front lights notice. They're looking around the back of the car, the decks come off. There's no real urgency to this, and I take that as a bad sign. They don't know what the problem is, Jeremy.
No, I think you're right, and certainly a bad time in the race for this to come for the Muscle Milk Aston Martin team. They were running in 2nd place, about half a minute down, but they're looking around there and nothing obvious, certainly.
Pick up on the edge of the tyre there, on the left, the tyre furthest away from us, a ridge, a band of rubber that's rubbed off. That car, Jamie was absolutely right.
Give us just a second to look at some data, Klaus, and then we can stamp the time of death on it.
I just checked in with the team, and they said that Klaus believes that the engine is just completely done. He told the guys, I think our day is done. Right now you can see there's not a whole lot of hustle down here at Muscle Milk Aston Martin Racing.
Oh boy.
And that's the championship.
Yeah.
Right there. They have not made 70% of the race. You talked about this at the start. We haven't got any of the firewire connections in. There's no electrical power at all to that car at the moment. Look at the headlights. They are glinting, but that's in reflected sunshine. And you get the sense here, Jeremy, that they are going through the motions. This is a cursory glance. There was...
Yeah, the body English down there isn't good, is it?
No.
What a shame. I mean, these guys have worked so hard. For Baltimore a couple of weeks ago, they had an electrical problem on the first day. They did a massive amount of work to change the complete electrical system on that car, and they've effectively had to do it again coming into this week as well. But this is a poor way to reward some fabulously hard work by the Muscle Milk Lola Aston Martin team.
You get the feeling that this is not going to be solved in an instant, if at all, I'm afraid. So that car has already dropped down to 4th position. The new 2nd place car is the 007 Aston Martin, but the leader is Guy Smith with Marcelli, Long, Faulkner and Boucher, the rest of your class leaders. We'll be back with more action from Monterey next. Well, no problems with the weather today. It's been warm, it's been sunny, the wind has been relatively decent, but problems in the pit lane, and indeed out of the pit lane now. The Aston Martin V12, the 6-litre, not powering the Muscle Milk car. This is...
sad sight, actually.
Yeah, people power pushing that away.
And that's the local team. They're based in Benicia, California, just up in the Bay Area, just a couple of hours or so away from here. And they've got a lot of friends and supporters with them this weekend.
Now, that car is not yet done. They're taking it back to the pit area so that more people can look at it and potentially work on it to fix the problem. And the reason they're doing that is quite simple. They are desperately trying to keep the championship battle with this car, the leader, Guy Smith in the 16 Mazda Lola, alive through to the next event in 2 weeks' time. Now, Guy Smith desperately doesn't need that to happen. The guys at Dyson, I'm sure, would like to go into the series finale, knowing that they've got the championship wrapped up. He's almost lapped Adrian Fernandez. He was just about 4 or 5 seconds ahead of him. Meantime, back in GT, you want to race on the track? Go and look for the GT cars. And once again, it's Joey Hand back ahead of his teammate Dirk Werner, 56 from 55. These two cars have swapped back around a couple of times. The Crown Plaza RLL BMWs, and Pat Long once again has got his mirrors full of BMWs.
Surprise, surprise.
Look at the lap times. The last lap times for Longhand, Werner and Villander, the top four. 124.6, 124.2, 124.1, 124.3. You know, these guys are so evenly matched as Hand drags up to the back. Joey has been in imperious form this weekend. Absolutely blitzed qualifying with a time that was out of the ballpark compared to everyone else. We normally talk about tenths or fractions of a tenth of a second. He was over 7 tenths ahead of the next best car in the class, and we just don't normally see that round a circuit of just...
but the Porsche is out in front, and that is exactly where Patrick Long intends to keep it. But this is a wonderful battle, and the fifth place car in GT, Oliver Gavin, he's about 10 seconds behind Tony Vilander. So Vilander's about 6 or 7 seconds behind his trio, and then about another 10 seconds back to the best of the Corvettes.
And is Johannes van Overbeek in the all-1 car in the ASM Ferrari? Is he still on the lead lap? He is, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He's about, the lead lap. He's about 20 seconds farther behind Oliver Gavin.
So the top 6 in GT, still very much in with a shout. As in from that battle, from 5th position comes Yardley Hastings' finest, Ollie Gavin, has brought the 4 car on pit lane.
And as they just finished fueling that number 4 Corvette, now they're putting on 4 new Michelin tires. This is a team that struggled with their setup until qualifying when they got finished second. A very clean pit stop there for the number 4 Corvette. And Oliver Gavin's back underway.
A bit of backslapping and fist pumping there from the Pratt & Miller GM team, and rightly so, as we head straight back to the sharp end of the action. And once again, the Cisneros driven MGT, the GTC car, just getting in the mix there, slowing down Pat Long.
Just trying to think ahead a little bit here. Did it take on? They didn't take on tyres. It was fuel only, was it, the Corvette?
No.
Yeah, okay.
That was tyres as
it
well.
Was, okay,
yeah, 4 tyres.
No, I was actually going to just look at my notes here. Just trying to figure out. We've got 2 hours and 14 minutes to go in this race. The Corvette can get to the end from here on certainly one full pit stop, and maybe it might be able to stretch that to the end of the race. We know all these other guys are going to have to stop twice. So the Corvette, it might have to make a splash right at the end, but this is, even though the Corvette is back a little bit now, it is far from out of contention.
Yeah. The sound of a V8 from BMW. Just have a quick listen there. This is it pulls up the hill. Bangs in the downshifts. That was through the corkscrew. You hear the car getting light. Listen for the feather. Oh, leader held up again, this time by the GT Porsche on the outside. That was Bryce Miller in the Paul Miller racing car. 48. Leading 3 will get through to the final corner. you'd say there was a certain inevitability about the BMWs dragging up to the back of this car, but as the much-loved Murray Walker used to say, catching is one thing, passing is another. And they do seem to be able to make ground on Pat Long, for it is he back in the Lizard number 45, almost at will, but we haven't really seen a determined dab, a determined poke to get by that Lizard in the lead for, what, 10 or 15 laps?
Indeed so, and yeah, what's interesting to me is Patrick Long, clearly that Porsche is not as quick as the two cars that are trying to track him down in overall pace, but Patrick has been absolutely inch perfect. He's driving a beautiful race and he's maintaining position ahead of those two. And if we look back just a little bit, the Ferrari is inching closer as well. Talk about that air of inevitability. And if we can look back down the hill, there it is. Just a flash of the Ferrari coming through turn 6 as a leader in GT. Patrick Long turns into the corkscrew. Whoa, there's a big moment there for Joey Hand in the BMW 56 car. Got a bit on the dirt coming out of the corkscrew, and that has lost him, again, that's lost him a little bit of ground that he just made up over the Porsche. Fascinating.
Now, Pat has put his teammate between himself and the pursuers, but in fairness, Seth Nyman plays a very fair game. Stays just enough offline for Joey Hand to get by. They're going to the start finish. There is the 62. My goodness me, Philander is in full attack mode. 25.6 for Long, 26.4 for Hand, 27.1 for Werner, 24.8 for Philander. And if you're going to turn laps like that, Tony, this is exactly the time to do it. He's got the side windows slid open on that car to get a bit of extra airflow in, just the little perspex gap there, just enough room to get you in and out burger through. As we're in California. Animal style place. As they head up the hill now, he has the Bryce Miller 48 car to get by, and he's hit that at a very inopportune moment. He'll dive to driver's left and use the banking. Oh, this is such a shame. Bruno Junqueira at the wheel of the Jaguar. They've been running.
Kenny Wilden, I think.
Is it Kenny Wilden? Excuse me. He's still got the engine, motive power still there in the cat.
Coming down the hill, isn't it? Out of turn 9.
Yeah.
We are on board coming through the corkscrew behind our race leader.
Everything good, everything good. Turning into... Oh, that's... I got it, I don't... Oh, Ferrari in close attendance. That was an odd one then.
Yeah. Curious, that one.
He turned it. It's going to bring out a full course caution, I'd guess. Let's see, was there a touch here? No, he just gone around.
Tell you what, that's good news for Adrian Fernandez, because actually Adrian just turned the best lap in that car. Just turned a 1:16.429 last time around. He'd been told and or seen the Dyson car in his mirror. Oh, it's some oil damage.
I wonder if there is, because that was a... I mean, you know, that was a very, very odd piece of spinning there from the Jaguar. It just seemed to go at an odd point in the corner, not when you think you'd be on the throttle. You feather back the throttle there, Jeremy, don't you, as you're just turning in and you're on sort of what you call a training. The Autocon car going around as well at the same point. It's Brian Willman back in the American Le Mans Series. And there is aboard the 99. Synchronized spinning from Brian Willman to join the 99 Jaguar.
Didn't want to make Kenny Wilden feel bad, did he?
Oh no, he's just run out of room.
Yeah, right in front of the GT second place car. And also right in front of the LMP Challenge championship leader as well. Yikes.
Yes.
It was close.
Yeah, Brian would not have been the toast of the banquet in a couple of weeks' time if he'd taken all of those guys out.
Right.
The name Silo car then gets it through. Full course caution, number 5, I think. Jeremy says 4. He's the man who keeps the stats, so that is confirmed. It's still Guy Smith that leads overall. We'll come back when the pits are open to Monterey and the American Le Mans Series. It's Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca. John Hindhaugh and Jeremy Shaw. Hello there. Where have you been for the last, 4 hours or thereabouts? We've had some of the best sports car racing in many a year And aside from what's going on the track, we've got the Michelin Green X Challenge running as well. It's still the Muscle Milk Aston Martin that leads with a total of 31.88. That car behind the wall at the moment, so that may change. Yeah, the 007 Aston Martin racing car in second place, ahead of Oryx Dyson, with still a couple of hours to run. And remember, an invite to the 2012 Le Mans 24 Hours up for grabs at the end of the season. In Grand Touring GT, to you and I, Risi Competizione, it's still so tight. 22.3, 22.6 for the 56 BMW and 23 flat for the Flying Lizard Porsche. Remember, clean, fast and efficient adds up to great racing and a better result for the planet in the Michelin Green X Challenge. We're under caution here with the Mazda 6 safety car heading the field around. The pass around has just begun, so we should be opening the pits in just a few moments' time. Jeremy, before they all dive into the pit lane, very quickly, who does this benefit?
I think Corvette, because I'm assuming that the Corvette got waved around. Haven't been able to see it. We don't have a vantage point, unfortunately, where we are. But I think this is going to be perfect for the Corvette, because we talked about a little while ago, I reckon they can get to the end of the race on one pit stop, and they might have needed a very quick splash. Well, there is the Corvette getting waved around. Great. So they're just going to join the rear end of the pack. They're going to need to make one more pit stop, I think, now, because of this caution, because they're going to save some fuel, if you like, under this caution, not running flat out. So that, I think, should enable them to get to the end of one more pit stop. However, the other leaders, I think, in GT are going to have to make 2 pit stops. They're going to probably make one now and another one. They're going to need 2 stops for sure.
And the overall leader, the number 16 Dyson Mazda in. Guy Smith getting fuel in the car. It looks like they're also going to put some fresh Dunlops on there. The feedback from the team at this point is everything is all good for Guy Smith. And we'll see how this pit stop plays out for them as they continue to top it off with the fuel. And now they go to work changing those Dunlop tires. The team was also curious what was going on with Muscle Milk, but these are great competitors. They'd love to see that number 6 back out there. Jamie?
The number 007 Aston Martin is on pit road. Driver is going to stay in. I believe it's Adrian Fernandez still in the car with a fresh drink bottle. Fuel is going in, no other service. Now the car is going up on the jack for a fresh set of Michelin tires. One advantage that Muscle Milk has this weekend is that there are a lot of people here from Aston Martin. So George Howard Chappell, the head of Aston Martin Racing and ProDrive, already went over to help him. They have some other support and engine support over there helping him as well right now. It's a great stop by the number 007, and he's out.
It's a very, very good point that Jamie Howe makes down there in the pit lane. The works car being here means just more of a brains trust for the 6 car, which still is behind the wall. Remember now, it's about damage limitation for that car. They need to get out within the next half an hour or so and just turn some laps and get to 70%.
Yeah, so I think now Stephen Kane in the number 20 car did not come into the pits, so I think that will move him back onto the same lap as the 2 leaders. This is also extremely good news for this car, for Adrian Fernandez, because he was kind of in danger of going a lap down, although, like I said, just before the caution came out, he turned a very quick lap, the best lap that car has done thus far.
He was about, Jeremy, about 1.5 seconds or 2 seconds ahead of the leader when the caution came out.
I think he pulled out just a little bit more than that, but certainly it wasn't much, and he was very much in danger of going a lap down. So he did. He got the call, or he saw the car in his mirrors, and he put his foot down, and he got with the program. But now he's going to be right in contention.
There is Stephen Kane in the line. Must give a little shout out for Chapman Dakota, who is in the number 89 car, which pitted from the lead of LMPC. Now dropped down to 3rd, but has a pit stop under its belt. As in go the GT cars. Now the battle is on pit lane. 45 Porsche, 56 BMW, 55 BMW, 62 Porsche, all heading down pit lane. Now it's not down to the drivers, it's down to the wheel guns and the pit crew. There's also coming along pit lane, 3rd place in GTC.
Patrick Long is pulled to a stop in that number 45 Flying Lizard Motorsports Porsche. He overshot the marks by just a little bit, but it wasn't enough to be an issue. Fuel is complete. A new set of Michelin tires going on. Also on pit lane are both the number 55 and the number 56 BMW, they're doing fuel and driver change the number 55 is doing a driver change. Bill Augerland is getting in. Number 56 is already fired up, and he has beat him out at pit lane. The number 45 has lost their position.
Now, there was somebody who went to the back of the Flying Lizard 45. I wonder if that was just a fluids top up there that cost them a couple of seconds and the lead in class, because there was certainly nothing wrong there, Jeremy, with the tyre changing and the fueling. They were ahead of the BMW. The car could have gone back down off its jacks, and it didn't. So that is something that I need to just investigate. The other team that I need to give a little bit of kudos to, quite a lot of kudos to actually, is the 055 Level 5. This is a brand new car, the Cost Cap Honda, the ARX, the HPT engine, and that car is up into 4th position, and just before this yellow flag turned to 1:17.538. Christophe Bouchou, its fastest lap of the race. And if that is the shape of Cost Cap P2 cars, can we have some more, please? Roger and the guys down at HPD in Santa Clarita will be very happy to see what's been going on. As will Scott Tucker, I think, confirmed from the pit lane, thank you, Jamie, that there was oil added to the back of the Porsche number 45. They all have the quick fill system where you pressurise the canister and just drop that into a quick fill area. We'll be going back to green shortly. Let's make sure we miss no green flag racing, so we'll leave you now to come back to Monterey in a moment. And as you rejoin us with impeccable timing, the green flag is flying and we're racing again with just under 2 hours to go here at round number 8 of the American Le Mans Series. The traffic jam into the Andretti hairpin is predictable, exciting, and we're racing again in the middle of the pack with the leader, Guy Smith, having to come through the GT battle.
Yeah, and right behind him now is Adrian Fernandez. Fernandez was almost a lap behind him before now, but right now Adrian Fernandez is on the tail of this ModSpace G-Oil Lola Mazda, so this is going to be quite a contest.
Look through the traffic. These are the quick GT cars. It's not that easy to get by them when you've just come off a full course caution. Not everything, not all of the tyres are up to temperature and pressure, but Guy Smith was imperious on the restart earlier on when he got the lead, if you remember. He was just showing no
and that was a change,
at all.
That was a change, I think, for the lead.
Yes.
In GT Challenge. We saw right there the two cars going side by side into the corkscrew.
Yeah.
66 of Peter Ludwig and the 34 of Peter Lasafra, who has taken over from Damien Faulkner.
Absolutely spot on. It's Sebastian Blekemolen in the Black Swan racing car down in third place.
As well, right there.
Yeah, all in it, all in the battle there. Once again, as they go down the front straight, we are watching battles for position. How quick is that hybrid? It's just blown by the 62 leading GT car of Tony Vielander.
Tell you what a great restart lap that was though by Guy Smith. He pulled out 4 seconds over Adrian Fernandez. He really got the hammer down there. He was patient when he needed to be, aggressive when he needed to be. Excellent restart lap by Guy Smith in that car number 16.
Porsche have poured a lot of development into this 911 hybrid. We saw it first of all on the Nordschleife, and it's just been good.
Yeah, look, and it's just got ahead now of Tony Vielander, so the hybrid car is actually the best placed of all the GT cars in this race again, indeed. It has made only 2 pit stops to the... Tony Vielander's only made 3, actually. Tony Vielander didn't make a pit stop this time around.
Yep.
That's interesting.
Ollie Gavin in second. Pat Long has just gone back up into third place. He's gone ahead of Joey Hand last time across the start-finish line. So once again, this battle between different manufacturers, Ferrari, Corvette, Porsche, all in the mix.
There's Elton Julian there in the 63 car making a move down to the inside. That is a leader in LMP Challenge. Gunnar Jeanette now has got himself up to second place in that class. He's only a couple of seconds or so behind, but that car there, the number 4 car, Oliver Gavin, by my reckoning, he's looking pretty good in this race. He's second place in GT, but I think he has 1 less stop to make than the Ferrari.
Do you think we dare send someone down there and ask Doug Feehand Doug Feehan, if they have to make one more stop, just the one, Mrs. Wembley. Down to the battle for third and fourth. This is the last spot on the podium right now in GT, and Pat Long once again has a pesky BMW right in his wheel tracks.
He's used to that.
I was going to say, every time he looks behind him today, doesn't matter whether he's in the lead, second or third, he's got one or sometimes two BMWs. He's going to go past here the leader in GTC. Oh, he's got the leader in the race coming up as well. So once again, 3 categories, 1 shot.
So that's Stephen Kane there in the number 20 car, and he did make a pit stop during that caution. Not quite sure why. I guess I thought he would have gone back on the lead lap when the other two came in, but by coming in himself a couple of laps later, he's given back that potential advantage, and worse than that, he's now at the back of the pack as well. So
he just likes racing and overtaking people, clearly.
There you go, but still, that's a very, very quick car that Stephen Kane has underneath him. He set the fastest lap of the race thus far was set by Guy Smith back on lap 90. We're now on lap 166. Guy Smith did a 1:15.6, and as I say that, he goes quicker again. 1:15.598 as Guy Smith comes across the line, as opposed to 1:15.654, so mere thousandths of a second for Stephen Kane.
Quick look at the leader after he's done the quick lap. 1:15.598, and back to the leader of GT. The battle-scarred, but not weary yet, 62 Risi Competizione Ferrari.
The 62 stayed out on that last round of pit stops. There's a couple things at play. Number one, first and foremost, they're just going for a different strategy. They have fuel, they'll be good for a while, but they're hoping for another yellow. But secondly, they were worried about the minimum drive time for Tony Vielander, that he hadn't reached it yet, so they couldn't have done their driver change to get Jamie Mello back in the car at that point. So they're leaving Tony in. Now he'll be good to go to reach his minimum and get his points, but they really have their fingers crossed over here at Risi Ferrari that they're going to get another yellow before they have to come back in and refuel.
That there was a nod, a sage nod of agreement there from Mr. Shaw sitting to my right here. As you know, we always say there's plenty of talent on the track here in the American Le Mans Series. There is just as much on the pit wall as well, when you've got people like Thomas Blom calling the strategy for the car ahead of us now, the 45 Flying Lizard, Bobby Rahal looking after the BMWs. You've got Doug Feehan and Danny Binks down in the GM Corvette pit. There's talent on the pit wall as well as behind the wheel.
Brilliant stuff here. No, by the way, we talked about Guy Smith setting the fastest lap of the race. Christophe Bouchou in that HPD, the ARX-01G.
Whoa, come on!
Car.
Look at that! Right into the back of him there. That was it's getting just a little bit physical again there, Jeremy. Sorry to interrupt you. But this battle for third place in the final podium position. And we know that the Flying Lizards, and anyone who's been on the scanners listing, we know that the Flying Lizard team feel that they've been a bit of a target. Pat Long was very outspoken, wasn't he? It's Baltimore. Now, a more discreet distance between the two of them this time through the corkscrew. Back of the Andretti hairpin was the scene of the crime. Jeremy, watch this.
Yeah, down on the brakes there, and Patrick Long, as he's been doing all the way along, just taking a good steady line into the corner, and just that BMW carries a lot more speed through the apex of the corner and tries to get on the power, and really has to kind of lift off a little bit there, because Patrick Long, he slowed it down where he needed to slow it down, and he got it off the corner as quick as he could to maintain that advantage. Good driving by Patrick Long.
Patrick just drifts into the apex a bit earlier in the Porsche, then he sort of makes the second apex a little narrower for himself, so he can get on the power a bit early. It's clever, but what it does do is it opens up the left-hand side of the racetrack for somebody like Joey Hand to stick his nose in there if he squares off the corner a bit tighter. And the danger is that temptation is there for the following car. It looks like you've left the door open into that second apex.
Yeah, possibly so, and maybe he's trying to kind of go Joey Hand to make a mistake, but the way Joey has been driving this season, I think that's pretty unlikely, because he has been absolutely magnificent from the beginning of the very first race at Sebring. He's had more poles than anybody else. He's won more races than anybody else. He, along with his teammate, of course, you know, he's just driving an exemplary season, and he's trying to wrap up the championship. Let's not forget that.
You know, that must be so tiring and mentally exhausting for both of these drivers. Every time we've seen the Lizard, it's had a car behind it, and again a little dart to driver's left there by Joey Hahn. Now that time he's not really trying to make a pass, he's just getting in the mirrors in the sighting. Look at the battle behind with Oberlin and the Corvette. Now that is not a battle for position there. That is the Corvette coming back through the field, so that's interesting, a turn of speed, as this second place battle all of a sudden has Ollie Gavin, which is a battle for position, the Corvette ahead. Now has Ollie had he's had a very slow lap last time around, 3 seconds off the pace for Ollie Gavin in second place in GT, so all of a sudden now second, third and fourth are concertinaing back together. You can see the yellow and black Corvette just ahead of the silver and red Lizard of Pat Long. We're on board the 4th position BMW into the corkscrew. Wow. Vilander just beginning to squeeze out a little bit of a lead, something like 6.5 seconds or so between himself and Ollie Gavin. Ollie's gathered it back together again this lap after dropping, what, 3, nearly 4 seconds to Vilander the lap before. This time, after a 1:27.8, that's better, a 25.4, but it's still not great. And Gavin had a pretty clear lap there. So I am going to go with your theory, Mr. Shaw, and say that Ollie Gavin's been given a fuel target. And he is...
You know, I think he's okay on fuel. And, you know, the timing of this caution was kind of good news and bad news. If it had come out about 10 minutes earlier, then these guys would have been struggling a little bit. But it came out pretty much actually not a bad time for them. I think the Corvettes can certainly get to the end of one stop. I think these guys can as well. So really, this is a straight battle. They're going to be making their pit stops at different times, however. And the question is then down to tyres, I think. Does the 4 car have to change tyres? Because we saw both the 56 car and the 45 Flying Lizard car, they did change tyres on that last stop.
There is Tony Vilander, 23.7 from him last time around. My goodness me. He's had the slap around the head at the last pit stop. That's really woken him up. All of a sudden he's come to life. He's a second plus, second 0.2, 0.3 quicker than any other GT car that time around. He's as quick, almost as quick as some of the LMP2 cars. And Vilander making a bid for freedom at the head of the field. And again on board with the 4th place BMW through Andretti hairpin, the BMW Motorsport Crown Plaza sponsored machine. It is such an evocative colour scheme, isn't it? That blue, 2 tones of blue, and the red, the stripes of the M Series cars on the side of that new M3. A very, very trick motor car. And he's as close as he has been, Jeremy, now, and Pat Long again will feel the pressure, but they are catching Ollie Gavin. Now, will that aid or will that be to the detriment of Pat Long? If he can get by Ollie, it actually might give him a bit of breathing space. But look at how quickly they're closing down on the 2nd place Corvette.
Yeah, they are pretty closely matched. I think that fancy that one lap that Ollie must have had some problems somewhere. Maybe somebody got in his way somehow, because the last lap around they're all pretty close together in terms of the lap times that they turned on that particular lap.
I wonder if he got pushed off the track and it's taking him a lap or two to get the Michelins cleaned back up again.
See, as come across the line this time, you know, it's about the margin is pretty much the same. I think it was very similar as last time. And there, at the back of the frame too, is the second of the BMW. So, you know, the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th are all pretty close.
But again, Jeremy, there's no real challenge from Joey Hand.
Can't get close enough.
I've got to say, this is fabulous driving. I mean, anybody watching this goes, yeah, but there's not much happening. Oh, yeah. If you were in the car, either of these two cars, there's plenty going on. These guys are on the ragged edge. They are really on the edge of an accident all of the time, and they are using their not inconsiderable skill to stop that accident from happening. It's not just the case of, oh, can you not just put your foot down a bit and drive by him? Can you not just brake a bit later? No, you can't brake a bit later because there's nothing left. They're on the ragged edge of adhesion here, and this is beautiful to watch, lap after lap of this. And I still don't know how these guys do it for physical endurance, but the mental concentration here is absolutely outstanding.
It really is, and that's a great pace that Patrick Long is setting, and he consistently laps about as fast as that car has gone and can go. So it's a really great battle going on, and there's the overall leader coming up behind them as well.
Yeah.
And Guy Smith, he's pulled out a huge margin now over Adrian Fernandez.
20 seconds the gap last time around. Smithy gets in between the battling GT cars. Fourth, third and second, he passes them in that order. He'll just about get past Ollie Gavin as he goes into Andretti Hairpin, and does just drifts out a little bit, but uses the superior brakes of the prototype. And again, Pat Long just a tiny bit closer to the rear exhaust pipes of Ollie Gavin's Corvette as they go around the JDX.
And again, a 1 minute 24.2 by Patrick Long. I mean, he's just been metronomic in that car. Just a great drive. I can't say how good a job Patrick Long is doing.
Because it's not the quicker car, is it? Clearly,
it certainly isn't quite as quick, certainly as the BMWs. It's pretty similar, I think, in ultimate pace to the also Michelin-shod car, the Corvette that's right in front of them. But the BMWs are definitely a little bit quicker. But the point is, it's only a little bit quicker, and to make a pass is going to be really, really tough.
I'm impressed at Joey Hand as well and his patience, because he clearly wants to get this done and get the championship wrapped up this weekend, but he hasn't had the opportunity to get by. And in fact, Pat Long hasn't had to drive defensively, Jeremy. No. He's it's like race school. Hit your mark, hit your turning point, get the apex, get on the power, take your clipping point on the way out. And he's doing that lap after lap after lap.
Yeah, hitting his marks, that's what it's all about. Getting your braking in the right place, getting on the power in the right place, positioning the car where you need it in order to make sure the BMW can't get a run on you. And that is what he's doing an absolutely masterful job at. Came across the line that time, it was a 24.7 actually, a little bit, so he lost a little bit of ground on that lap. It's the first time he hasn't done a 1 minute 24.2 in quite a while, I think, but still, this is a super battle, and it's kind of cat and mouse a little bit. I mean, neither of them, there's still an hour and 40 minutes to go, so there's no point in showing your hand too soon.
See this picture? An hour and 40 minutes time. We could be watching exactly the same, and it could be for any of the top positions in GT. I mean, I just don't see the stalemate being broken, because what we're looking at here are tremendously quick and reliable racing cars. The investment from the manufacturers is phenomenal. We're looking at teams who, to coin a phrase, know their onions and are unlikely to make a mistake at this stage of the game. And we're looking at drivers who are focused beyond the degree of, oh my goodness, Pat Long goes off the circuit. Just as I say that, he drops two left-hand side Michelins off onto the side of the circuit as he was going past the number 34 of Peter Lasafra, who's dropped down to 4th position now, by the way, in the battle in GTC. Took the car over, I think, in the lead from Demo, from Faulkner. And that was just a slight... They're just getting ever so closer to Ollie Gavin, but it is millimetre by millimetre. Ollie last time around a 25.4, 25 even for Pat Long, 25.1 for Joey Hand. But I mean, we're talking blink of an eye stuff. And it's interesting.
Despite the fact they had to take an unconventional line through turn 9 to get past the Green Hornet car.
Wieland 24.6, by the way. He is really trying to clear off from these three at the moment. He's taking a good 8/10 to a second out of them every single lap.
He's having a good little battle, I think, with a hybrid Porsche as well. That's kind of fun, but up the road a little bit from this wonderful battle that is for second place in GT.
Oh, he's really past that hybrid car, you're right, yeah. Because he was absolutely nailed by that car on the start-finish line a couple of laps ago. Well, speculate no more, dear viewer. because we now have 3 cars battling for second place in GT. Ollie Gavin, the relentless pursuit of the Corvette by Pat Long in the 45 Flying Lizard, and the BMW of Joey Hand in the Crown Plaza car. Well, it's now happened. They're all together, and once again we've got 12 wheels of GT action. And meantime, we've got Kane going down the inside of Adrian Fernandez and takes the spot. It's not for position, but he gets back on the same lap. Now that doesn't really help him, because 20 seconds up the road is his teammate, and that's who he's got to get by to get back on the lead lap of GT. And Pat Long straight away goes for the gap. Oh, big slide by the back end of the Porsche, side by side, coming out of the Andretti hairpin. Everyone's scrabbling for grip. Down the inside, Fernandez tries to get through and does. Pat Long's push wide. Here comes Joey Hand on driver's right. He's got the run. He takes the position up into 3rd place.
Fantastic.
Punch and counter punch.
Brilliant stuff. What a great sequence of corners that was for these guys. I mean, they're battling with here now. Joey Hand, he's got past the BMW, and I think he'll find it a bit easier to get past the Corvette. Clearly, we've seen all the way through the race, the Corvette, it seems to be pretty hard on its tyres. I fancy that is a problem now for Ollie Gavin.
I think the 45's in rear tyre trouble as well, from what we saw there, because he was running out of grip, and he's in danger now of Bill Oberlin coming through on him as well. Pat needs to just regather his thoughts. That was yeah, there's a real wiggle from Ollie Gavin going down the hill through Rainey and down into turn number 10. That is really a big bump there, isn't it? And here comes Oberlin, tries to go the long way around and then cuts back to the inside. Masterful manoeuvre. That's great stuff. But he's just about got side by side. He went both sides of the Porsche seemingly at one time now. I'm not sure how he did that.
We've got a drag race here all the way over the top of the hill down towards the Andretti hairpin. It's Patrick Long on the inside. Can Bill Oberlin break later and deeper on the outside and go side by side with him around the hairpin? Not quite. Not quite. So it's Patrick Long who maintains that 3rd position just over Bill Oberlin.
It's for 4th and 5th. Oberlin, big slide from the rear. Dunlop's that time around. When anybody says to you, oh, sports car fan, nothing ever happens in endurance racing, just play them the last 2 laps and show them that, and remind them that we are, what, 4.5 hours into a 6-hour race, and this is the battle for 3rd through to 5th position in the Premier GT category, with manufacturer support, with different tyres, with different types of cars, 3 manufacturers involved, and with just quality driving. And may I remind you, just in case you were worried, no paint was traded in the making of those last 2 laps.
No, it was close, it was tight, but it was certainly fair between all of those drivers. And you know, this is a no holds barred battle, but you know, they're not. They're being very sensible about it all the way around. Once again, though, that Patrick Long just parks the car at the apex and gets a good run off the corner, and there's no way past with Bill Oberlin. So Bill Oberlin now is having exactly the same problems that Joey Hand had for quite a long time a little while ago.
That's given a bit of a reprieve, hasn't it, to Ollie Gavin in 2nd place in the class, because he's had a couple of laps where he's been out on his own, but now he's under pressure from Joey Hand, who wants that 2nd position as they go out through turn 3 and under the bridge in traffic now again, and that is 2nd in the category. In fact, that's the leader in the category, is it? No, 2nd place in the category for GTC. Battery tender car. They've been having a good scrap as well. And that's Brian Wong that they've just gone by. Peter Lasafra back up. There's been a problem for the 66 car. It's dropped. That must have been in the pits. Yeah, the 66 car's been in the pits, the TRG car. That's why everybody's moved up a position.
I think he's in the pits right now, actually.
Yes, he is. So Sebastian Bleckenmolen still leads that category, the GT battle. I mean, what do you say about that as we're looking forward from the Cisneros driven 30 NGT GTC car? As the 66 just does leave the pit lane. There he goes, right on cue. And drop down out of 2nd place to make that pit stop. Black Swan, TRG and Black Swan, Green Hornet having a great battle.
Might be able to get to the end of the race from here, possibly.
Yeah. No, 1:34. I think they're going to be maybe 10 minutes short of that.
Closest.
Oh, there's a pass. There's a pass for position. Close at the moment.
Stop, babe.
Gotta love Bobby Rahal. Just as I look at the time remaining, the pass is made by Joey Hunt. And he goes ahead of Ollie Gavin. And immediately pulls away. Just what we were saying. Joey has a better car. Now the gap between himself and Tony Vilander is something in the region of 10 seconds. Write that down somewhere. 10 seconds on lap 181, because that will become important later as we watch to see how long it takes and to get up to the back. Bill Oberlin.
When we talk about Bill Oberlin, you can almost call him Mr. BMW. He has more races in the BMW than any other driver. This is his 286th race today behind the wheel of a BMW. In that 286, his 83 race victory. So today he's going for number 84, but right now they're just trying to get to the end of the race.
Oh, that is a battle. Look, coming out of the final corner, side by side again. Look at the rubber debris on the circuit. These guys are leaning each other. You know what? There's big smiles on both of their faces at the moment, and have been for about the last 15 or 20 minutes, perhaps even more than that, as Pat Long is defending. He actually lost the position across the line. Oberlin had the nose of the BMW ahead, but he couldn't make it stick. And Pat Long goes back into 4th position at the Andretti hairpin.
It is great stuff, isn't it? And again, total respect between these two. There, Bill Oberlin tries so hard. He puts a couple of wheels on the dirt coming out of turn 3. That'll cost him a little bit of momentum, but he'll soon catch that one up again. And both of these two, they're trying now again to track down Oliver Gavin.
Yeah, Ollie drops.
It's great to see that respect between you two. There's no barging, no banging. They just go side by side, and then when we get down to the braking area, well, who can brake the latest? And who's on the better line? And that time, it was Patrick Long that was on the better line.
And Patrick's doing nothing wrong here. He's sitting on the racing line where he knows his car's perhaps not quite as good as going into the Andretti hairpin, and he drifts across early to take a slightly defensive, but it's not a block. He's taking the racing line. It just happens to be a slightly different racing line as they charge past his teammate. Seth Nyman still in that car, chasing down Ed Brown for 8th and 9th in the GT category. Ed Brown in the 0-2, back in the 0-2 Ferrari. We've got an hour and a half left to go. Do you think we might have a bit more side by side, wheel to wheel, door handle to door handle racing? You bet your bottom dollar. Guy Smith leads by 24 seconds here at Monterey.
You're watching the American Le Mans Series on ESPN.
It's time to meet our SCCA top performer for this round of the American Le Mans Series. It's Brianne Korn from San Marcos, Texas. Brianne, just the 3rd female to win a solo national championship in an open class. She won the B Modified last week at the solo national championships in her Le Grand Dragon. We salute you, Brianne Korn, our SCCA top performer this week. So the weather has not played a part. It has done in the past. We've had very cool temperatures sometimes, but here, very, very good. Hardly any wind. The flag's fairly limp on the flagstaffs around the circuits, and the headlights just beginning to look a little brighter on the cameras around the circuits as we head into, if not darkness, then certainly the gloaming. It's getting into that, what movie makers call the magic hour, in terms of that beautiful light, just like that, in fact, as we're looking at the battle in the GTC category. Heading through turn number 5 is the 66 of Spencer Pumpelly in 4th position behind him. His teammate is Kevin Buckler. Ahead of Spencer then, Peter Lasafra in the 34, Brian Wong in the 23, and Sebastian Blegemolen, who's doing a very nice job for Black Swan, leading that car. He's been in that car for quite a while. I think he's due a stop shortly, to be honest, in that 54 Black Swan car. But that championship is going down to the wire.
And so is this one here, the 2 LMP Challenge cars there coming through turn 9. The black and green car, that is Elton Julian. He leads the class, but the silver and blue car, that is Gunnar Jeanette. Right behind him, pretty much. He's got to help. Ooh, Jeanette there, held up by 2 GT cars, a challenge car and one of the Corvettes. That's cost him quite a bit of ground. But that is a super battle that is ongoing, and that, of course, has championship implications because they are separated, as we have said several times, the drivers by just 1 point, the teams by just 2.
Yeah, that's clearly that has to go down to Petit Le Mans a couple of weeks' time. There is Gunnar Jeanette in second place in the category. Just up the road a wee bit, a couple of seconds, is Elton Julian. Should just be able to, there he goes, just disappearing in the distance. So oh my goodness me, that's second place, Adrian Fernandez. Just a little mistake coming out of the Andretti hairpin at turn number 2. That is uncharacteristic, to say the least. Now he looks like he's in clear track. He's on the radio at the moment, talking back to the guys in the pit. You can see his left thumb on the button.
The last couple of laps haven't been particularly quick for Adrian Fernandez. A 1 minute 21 and a 1 minute 20.8. So that car's sliding around an awful lot too. So I don't think Adrian's particularly happy at the moment. He's fallen quite a long way back, 26 seconds back, and with that mistake also down at the Andretti hairpin, I guess that gap is probably going to extend a little bit more.
Well, that was one of a couple of incidents from the 007 car, Jeremy. Look there, he did have a bit of help. He was trying to go down the inside of the 12 car, which has Jimmy McMurray and which has Chris McMurray. That was a few laps ago, and then almost a carbon copy. Lock up, lock up. Oh, this. In fact, that was the same incident. My apologies. And he's very lucky actually to get out of the sand there.
Yeah,
bit of rallycross. Been a long time since rallycross was part of Aston Martin's staple diet. Good to see that car back though. Good to hear it back. Sadly, only the sound of one V12 out there at the moment.
Yeah, it cost them a lot of ground. It cost them about another 10 seconds out through the gravel there at the Andretti hairpin. So they get the deficit now from first and second out to 43 seconds, and it had pretty much stabilised at a little bit over 22, 23 seconds or so for quite a long time until that little off-course excursion for Adrian Fernandez.
Well, with an hour and 24 minutes to go, we're starting to get into the period now where people are going to be back timing pit stops. And what I mean by that is looking at the end of the race and working out, oh, look at this. I'll get back to that in a moment. And this time, has Patrick Long gone to the wrong side of the circuit? I think he has. He can't defend from there. He tried to turn in, but I'm afraid that was bolting the stable door that when the horse was over the horizon. Never mind, just out of it. Because fantastic stuff. And meantime, behind them, the LMPC battle is on as well, because that is a battle for position, and this could change back again. 63, Elton Julian has down the inside. That's the change for the lead. Yep. That is Gunnar Jeanette once again, the opportunist move.
And that is championship advantage back from Genoa Racing to Core Autosport, because as they were 2 corners ago, Genoa was leading Core. That was looking good for their championship aspirations, but what a fantastic opportunist move that was by Gunnar Jeanette. Dives, both of them go either side of a GT car, and Gunnar Jeanette just leaves his brake in the last possible second on the inside into turn 5. Fantastic move by Gunnar Jeanette.
Using the contours of the circuit to his advantage there, Jeremy. Gets down on the inside, does his braking, rolls off the braking, just comes off the middle pedal a little bit to get to the circuit apex first, but he's not got away there, has he?
No, but he's got a good run out of that corner, and he did a nice job there too, because he was certainly held up by a couple of those GT cars going into turn 11, but he got on the power nice and cleanly, and Elton Julian wasn't able to quite make the same sort of an exit, so advantage once again to Gunnar Jeanette.
4th and 5th, by the way, that battle at the head of the LMPC category, so it would only take a little slip once again to get an LMPC car onto the podium. Adrian Fernandez has dropped back to 47 seconds now behind the leader, and another 1:20.4 last time around.
Yeah, well, his tyres a little bit of junk after that previous lap, running through the gravel there. So he'll have picked up a lot of extraneous material on those Michelin tyres. So he's got to, clean those off again before he can get back up to proper speed.
How has Gunnar Jeanette not managed to snag himself a full-time top-line prototype drive? Because he's clearly such a talented young man. He's been around motor racing all of his life. His father, Kevin Jeanette, very big in Porsche circles down in Florida. Gunnar, I think I'm right in saying Gunnar was the first person to drive this iteration of the sports car when it came across a couple of years ago. The Formula Le Mans, the LMP2 car, came to Petit Le Mans a couple of years ago as basically there for a test drive for potential purchasers. And Gunnar Jeanette was the first person in America to get into that car and drive it.
And the first person to spinners as well, I heard at the time.
Well, probably, yeah. John Field was second person in the car. Those were the two guys who were standing there waiting anxiously and excitedly with helmet in one hand and check boot in the other, pretty much, to find out what this new concept was like. And Gunnar, in fairness, I mean, put his money where his mouth is in terms of how he's performed in this car. He's been right up to the sharp end in every qualifying session, and when there's been no reliability issues, which in fairness have been few and far between with these cars. Engine's very, very lightly tuned, very reliable, and it's a P1 car from a couple of years ago. Well, a little more than that now, but the Oreca chassis was a very, very competitive chassis.
Yeah, with those K-Tech Chevrolet engines, and hats off again. He's been picked up, Gunnar Jeanette, by Core Autosport, by Ricardo Gonzalez, his teammate this year. John Bennett has put that Core Autosport team together. Bennett himself drives for Frankie Montecalvo in the 05 car, and then Gunnar Jeanette and Ricardo Gonzalez season long in the 06 car. And what two really, really good laps there by Gunnar Jeanette. Yeah. Within a few tenths of the best laps that car has turned thus far in the race.
In GT, we're expecting the 62 Risi Ferrari in. Beaky Sims has mobilised the troops there in front of Giuseppe Risi. And that is the leading GT car, in 12th position. And we said watch that gap. Has Joey Hand been able to pull it down? Well, he has got it down. Yes, he has. He hasn't. He has. He's got it down to 4 seconds, and it was, what did I tell you? It was on lap 181, 10 laps ago. I think we said it was just over 10 seconds, wasn't it? So he's pulled it down by about 4-5 seconds.
10 seconds it was, and we can see that. We'll see that 62 car on the pit lane very, very shortly, and it's going to be. If it's in the next couple of laps, I think he's still going to need either a splash of fuel before the end of the race or a full course caution in order to negate the possibility of that final splash and go. So it's certainly far from over in G2, and it's far from over in GT Challenge also. Yeah. You can see the gap there between the 06 car. Gunnar Jeanette comes through turn 11 one more time. This is lap 186 for them, and you can see the gap back to Elton Julian. It's not much.
No. LMPC and GTC still very much up for grabs. The leading trio in GTC, Blake Mullen, Wong and Lesafra, 54, 23 and 34. Still one pit stop to go. Down to the pit lane, Risi Ferrari is in as we expected.
Risi is in and Tony Vielander is out. Jamie Mello, who started this race from the 7th spot, will take over now. This car was leading before they came in to make this pit stop. They're still fueling and finishing up their driver change, but they've got those Michelin tires ready to go. I asked the team manager, David Sims, if they were going to need another splash. He said it's possible, and as you alluded to, it'll all depend on those yellows that we see from here on out. A clean stop for Risi, excellent. They're out.
No restarting problems there for the Ferrari 458 Italia. It's back out and into the race. An hour and 18 minutes to go. They will need a splash if they get no full course caution. Now the key thing now is to watch and see when the Corvette number 4 comes into the pit lane for its next stop. Jan Magnussen now at the wheel of that car, and that might be able to go on just one more. has had a stop recently, dropped a little bit further back. Melo's gone down to 5th position, so Joey Hand now leads GT out in front of the race by now 50 seconds. It's another fabulous drive by Guy Smith, ably backed up by Chris Dyson as well. And they've done such a great job. Jay Cochran hasn't been in that car in the race.
No, I don't think he has actually. That's a good point. Just here we are on board again though with Joey Hand in that class-leading GT car. I'm not expecting either the BMWs to come into the pits for at least another 20 minutes or so, and probably the Corvette as well.
And that is going to get them pretty close to doing it on one more, isn't it?
Yeah, no, they should be able, I believe, to get there on just one more stop. I think everybody now will probably need one more stop. The question is, if there's a full course caution, then the Ferrari possibly is done. And if there is a full course caution, that will play perfectly into the hands of Risi Competizione and the Ferrari team of Jamie Mello and Tony Villander, because they won't need to make another pit stop if there is another full course caution. Everybody else will. Yes. So when they duck into the pits, that will allow the 62
They'll
Ferrari
get track position
into the lead.
Yeah. This BMW M3 programme has come on leaps and bounds over the last 2 years. This is the 3rd year of the programme, and BMW thrown their weight behind originally almost a two-pronged approach, Jeremy. They had Charlie Lamb Schnitzer's squad in Europe with a slightly but significantly different car in a couple of different areas, notably the rear suspension from the American Le Mans Series spec car that's run by Rahal Letterman Lanigan. And end of last season they decided to standardise the spec of the two cars. Won the championship here, of course, on the last lap of the final race of the season. Charlie Lamb still running the cars for Schnitzer, for BMW Motorsport in Europe. And this has really paid dividends, sharing of data, and also what it shows, quite honestly, because if you talk to anybody in Europe about BMW and teams running BMWs, then Charlie Lamb and Schnitzer trips off the tongue. It shows what a good job Bobby Rahal and RLL have done in a relatively short time, when they are the equal, at least, of somebody like Charlie, who's been in the game for such a long time.
Yeah, no question. There's a lot of engineering strength at BMW team RLL. They certainly get some help from the factory as well, but there is a huge breadth of experience at that team, and they've done, as you say, a remarkable job. And the pit stops are excellent as well. I think maybe the European teams could actually learn a little bit, a thing or two about some of the pit stop strategies and the way the stops are pulled off by the Bobby Rahal's team.
Just watching the 6th place Le Mans prototype challenge car for a moment as Ricardo Vera is lapping in 125s last time around. Just noticed that the 911 has the number 911 hybrid has made another stop and dropped again back into the midfield of the GT category, but that is well capable of going from here to the end. And so Joey Hand still leads the GT category. He's got traffic ahead, including the 911, of which I just spoke.
Will have to make another pit stop before the end of the race.
Yeah, agreed. Crown Plaza BMW leading that category, and we're watching the clock very carefully as to when Bobby Rahal pulls that car into the pit lane. BMW, of course, diversifying its racing programme next year. The Frankfurt Motor Show last week debuted all of the new DTM, the German touring car series. All of the new projects from the three major German manufacturers who will be contesting that: Audi and Mercedes-Benz, and BMW with the M3. And my goodness me, they look purposeful machines. What implications that may have for the GT programme, we'll have to wait and see, but the way that the M3s in the American Le Mans Series, and indeed back in Europe, have been running, hopeful at least that BMW will continue to support this programme. Certainly the dealer network here in the United States are very much behind it, as they were in the late 90s and the early 2000s with the GT program and indeed the prototype program. The V12 LMR was given a stay of execution here in America in the American Le Mans Series by the dealers. Now, earlier on we were watching big problems for the championship with the number 6 Muscle Milk Aston Martin racing car taken behind the wall. It's been there for a very long time indeed, but the great news is that it is out. That was the sound of a V12 Aston Martin engine running, and it's back out, and it will now do hopefully the last 1 hour and 11 minutes, and that might just, Jeremy, get it to the 70% to score at some point.
Yeah, I reckon it will. I think it went. It came into the pits with 3 hours and 36 minutes gone in the race, so it was behind the wall for a little bit over an hour. So yeah, if they can run to the end of the hill, they should be within that 70% rule, which is great for them. A magnificent effort. Unfortunately, however, if the 2 Dyson cars stay as they are right now, it still won't be enough, I believe, to keep this car into contention for the championship going to the final round. But hey, let's not take anything away from what has been a truly superb effort by this Muscle Milk crew.
Expecting Guy Smith into the pits shortly as well for, well, the penultimate stop. Just under 200 laps completed. I'm just watching to see if the Muscle Milk Aston Martin has managed to get back up to speed. And it was a tentative exit from the pit lane, and I'm still not convinced that electrically all is well with that car. The rear lights, which should be illuminated all the time, are still a bit flickery. That might just be a duff connection.
Yeah, I think the 16 car should be in the pits any moment now.
Yeah, I agree
as well.
And on cue.
The number 16 Dyson Mazda in the pits from the overall lead, and now we'll finally see that third member, Jay Cochran, get behind the wheel. He was the unfortunate driver who was behind the wheel when the car had its troubles earlier this morning in warm-up. So Guy Smith is out here. They've got plenty of time. They have a big gap here. They're just going through the motions, make sure they get everything done right. Finishing up that driver changes, Guy Smith helps Jay Cochran get belted in. Meanwhile, they're putting new Dunlop tires on the number 16 car. And as they finish up here, they should be on their way shortly and still in that lead. And as we keep seeing them add oil to the car here, and I talked to Rob Dyson about it, just because it's a new engine, he said, it's just maintenance. We want to make sure everything's okay with this engine we had to put in today. So nothing unusual about that for them.
Well, Jay Cochran gets his first taste of Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca for 2011 in race conditions, as he will rejoin. And again, just look at the rubbish that's left on there. That's all pieces of rubber, and Cochran runs right down the middle of that, puts his right-hand front wheel on the debris, and that's going to cause him a little bit of vibration. He'll have to scrub those Dunlops off. And behind him, Jerome Blinkermolen is actually held up a little bit coming out the pit lane, and well, no, just Cochran being very, very circumspect, looked across. You actually saw his head turn as he looked across. Did that motorcyclist thing of the check behind before you pull out.
He's going awfully slowly there, I tell you what.
Cold tyres.
Yeah, he doesn't want to
loop it.
No, exactly right. You know, he knows the championship implications here. He knows the team needs to maintain their position right now. And here comes the 007 car in second place. Well, actually, he'll be the leader as he comes into the pit lane. And this will be one more stop before Adrian Fernandez. I think both of these 2 cars will have to stop again before the end of the race.
Adrian Fernandez has pulled the car to a stop. There will be a driver change. Adrian's getting out. Stefan Muka is getting behind the wheel. Fuel still going into this car right now. They are running the E10. They're running the same fuel that they run over in Europe. They have not converted to the E85 the way Muscle Milk Racing has. So the fuel is complete. It's up on the jacks. Stefan's still getting his belts put on. A fresh set of Michelin tires. These are not scrubs. These are slicks. The sun is starting to go down, so we're going to see some tire strategy come in here. The car is filthy, though. It's definitely been out there working through the traffic. And he's fired it up, and he's out.
Sorry, I just wanted to hear that V12
Yes.
as it went out there.
Fabulous. Yeah, this race isn't over. Jay Cochran doesn't have an awful lot of experience in that number 16 car. Stefan Mucker, he's already done a stint this afternoon. He knows the car is running well. Yes, he's got a big deficit to make up, but you know Stefan Mucker is going to throw caution to the wind and see what he can do to close that gap to that number 16 Dyson car.
Full attack mode for Aston Martin Racing and Stefan Mucker. And you'll see it all when we come back to racing in the American Le Mans Series at Monterey. Looking down from the Jaguar Helicam to the lengthening shadows over Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca. Pretty much all of the start-finish straight now is in shadow. The sun will be a factor. In some parts of the racetrack it gets very low very quickly here because of the topography of the racetrack.
On board with the hybrid car, and Richard Leeds is back at the wheel of this car, and he's just turned the fastest GT lap of the race. Wow. 23.681. No other GT car has gone quicker. That's amazing for a GT3 car.
Car running unclassified, of course, but yeah, faster than all the GT. I'm surprised he can do anything with the amount of buttons on that steering wheel. I mean, I've seen some complicated steering wheels before. I love the fact it's still got the Porsche-coloured crest. There it is, right in the middle of it, as we go back to the pits for the LMPC leader and their final stop.
And quite a long stint it has been for Elton Julian. Remember, they lost their third member of their driving team to injury. Looks like it's going to be a fuel-only stop for the 63. We've seen a great battle between the 63 and 06, not just in this race, all season long, and it's for the championship as well. So as they continue to fuel up the 63 Genoa Racing LMPC car, and it looks like Elton Julian will be finishing this one out, so it will have been a long stint for him. And he gets it under power, and he's off.
He's earned his money this afternoon.
Has he ever?
And you know, a little while ago, we saw that Gunnar Jeanette had taken the lead from Elton Julian. We saw that, but what we didn't see was about probably 10 minutes or so ago, that lead changed back again. Gunnar Jeanette had some sort of a problem. I don't know what it was, traffic, whatever, but that enabled Elton Julian to get past again. So Elton Julian was leading the class in LMPC coming in for that, what will be that final stop for that car. And here we are now looking at Gunnar Jeanette, who's back into the lead of LMPC, and he too now is on pit lane.
Gets down to the 60 kilometers an hour speed limit. It's quite a tight left-hand turn. If you come in too quick or don't get your turning right, you're saying hello to the tyres on driver's right. Visor up, visor down from Gunnar, and hits his marks for the pit stop.
And Gunnar Jeanette calling for another drink bottle. He's also been in this car for quite some time as they're getting fuel. I asked the team if he had been experiencing any issues before. They said no, he should be good. But they're getting those Michelin tires ready for Gunnar, so he'll have a fresh set to finish off this race. They continue to fuel the 06. So far everything going smoothly, although this car has had its fair share of issues in the last couple of races and even earlier today with some electrical issues, but they get it fired up and he's off.
Oh, now that's interesting. He didn't take tires. Yeah. And I'm quite surprised about that because you don't know this, Jeremy, but I do. Watch what happened when the 18 spins. This is Gunnar Jeanette coming upon the scene, almost on the scene of the accident. He does really well not to lock them up there, but he did get dirt on the tyres.
Yes, he did, and I was wondering whether that was when he lost the lead of the race.
No, that was exactly. While Elton was in the pits.
That's right, it was not. So, coming in, I think he probably wanted a fresh set of tyres, but the team would have told him, look, if we change tyres, that's going to cost us an extra 10, 12, 15 seconds, and are we going to be able to make that up in the final 59 minutes of this race? Probably not. So they've sent Gunnar out there, clean off those tyres the best you can, Gunnar, and go for it.
Notice he's not got a headlight on the right-hand side of that car. They did pull the tear-offs from the headlights, preparing for it getting perhaps a little bit darker towards the end of the race. Look at the shadows The drivers going in and out from bright to shade. Now we've got full headlights. He's put them on main beam. That's because the team saw the same pictures that we did and worried that they'd be pulled in by the IMSA officials for not showing 2 lights at the front. They've told him to put on the high beams so that all of the lights are on, and in fact both lights on the right hand side now have flickered into life. Put a new candle in that one.
Yeah, fantastic. So we'll have to see when they come across the line what the order is. There is Gunnar Jeanette coming around turn 11 one more time. Has Elton Julian already been passed? Yes, he's just gone past, I believe, the start-finish line. So we'll have to see the gap when they come across the line. Here comes Gunnar Jeanette. I believe that Elton Julian's already down in the Andretti hairpin. Can't quite see it.
Yeah, he's gone. So let's see them as they come across the line next time. There is the 63. And there, I think, is Gunnar Jeanette just ahead of them. So they go up under the bridge and head up towards turn number 5. Meantime, in the GT category, Pat Long, who is leading, will be making his final pit stop next time around. Both the BMWs have been in. And Scott Sharp has just been working his way through the field in the ESM 01. This is the Ferrari, and he's in second place at the moment, and he can go to the end. No,
he owes us a stop.
Sorry, with one more stop, excuse me, yes, absolutely.
So both Patrick Long and Scott Sharp will need to make one more pit stop.
So that should leave Muller and Melo to battle it out at the front of the field.
Exactly
and
right.
In comes Pat Long into the pit lane. And down at the Flying Lizard pit, they are awaiting the young Californian. Will he stay in the car? Answer no, he will not.
Yes, Patrick Long is already out of the number 45 Flying Lizard Porsche. He's helping his co-driver Jorg Bergmeister get in. Jorg will finish out this race. The car will be good to go to the checkered flag. Car is up on the jacks, fuel complete. Took a little longer to get up, but it's okay because they start with the front tires. New Michelin's going on right now. Rear tires going on. So far, it's a perfect pit stop. They are adding oil to the back of this car. We saw them do this before, so it is taking a little longer than needed. While they were out, BMW has already pitted. Both the number 55 and the number 56 were in for driver changes, fuel, and tires, so they are also good to go to the end of the race. And the number 01 of Extreme Speed Motorsports just made their last pit stop and are out.
Right, okay. Do notice that the Flying Lizards do fronts first and then the backs rather than diagonally opposite, and they're one of the few teams that do that. You can change the tyres however you want, but you're going to use the right amount of personnel. At the head of the field, the battle is really starting to hot up with Adrian Fernandez, and there he is on board, and the car ahead is the leader, Jay Cochran, as they carve past the BMW. Oh, that's a very, very risky manoeuvre from Adrian Fernandez.
No, Stefan Mucker.
Excuse me, from Stefan Mucker. You are absolutely right. My timing screen hasn't quite updated yet. Through turn number 6 and heading up the hill. And Stefan Mucker, well, we said, didn't we, just before our last commercial break, that Mucker had been put on full attack mode, and the military power settings that they gave him have paid off. Jay Cochran, first time in the car, he's still dialing himself into this race. Look at the sunshine, that's only going to get worse as they head round to turn number 10.
Yeah, and putting Jay Cochran in at this time of the day, it's asking a lot for the guy. He doesn't drive an awful lot. He's certainly very capable pilot. He has won races at this level before. He certainly doesn't drive it an awful lot. As you say that, you could see the onboard as he came down the hill there, down towards turn 11. The sun is right in your eyes, and at this stage in the game, with all the dust and gravel that's out there, the windscreen is going to get pretty pitted on these cars. So visibility coming down there will be absolutely appalling for Jay Cochran. And Stefan Mucker now is hunted him down. He's been much quicker on a regular basis, and now can Jay Cochran maintain that advantage for Dyson Racing?
Well, the pressure is going to be turned up to 11 in a Spinal Tap kind of way. You just feel that Stefan Mucker has the sniff of this. Of course, it doesn't make a jot of difference for Dyson, does it, in terms of as we've just had the battery tenders car off the circuit there, and that is the third place car in category. Now, can Damien Faulkner benefit from that? He's down into 4th position at the moment in the Black Swan Green Hornet car. The reason it doesn't make any difference is that, all right, they'll stand on the 2nd step of the podium, but because the Aston Martin racing car, the Lola with the Aston Martin engine, is not registered for full season points, they'll actually still get the full points for the win.
Yes, indeed they will. But they want to win the race as well, don't they? Mazda Raceway, Laguna Seca, they want that Mod Space Mazda to be on the top step of the podium. Yeah, full points is nice, but being on that top step means an awful lot more for these guys from Dyson Racing.
Well, this has been a classic.
And, Jay's really raised his game now. Last couple of laps, he's got down into the 19s. He's picked up a couple of seconds over his previous best lap. So, he's getting with the program now. He's got those tyres fully up to speed, fully up to temperature. He's getting more comfortable in the car. And now Jay, he's got the pressure on him though. You've got to be careful now not to look too much into his mirrors and concentrate on what he's doing and where he's putting that car on this racetrack.
Needs to put the sort of Joe 90 glasses on and get Patrick Long's brainwaves in there, doesn't he? And just drive, hitting the marks as we saw Patrick doing earlier on, and basically just keep that car where it needs to be on the road. There's clearly a slight performance differential between the 16 of Jay Cochran and the 007 of Stefan Mucker. That must be really hard going down the hill now into 10, trying to spot your braking point there. If you go off there, it's a long way to come back, and it's a lot of gravel. Through the final corner, and there's traffic ahead again, and that means pressure and danger for Jay. Mucker biding his time here. Down into turn number 2. Oh, and just a little bit of a wide entry into the second part of the Andretti hairpin, perfectly seen from our Jaguar copter cam. With Mucker thinking about putting the nose of the Aston in and very quickly thinking, no, but probably better not. You mentioned Jay Cochran not having the experience of his other teammates, but he...
Recent experience, anyhow.
Yeah, exactly. That was the point I was going to make. He's been around for a little while.
Oh, yeah. One IMSA races back in the past in the Spice Chevrolet, wasn't it? Pontiac, one of the two. He's certainly got a lot of experience in sports cars. He just hasn't driven very much for the last pretty much 10 years or so. He's a useful pilot, no doubt about that.
Oh yeah, and he'd be loving this.
Oh yeah,
he'd be loving carving through.
Oh, this is what he lives for. He's been living for this for literally for 10 years. He wanted to get himself back into a front-running car. That's what he's got, and here he is now. We're in the final hour of the race, and he's got to get it done. And there comes Stefan Mucker to the inside, and he makes the pass for the lead.
Now, Jay Cochran doesn't need to worry about anything, because although he's lost the position, he's still got the points. Meantime, in Prototype Challenge, there's been a change there, and Gunnar Jeanette and Elton Julian are battling away, and Gunnar has taken the lead and gone up to 5th position overall, and that is massive in terms of the championship. So 2 changes, one for the overall lead, one for the PC lead, in the space of seconds on the racetrack.
Yeah, with 5 hours gone in the race. It's fabulous,
magnificent.
Isn't it?
And GT's not over with.
No, there's less than 10 seconds between Dirk Muller in that number 56 BMW and Jamie Mello in that 62 Ferrari. So that battle is ongoing as well.
And Muller had a bad lap last time around, and he lost something like 2.5 seconds to Jamie Mello. That could just be traffic and the ebb and flow of the race circuit. Good drive by Mucker. Got his head down there as soon as he came out the pits. This is a great return to form for Aston Martin Racing, using this Laguna Seca outing, the Mazda Raceway, to hone the car for Petit Le Mans in a couple of weeks' time, when they're out in the final round of this championship. But more importantly for them, the championship that they are registered in is the ALMS. They'll be battling it out there with Audi and Peugeot diesels, as well as the rest of the European entries. And another race that we'll be covering live here on ESPN3. Jeremy Shaw and myself, with coverage of qualifying and the whole of the 1,000 miles. That is a distance-based race rather than a time one. and that is 2 weeks from this weekend. 2 weeks from today, in fact. It's another Saturday race.
Yeah, that's going to be, it's always a great race at Petit Le Mans with all those extra Intercontinental Le Mans Challenge cars as well. It's going to be great fun, a huge entry and some fabulous machinery there.
Well, we may have pre-qualifying for that. We'll talk about that in a moment. Here's the pass again. Just a great exit from the penultimate corner by Mucker. Gets himself in the right position. I think that's sensible driving from Jay there because, yeah, you know what? He could have closed down on him. But what's he going to do? You know, it doesn't make any difference in terms of the points, and at least he keeps the car on the track and keeps them in the championship hunt.
Guy Smith took on the middle stint of these driving duties, was behind the wheel of the number 16 Dyson Mazda for quite some time, but now as you watch, you see Jay Cochran finishing up his duties. He has been passed, but what are your thoughts as you watch what could potentially be your championship winning race here?
Well, I mean, you know, there's still lots of racing to be done yet. I mean, Jay's doing a great job. I mean, you know, pretty much just told him bring the car home, don't do anything silly. We're not strictly racing the Aston Martin guys. So if they win, they're not eligible for points. So kind of it's a bit of a strange one because of course we want to beat them, but at the same time it doesn't really affect our championship. So, you know, Jay just wants to make sure he stays out of trouble and brings the car home, and we'll just see where that goes.
Thanks, Guy.
See, Guy knows the score. And so clearly does Jay Cochran. Just quickly back to our next race action here on ESPN3 from the American Le Mans Series. A couple of weeks' time, the Petit Le Mans, the prospect of 60 cars being entered and only 53 being allowed to start and having to have people basically go home in terms of the qualifying session, and we've never had that in the 13 years of Petit Le Mans and the 12 years of the American Le Mans Series. But of course, sports car racing, you know, nobody's interested in it. Just remember, I'm being ironic when I say that, by the way, in case you didn't realise. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's going to be a great weekend. I think I'm looking forward to seeing the turbo diesels back in action again. And you know, we've seen Audi and Peugeot have had some fabulous battles in Europe this season at Le Mans also, and I'm looking forward to seeing both those cars over here. Particularly looking forward to seeing the R18 over here for the first time because of course they did not bring that car to Sebring.
That's a couple of weeks' time, and you'll see it with Jeremy and myself on ESPN3. For the moment, Jay Cochran tasked with bringing this car home to a potential championship-winning party for Dyson Racing. The sun begins to set, and we've got championships on the line. It's the onboard view and the unmistakable onboard sound of V8 power from America Sports Car Chevrolet. And as you can see, the sun has dropped down below the mountainsides for most of the circuit. That means the headlights will be, well, a real feature now, and a major objective of Corvette racing is the application of the lessons learned on the track. Here's Doug Feehan.
One of the most important aspects of Corvette racing is technology transfer. If you remember in the old days, Corvette had flip-up headlights. Not good on the racetrack. That's why we developed flush-fit headlamps. More efficient aerodynamic qualities. It makes its way right into our production car. Like so many other things we learn in racing, we take technology forward, bring it into production, and makes a better car for you.
Doug Feehan, the program manager for Corvette Racing, and proof, if proof were needed, that it is getting dusk out there. The high-intensity headlights shining out through the darkness, just ahead of the number 4 Chevy Corvette there, with Jan Magnussen on board. It's the prototype battle heading up the hill. Stephen Kane is just on a little slower lap, actually. He's just over 36 seconds behind the leader.
Yeah.
But he has, up until that last lap, Jeremy, been making pretty decent progress as we watch the Corvette number 4, which is in 6th position for Jan Magnussen. And there is Stephen Kane. And he's not out of this by any stretch of the imagination. You reckon all of the lead cars have got one more stop to make?
Yeah, I do. This car, the 20 car, will be on the pit lane before the other two. But yeah, they are all going to have to stop again. I'm expecting this car to be back onto pit lane lap 190 with its last stop. So you'll probably go another 10 laps or so before he will bring that car into pit lane. It'll be another 7 or 8 laps after that we will see the 007 and the 16 car onto pit lane.
Well, you say that, but the 16 guys are out in pit lane. So they must be looking to the end of the race and working out that they could get there from here. LMPC, Gunnar Jeanette, we reported him in the lead. There is the visual proof as he goes into the Andretti hairpin just behind the 45 of Bergmeister. And the 16, as we said, is in the pit lane.
And we knew when Jay Cochran got behind the wheel of the 16 Mazda that they would need one more fuel stop to get to the end of the race. So he's getting topped off now and already trying to get back under power. There he goes, he's got it fired up now, and now he's out.
Two red lights on the side of the car, proving that he is in second position. And what they've done there, Jeremy, is just basically said, when can we get him in at the earliest opportunity to go to the end?
Right, to cover themselves in case there's a full course caution. When I said a little while ago that the 20 car will be the first onto pit lane, what I meant was the 20 car is the first one that would need to come onto pit lane. That's what I should have said. But yeah, you're right. You know, they can make it to the end from here. They've got a full tank of isobutanol fuel on board this number 16 car, so for sure he can get to the end from here. And if there is a full course caution, once in these close of 45 minutes, then they will be able to leapfrog everybody else, and they'll be looking pretty good. So there's still some strategy being played out here, and Stephen Kane, he's right in this mix as well.
Now let's look at the battle for 5th and 6th overall, which also just happens to be the battle for the lead in Le Mans Prototype Challenge. Gunnar Jeanette once again out in front ahead of Elton Julian, erstwhile teammate. These guys have driven the same car before. They've shared.
Yeah, last year, very effectively indeed. So there's they know each other well. They know each other's talents very, very well indeed. And it's certainly good to see them. They won 4 races together last year. They finished 2nd and 3rd in a championship behind Scott Tucker for level 5. But they split up this year. But it's a great battle that's ongoing. There's a very healthy rivalry between these two. But in this last stint, Gunnar Jeanette, he's made up the deficit to Julian and overtaken him again. There's been so many changes for the lead in LMP Challenge throughout this race.
Yeah, it's been just fabulous all through the classes. We've had great battles. I expect that Stephen Kane will be into the pit lane shortly. They'll do the same for that car as they have for Jay Cochran. Basically get him into the pit lane, and in fact he's in the pit lane now, is the number 20. So the Dyson car of the Oryx Dyson car will be coming into its pit stand and onto its marks for its final pit stop of the competition.
And after they finished fueling the number 20, they actually did put some fresh tires for Stephen Kane to finish out his stint, and you saw him adding presumably some more oil as this is a longer race than normal, but he's already out of the pit lane.
That is very interesting that they took the extra 10 or 12 seconds to put a fresh set of Dunlops on that car. I wonder, Jeremy, if they're going to release Stephen, take him off the leash and basically say maybe put a slightly softer compound, as there goes their championship rivals now many laps down. It's nearly 50 laps down on the leaders, but it's good to see Klaus Graf circulating in the muscle milk Aston Martin. But I just wonder if they're playing with the tyre compounds a little bit now that the sun's gone down and that the temperature will be changing on the track.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right, John. And they will, I think, for sure take the leash off Stephen Kane. Not that there was probably any leash that he was on, but he is now. He's been told, I'm sure he's been given the green light to go for it. If he can track down Stefan Mucker in that 007 car, for which we also expect one final pit stop, I would presume fairly soon, because they want to hedge against the possibility of there being a full course caution in the final 38 minutes of this race.
Yes, and you wouldn't bet against that happening. The sun is low in the sky, particularly coming through this part of the circuit, down through the corkscrew. Sunshine right in eyes at this point. Can't see it. Where's my braking point? Oh, I'm in the gravel. It's so easy to happen. Now you sort of take a deep breath when for a moment you're back into the shadows. See that Stephen Kane's got his visor up. Quite a few of the drivers, even in the close cockpit cars, will still have a visor on their helmets, and the clever ones sometimes have a tinted visor for this time of night that they can just pull down partially and use it like a sunshade over their eyes when they're heading into the sunnier parts of the circuit. In GTC, by the way, it's the 66 of Spencer Pumpelly from Jerome Bleekemolen, and Damien Faulkner is back up onto the podium position. There is the leader in that class. I thought we planned that for a moment. Sorry, there's the second place car in that class. As I said, Damien Faulkner, their team car, the 34, back up into a podium position.
Yeah, and a 54 car with Jerome Bleekemolen at the wheel right now. He took over about 20 laps ago from his brother Sebastian, and he's about 26 seconds behind Spencer Pumpelly. There is Spencer Pumpelly at 66, as we see the NGT car off the road in turn. I do some off-roading, but the question is, does the 66 car have to make one more pit stop or not? We talked about it, it's probably the best part of an hour ago now. It's going to be touch and go, we thought, whether this car can get to the end or not.
So this is another great run for TRG. Just up with that traffic jam going into the Andretti hairpins. The NGT car has had a bit of an up and down day today. It seems to have been at the centre of a number of incidents or near to it. In a real turnaround in fortunes. Those guys very strong at Road America just a couple of races ago. Such are the vagaries of Grand Touring racing. You can be up one week and down the other. There is the problem for drivers when you're looking into the sun. Our cameras, clever though they are, better at filtering out the light. Look at the amount of rubber that's been thrown up now, quite large, almost hand size, cricket ball size, baseball size lumps of rubber. One of those bangs on the windscreen, it will certainly catch your attention. What you don't want it to do is get stuck in a cooling duct for the brakes or the engine. The top of the screen there, Road Atlanta Braselton plays host to the finale of the American Le Mans Series. Our qualifying on ESPN3 live at 2:55 on the Friday. And we're racing through the day on Saturday with highlights on Sunday. Check the AmericanLeMans.com website for full details. And for international viewers, Motors TV and Roger Sportsnet have coverage. Check the listings for that. Some live coverage on Eurosport back in Europe for that particular race, I'm told. Highlights on Motors. Luis Diaz now at the wheel of the 055. That car has been a revelation to me today. And once again, as we head back to the prototype challenge, once again, we've not had more than 2 laps without a battle in any of the classes. And 6/10 at the line, considerably less than that now, as Gunnar Giannetti in 5th position overall and leading the class has his former teammate Elton Julian tracking him down.
Yeah,
a little glance in the left-hand mirror there by Gunnar as he came out of the final corner.
This is super, isn't it? What a wonderful battle this has been all the way through the race and all the way through the season as well. We talked about it several times, of course, just 1 point between them. Coming a mistake there by Gunnar Giannetti, and that has allowed Elton Julian to get alongside of it and make the pass. Boy, that was bizarre.
Well, Gunnar Giannetti will be furious with himself, the extreme sports addict. Now remember, they did not change the tyres on the 06 car.
Neither of them did, I think, on the last stop. We thought that they were going to change the tyres on the 06 car.
Because he'd been off the track, of course.
Because he'd been off the track. But even after that, even without changing him, he was still able to track down and pass Elton Julian. So that was kind of weird there. I mean, Gunnar just apparently made a mistake down there in Andretti hairpin.
Well, we were speculating about when the leader would come in. It's happening now.
As the 007 has been brought to a stop on pit road. It is fuel only, though. Stefan Milka has already got his top off, and he's already back out.
Almost a miscue there on the fuel breather hose on driver's right-hand side. didn't quite get the hose pulled completely out as we watch the painfully slow progress on the pit lane speed limit at 60 kilometers an hour from the Jaguar Copter Cab. So fortunately the car was held. And Elton Julian has managed to get away from the 06. The next time we see that battle, there will be daylight between those two cars. So I wonder if Gunnar Jeanette's fighting a problem, either a gearbox, a shifter problem, or maybe a brake problem. Maybe he's running out of brakes.
We'll try and monitor the gap between these two now to see whether it continues to extend.
Well, that is a big gap now.
Yeah, considering he only passed him one lap ago, and they've been running the same pace for such a long time.
Meantime, Stephen Kane on a fresh set of Dunlop rubber is on a tear. 1:17.7 against the 1:22.8 of Jay Cochran ahead of him. Stefan Mucker yet to get back up to speed, so that's a gap we need to monitor as well. But Elton Julian seems to have paced himself very well indeed at the LMP leading 63 car, the Genoa Racing car. Yeah, and remember, that's 5th position overall.
Yeah, and how huge this would be for Genoa Racing to pull this one off, after this fantastic battle that these two cars have had.
Yeah, remember, just single points between these guys.
I mean,
we're going to need to get the abacus out at the end of this.
It could be that the 06 car, by cutting their pace, maybe they think they can get to the end of the race without making a pit stop and hoping that these guys do. I don't know.
So Elton Julian then leads LMPC in 5th position overall at the head of the field. It's the 007 Aston Martin Racing, the Lola with the Aston Martin engine, back in the championship and back so far successfully for Aston Martin Racing. Jay Cochran in 2nd place. There are the rest of your class leaders as we head towards the last half an hour here at the American Le Mans Series at Monterey.
You're watching the American Le Mans Series on ESPN.
Inside the last half an hour of the American Le Mans Series here at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca in beautiful Monterey, California. And down in the pit lane, it's the Le Mans Prototype Challenge 2nd place car.
Gunnar Jeanette in that 06 Core Autosports car is in pit lane for their last top off of fuel. Now, last time we saw they had tires ready and didn't take them. They've got a couple tires out again. We'll see if they take them when they're done fueling, and yes, they are. They're starting with the rear tires, getting 2 new Michelins on. As Gunnar will have to go out there and do battle with that 63, 2 tires only, the 2 rear tires only, as Gunnar seems to be having a slight trouble getting it fired up, but he's out of there now.
Actually, might as well have done the front 2 for the time that they took, but that was an interesting tactic. Rear tyres only for Gunnar Jeanette. And the Core Autosport 06 team are back in the fray, hearing that the 63 crew, Elton Julian, are quote-unquote unsure whether they can make it to the end. Well, they've got a buffer now. They can come in for a splash. What will they do? Will they cover the tyre stop as well, or will they risk it and go on the Michelins they have?
Well, you can't afford to take the gamble and run out, that's for certain. So, the 06 car laid out their stall here. They didn't need to stop right now in terms of their fuel, unless for some reason they didn't get all the fuel in at their last stop they thought they had, because they've only done 23 laps. 23 or 24 laps since they last made a pit stop. They can do 38 or 9 laps. So they didn't need to stop right now. The 63 car, I should say, for Genoa Racing, yeah, it's going to be touch and go, but if they think it's going to be tight, they should bring him in very soon and just make that splash and send him out again.
And would you give them tyres?
I wouldn't, no, with half an hour to go.
Keep the heat in the tyres that you've got and send them out there, because it's not like they can change compounds in this particular class. It's a spec tyre, so you can't put him on softer rubber.
No, that's right. No, they don't have any choices there what sort of tyres they're running on this car. But you see, look, there he is sliding around there. Lost a bit of momentum again there. He's going to take a lap or 2 to get those rears up to the same temperature as the fronts. And particularly now with the sun having gone down, the temperatures, I would imagine, well, I know, will have dropped significantly.
And there is Gunnar Jeanette, and he's being caught by the Corvette as they go across the line. Look at the front brake discs glowing red hot from Gunnar Jeanette, and you can see from the colour of the front wheels that there's a lot of brake dust on those front rims. The rear tyres are brand new, and I would say that Gunnar's got an imbalance in that car now, changing the 2 rear tyres. He's struggling with understeer, with push, as he turns into the corner. Look at him trying to clean the tyres off as he's weaving from side to side, and you can see he's getting real trouble getting the car into the centre of the corner.
Yeah, you know, there he is trying to rubber, because as he came into the pit lane, he was off the racing line there. There's all sorts of spent rubber, if you like, on the pit lane and leading on and off the pit lane as well. So, you know, the hot front tyres would have picked up that loose debris. The rear tyres would be clean, but he's got to scrub off those fronts and get the rears up to temperature. And again, in these cool conditions, that's not easy to do.
The distinctive red, white and blue band around the helmet of Andy Wallace in the team car to Gunnar Jeanette. He's down in 4th place, but a lap further back off the lead than his teammate, the orange and silver car there, just in the background. There is Elton Julian.
Yep. General Racing.
Lead, hasn't he?
Yeah, Tom Napier is the team principal there, effectively, along with Angelo Ferro, of course, who owns it, for Genoa Racing. And Tom Napier's been around this business a long, long time. He will know whether or not the 63 car of Elton Julian does need to make a fuel stop.
And that's a lap. That's a lap being put on Jeanette.
Yeah.
And that is a significant manoeuvre, not a pass for position, but that is huge. If the yellow flag comes out now, well, in fact, no, that Hindhoff gets excited about replay, shocker. My apologies. We're just looking back at what happened a few minutes ago with the pit stop of Gunnar Jeanette. And you see they went for the rear tyres only. Gunnar Jeanette sitting impassively there. New set of rear Michelins going on, but what happened, unfortunately, was get the car started.
It cost them a few extra seconds there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6 seconds there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And as close as that battle has been all the way through this race, you know what, the last thing you want to do is give away an extra 5 or 6 seconds.
Back to live pictures now. If you have the Hindhoff bingo card, getting excited about a replay, you can tick off that one now. And there is Gunnar Jeanette then, firing out of the final corner. Just going past Damien Faulkner in 3rd place in GTC. Now, how is Damien in terms of getting on terms with the guys ahead? Answer there was Spencer Pumpelly, just coming out of the Andretti hairpin, so he can't be that far ahead as far as time concerned, Jeremy. From the 66 car, 54 leads, Jerome Blake-Moreland. From 66, TRG of Spencer Pumpelly, 34, the Black Swan and Green Hornet Racing. And I think that Porsche that we just saw from the Jaguar helicopter camera is the TRG car. Yep, there it is. That's Pumpelly, isn't it? So Faulkner not gaining on him last lap, but he did have traffic and was being passed. So it's a gap that needs to be watched. Meantime, at the head of the field, it's still 38 seconds. Stefan Munker's got the wiggle on again, and a big hurry up for him with an 18.7 last time around. Stephen Kane not making inroads, even with new tyres on the cars ahead of him. Still Luis Diaz for the level 5 055 LMP2 car in 4th place. Now let's pick up that battle in the GTC. It's the Black Swan racing car. The livery that we're so used to now, Jeremy, this white, green and black car that, how many times have we said this, and the TRG have been battling for position. And once again, here in this 6-hour race, of which we have 22 minutes left, it is the Black Swan racing car, Jerome Blake-Moreland, ahead of Spencer Pumpelly.
Yeah, boy, I mean, these guys have just done quite remarkable jobs. You know, Sebastian Blekemolen, we talked yesterday about his pole record as we see the Autocar car push away. That's a shame. They've been running nicely all the way through this event. Looks like they'll probably get to the 70% distance, but
yeah,
I know they wanted to get that car to the end of the race. But Sebastian Blekemolen, Jerome Blekemolen, I should say, this is his 13th start in GT Challenge. He's got 9 poles to his credit, and if he can hang on now for another 21 minutes, then this will be his 8th victory out of 13 starts. That is an amazing record.
The LED rear brake lights shining out through the gathering darkness here at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca of the second place car of Spencer Pumpelly. Now, where is the green mean machine? There it is. Oh no, that was a GT car, I think. I don't think Faulkner's quite that close. He's not too far away though from the overhead camera. We could certainly see them. Oh my goodness me! Jay Cochran, what bad luck for the G-Oil Mudspace Mazda into the pit lane, and in behind it comes Klaus Graf. That is a left rear puncture for Jay Cochran. He's done a very good job in getting that car into pit lane without doing any damage.
Boy, they've thrown everything at Jay Cochran up there. His final stint, the poor visibility come down the hill with the sun setting. You know, the track, it's cool out there now. It's difficult to get any grip, and now they've got a puncture as well. But what a good job he's done. You know, I think you've got to take your hat off to Jay. He hasn't had a lot of seat time this season, but he's game on. He's a very fit guy as well. I mean, he takes his fitness very seriously. You're always seeing him in his biking gear. There goes that stop now.
Go, you're clear.
For Jay Cochran. Just trying to get it car
You're clear.
Yeah, he's took the hint and gone.
Yeah, he's fallen down to 3rd place, so Stephen Kane will be through into 2nd place.
Now, do you know when I said that number 30 had been at the centre of quite a lot of things? There's the number 30 being at the centre of it again.
Dispatched stage left.
Now, if we look from the BMW watch ahead, Jay Cochran going down the inside.
No, sorry, Jay.
Yeah.
Didn't really seem to lead. He obviously thought he was clear of that GT Challenge car and wasn't.
Yeah, that's a perfect read. And the slightest of touches, well, I don't think Cisneros would be too happy at being thrown out into the dirt, but at least it seems there's no lasting damage. He said, looking at the left rear to see if there's any problems with the alignment of that left rear wheel and Dunlop tyre. No, I think that's Jay just getting back up to speed. Headlights, as we said before, look at how quickly it gets dark here. Still 18.5 minutes to go. Stefan Mucker leads now, but it's Stephen Kane now in 2nd place. A 16.6. 16.6 for Stephen Kane. Meantime, last time around, the BMWs are coming. Have been in the 55 of Bill Oberlin, in and out of the pit. Oh, spin for Jay Cochran coming down the corkscrew. That's cool tyres, Jeremy.
Yeah, I think so. He just sort of looped it around, and you know, and like I said,
stalled it.
It's cool out there now.
He's got it beached on the outside of the corkscrew. This is going to be a full course caution unless he can rock it off there himself, and I don't think he can. Well, goodness me, drama piled upon drama. We were just hearing that the 20 car was coming to the pit lane, and that may have been to get the teammate around for points. No point in doing that now.
Hey guys,
and there goes.
Sorry.
And that was Jay talking to them. That could have been the title here this afternoon. It will go down to Petit Le Mans.
Come in, guys.
He's not getting anybody talking to him on the other end of the phone either. So this sets up a phenomenal last 10 minutes or so with Stephen Kane and Stefan Mucker battling it out at the head of the field.
Yeah, this is, well, no, unfortunately Stephen Kane's a lap down. He was just in the pits, I think. Not quite sure.
Yeah, he was. He came in to top up with water.
With water? Oh,
yeah.
There you go. Okay, fine. Because he certainly didn't need a pit stop in terms of fuel.
No.
And so that is, that's a shame, because otherwise he would have been on the lead lap, just about possibly. And could have been very interesting.
There is the full course caution.
Wow.
Number 6, I believe, for the race. Dennis Paul.
Five, I reckon.
Why am I one ahead of you?
You're always ahead, I guess.
No, it'll be the first time ever if I'm ahead of anything. Well, it just needs to be pulled to about there. That'll do nicely. This will be a very quickie yellow if they want it to be. Jay is now able to get that car over the top. He's so tight about it getting through. Now, can he get it fired? Yes, he can. Down in the pit lane, there's all kinds of strategies being talked about by the Dyson crew and the Oryx crew.
Yeah,
well, let's see what occurred there. And we saw Jade had a little bit of contact earlier on with the NGT car. This is the onboard from Jay Cochrane's view, or just above his head. Oh, look at how much dirt there was there, Jeremy. He just drifted out, got his right wheels on the curb, and the car started to go around on him.
Yeah, carried a little bit too deep into the corner, given the fact that he was on cold tyres, and then he's on the slippery stuff. He tries to get on the power, and around it comes. So, yeah, certainly a little bit fortunate for Jay Cochrane. It's a shame, though, he just put the brakes on. If he'd have let that car run a little bit farther backward, he would have been able to get around without high-siding the car on the curb there. So, yeah, a little bit of certainly some misfortune there for Jay Cochrane, but they have got that car back going again. So he is looking to finish in third place in the class. And I'm just going to see where we've seen another 12 car pull out of the race, but that is still going to be significantly ahead of these 6 car. A long way ahead. So,
well, there's this strategy being done in the pit lane here. If he doesn't get first place points, which means finishing second, he can't clear the championship. I think that the 20 car will be brought in again for another stop. I think Dyson will take the Oryx car out of the equation, and that car will pit again. It pitted before for water. Sorry, I'm doing the rabbit ears sign, which doesn't work on television when you're not in vision. So I'd be surprised to see. I think you might find the 20 car coming in. And just in terms of that championship battle, Race Control have just confirmed to us that Klaus Graf and the number 6 Muscle Milk Aston Martin racing car has done his 20%, has done his 70% of the race. So he is at the moment getting points for 5th place in the P1 category.
Yeah, and if they finish as they are right now, then I think the margin from first to second in points is going to be 30. So therefore, what will need to happen at Petit Le Mans for Muscle Milk Aston Martin Racing is they have to win, and the Dyson car must not finish within 70%. 1 point is all they will need, but they do need that 1 point, because if they finish tied on points, Muscle Milk has more wins, of course.
Oh, that's a very good point, Jeremy. Well, the pass around is starting. We'll have pit stops coming up in a moment, and we'll be back with the action from the American Le Mans Series at Monterey when we come back. Well, we're in our 5th caution of this 6-hour race with just over 11 minutes still to go. The Stephen Kane 20 car came into pit lane whilst the pits were closed for emergency service. Apparently they didn't get the water in on the previous stop, so that means they will have to come back in again when the pits are open for general pit callers. So that, I think, will take them pretty close to losing that 2nd position and giving the 16 Cochrane, Dyson and Smith car back the overall lead effectively in the race, certainly the lead points, which could just clinch the championship, Jeremy.
Yeah, indeed, but
I'm a conspiracy theorist.
Well, yeah, because you've got to park it for a couple of laps basically to let Jay Cochrane get back on terms here, because I think
that car looks like it needs a long pit stop.
Yeah, I think it probably does, actually.
Am I being too cynical?
So what other battles have we got in here? So in LMP Challenge, Gunnar Jeanette has managed to get himself back on the same lap as Elton Julian. I think there's going to be a lot of cars in between them, however.
He didn't lose the lap, don't forget, we were watching a replay. That was me getting excited.
Yeah, no, but so he is at the back of the pack here.
Yes, he is.
And Elton Julian is quite a long way up the pack, so there's going to be quite a lot of cars between those two when we go back to green. But they still are going to be on a lead lap, so that battle is certainly still alive. In GT, we've got an interesting battle there with
Dirk Mueller will lead it, and
Guess
Jamie
what?
Mello.
We've got Mello and Bergmeister
right
up against.
Have we seen that one before?
There's a certain sense of deja vu there. What about GTC,
Well, exactly.
Jeremy?
Jaron Blekemolen will lead by. He's got several cars in between himself and Spencer Pumpelly, but that's it. I mean, that's a good battle that will be continuing as well.
Closest Faulkner to that as well in third place. He's not that far away, is he, either? In that 34,
No, he's on the same lap as well. So we've got 3 cars, the 54, the 66 and the 34, all on a lead lap in GT Challenge.
And there is the Black Swan Racing car. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars between those two, but between those 3 cars.
So the timing of this caution is also good for the 62 Ferrari, because that was going to be marginal on fuel. So that'll take away that problem. So they're going to be still second in GT, but as you say, with that Ferrari, with the Porsche, the Flying Lizard car, it's not too far behind them. There we go.
8 minutes and 19 seconds of this fabulous contest at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca as we're racing into Twilight. And a great restart by Richard Leitz in the 911, gets back in front of all the other GT cars as well in the unclassified Porsche Hybrid. Meantime, in the GT categories, there is Damien Faulkner. He is trying to, and there in front of him is Spencer Pumpelly, and only about 3 cars in front of him now at the head of the field. Just look how dark it is out there. And there is the 20 car for its proper service. Well, it's been sent, and that will mean winning points potentially for Stephen Kane, unless it has to come in for another pit stop in the next 7.5 minutes. Stefan Mucker has driven very well in this final stint, Jeremy, and this is going to be a triumphant return. Never mind about whether they get the points or not. They'll stand on the top step of the podium, and this will give great confidence to the team before Petit Le Mans in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, very much so, and particularly for Adrian Fernandez here, and it was the Mexican Independence Day on Friday as well, so he and Ricardo Gonzalez and a few other Mexican drivers in the race, they were celebrating that fact. 201st year of independence, I think, for Mexico it was, so that was Friday. What a great result this would be for Adrian Fernandez on his return to the American Le Mans Series on a track that he loves here at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca.
007 Aston Martin, and just to reiterate that Klaus Graf is just in the picture behind there in the muscle milk Aston Martin, has made the 70%, so will get points for his finishing position, currently 5th and I'm 4th. Yeah, he
4th place points.
4th place points, yeah. He won't get any further up because the number 12 Autocon car, although it's behind the wall, has done its 70% and is too many laps ahead of it for them to be able to overhaul it in the time remaining, he said confidently. GTC battle is still something that I'm keeping my eye on. He's got the timing screen up here. As Blekemolen, Pumpelly and Faulkner are still battling away. Now, every week, the whole broadcast team get their heads together during the race and decide the Battery Tender Hard Charger Awards. And this week, it is Ferrari versus Porsche. The pass on the dirt, not once, but twice. Oh, and a little love tap as well. So the Battery Tender Hard Charger Award going to Risi Competizione. Hard but fair, like Leeds United in the 1970s. Soccer reference there.
Here we go. Listen to this. Here's an oral sensation for you. The 2 Lola Aston Martins coming through together. Many laps apart, of course.
3rd pit stop in the space of a couple of laps. And there's a download cable in the car. Now, is that a penalty that's being assessed with the official standing there? Haven't heard that from race control. Now, this is on board with Jay Cochran, but this is earlier on. Jay Cochran looking to take the points for overall victory by coming in 2nd to a car that's not registered for points. Lost 2 laps at the top of the corkscrew. got the car beached. Now he's got one of those laps back as he's gone across the line. This was from the onboard, just got off on the dirt there. Well, Chris Dyson is the man at the helm of Dyson Racing, and it's his 16 car. There he is. Why does Chris not want to talk to us? As the championship is on the line, through comes the 16 car. Well, I understand why they're doing this, but I don't think it's very fair on Stephen Kane and the guys who've driven the 20 car. I really don't. And there goes Cochran through. Cochran goes through to take potentially the championship, so that and he's still sitting there. Now he's allowed to go because he's now lost that position. And that is, I think that's quite sad to see that.
Well, this is certainly not the way that Dyson Racing would like to clinch this championship. And on the third pit stop for the 20 Mazda, they just sat it there, and I saw Chris Dyson try to make eye contact with Stephen Kane, who was behind the wheel, and he mouthed the words, "Thank you." They owe him one.
You know, it's a team sport, motor racing. It always has been, always will be. There's always team orders. If you've got a second car in there, particularly one that's not running for the championship overall, you know, this is a massive investment that Dyson Racing has made, that Mazda has made, that AER, the engine builders in the UK have made. They want to clinch the championship. That's what it's all about at the end of the American Le Mans Series season. So, you know, it's in some ways, yeah, you know, it's certainly a shame to see it done this way. But hey, the bottom line is they came here into the season to win the championship. They want to make sure they do that. You can see it both ways, no question about it. But
oh, that's the leader in GT, just overcooking it, coming down the hill, and the second place car is right in his wheel tracks.
And the
third place car as well. So 1, 2 and 3 in GT. Now this is how to win championships, battling with all of your competitors and not parking your teammate in pit lane.
P3 minus 1 lap.
Fantastic stuff. That was the radio call to Stephen Kane, by the way, that was coming over, because none of the P3s here. And look, Bergmeister has a look down the inside, can't get it done. Oh, down the inside for the lead. That's the lead for Racing Competizione. And it looks as though the Porsche's going through as well. I wonder if Muller's got a problem there from dropping off the track. He's gone from first to third in 2 corners.
Yeah, he did. Again, you know, I'm going back to the temperatures again. It's cool out there. The Dunlop tyres always seem to be have not quite so much grip in these cooler conditions as do the Michelins. I think that's what it's coming down to.
Well, I think honestly, I think he's picked up a load of dirt on his right-hand side tyres, and that's the tyres he's leaning on coming out of the Andretti hairpin, and he got a load of push coming out of there. Yeah. Had to get out of the throttle.
A minute and a half to go. We see a change for the lead in GT, and the BMW goes from first to third.
Now, these two have got paint samples from either car on these 2 cars all the way through the season. There's not, I wouldn't say there was animosity or bad blood there, but there's fierce competition. The white flag will be coming up shortly, and we are inside the last minute of competition, and we still have a lead that is being... Oh, look at that, look at that! You can't do that! You can't do that! What is he thinking? Jamie Mello pulls over hard left as if he put the parking brake on and sticks the lizard into the wall. Yeah. That is the most blatant block I have seen in years.
And he almost took out Gunnar.
Don't do anything. We're talking to Bo. Just stay behind him for now unless you get past.
Yeah, and that's
smart. Yeah. Smart from Thomas Blam on the radio to the Flying Lizards.
Talking to Bo Barfield, the chief steward here. He knows what the rules are. Bo makes some great calls. He'll be considering everything, but no question that was a block in the last lap of a race. You know, is it all hands on deck, no holds barred? We shall see. But what a fabulous battle this has been, and that was Gunnar Jeanette went through there, and he's only not too far behind Elton Julian. That fabulous LMP2 battle has continued all the way through as well.
And Dirk Muller's in third place saying, I still might be able to shout at this if these two are going to do that. Well, let's see what happens this time around, because clearly the Porsche punches out of the final corner slightly better than the Ferrari. A little bit of a traction issue maybe. Now, Jamie, if he'd just gone to the right, it is under review. That incident is under review. If Jamie had just pulled across and stayed there, he wouldn't have been too bad. But the fact the fact that he then pulled further over, I think might just... Bob Barfield has explained blocking to me so many times, and it's the best explanation ever. Yes, you can defend, but when you are reacting to the man behind's move, that is the definition, according to Bo, of blocking. And it's great because it works for every bit of motor racing. Meantime, we've got 2 miles for those guys, but it's going to be a win on their return to the American Le Mans Series for Aston Martin Racing with the Lola Aston Martin. The low-sponsored car comes through to take the 8th round of the American Le Mans Series here at Mazda Raceway, Laguna Seca. What a great effort in a car that was in a museum just a few weeks ago. And the pass has been made. The pass has been made. The Lizard is through. Now, was that a given position by the 62 or was it earned? That might just...
It was earned whichever way it was, I can tell you, because...
That might be the smartest thing that Beaky's done to get him to give that position back so they don't get a penalty and lose second place as well with the BMW right there close.
No, that's a very good point indeed, because... But what a wonderful race that Patrick Long and Jörg Bergmeister have driven here. They don't have the fastest car. They've put up with all sorts of argy-bargy out on the racetrack, and it looks now as if they're going to come away with the victory. But look at that battle for second place.
Could be fuel for the 62, might be damaged.
You're the man! You're the man! Yes! Woo!
Racing are out of fuel. They've done it again. Just at Petit Le Mans a year ago, they were half a lap short, and they're about a quarter lap short here. Is there a stunner from the Ferrari? Yes, there is. That car is not running well, and I think that they might be short on motive power. The go juice was just not there.
No, well, we've been saying that for an hour and a half. We thought this caution was going to save, that last caution period was going to save them, because otherwise they definitely needed to make another pit stop, but apparently not quite.
It's Lizards that win it from BMW in second. Muller got through, and Jamie Mello relegated to third position here at Monterey. Well, we've just about caught our breath from the last couple of laps there, with position changes going on in 2 classes right near the end of the race. Gunnar Jeanette almost getting back to Elton Julian, Spencer Pumpelly getting ahead of Jerome Blakemolen with just a couple of laps to go, and the big battle in GT as well to sort out and talk about. There is the big fella. Just unbelievable stuff. At the head of the field, it was a little more cut and dried in terms of who did what to whom, with the 007 Aston Martin Lola taking it from finally in second place the 16 car after they parked the 20 to get the result they required.
Celebration for Aston Martin Racing. Stefan Mucko was the one behind the wheel. Stefan coming in for the first race of the season for you guys. What does it mean to the team to go home with the win?
Yeah, it's just great. I mean, it's a perfect feeling. The team did a great job. Adrian did a great job, Howard did a great job, so we are finally on the podium and on first place, so we're absolutely happy. Thanks to everybody.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Just remarkable stuff, and what a return to American competition for Aston Martin Racing, and George Howard Chappell and the rest of the team will be delighted with that ahead of Petit Le Mans in a couple of weeks' time. I'm still trying to get to grips with everything that went on in that last couple of laps. It's sensory overload, isn't it, in the American Le Mans Series? I think we can say that Pat Long and has certainly got the decision in GT in terms of himself and Jörg Bergmeister. There is a championship that has been decided here this weekend, with Guy Smith and Chris Dyson now more than the 30 points available ahead of Klaus Graf in second place. So the number 16, which have had such a good season, do leave as provisional champions from Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca. Just 30 points remain at Petit Le Mans in a couple of weeks' time. In GT, it all changed, didn't it? Right at the end, with the Flying Lizards of Jörg Bergmeister and Pat Long getting through back to the lead after the stutter from Vilander and Mello in the Risi Competizione. Fuel starvation probably for that car at the end, and they've slipped from first to third with Hand and Muller coming in second.
Jörg Bergmeister and Patrick Long finally pick up their first win of the season, and after a 6-hour race, it came down to the last lap. Jörg, tell me about that battle.
It's been a long coming, but at the end, I think it was karma. The Risi guys were kind of playing dirty today. They were pretty rough on us, but at the end, they ran out of fuel and we won it, so that's what we wanted. Finally, I have to say, it was a long year, and finally we got our first win.
What's this season been like, coming off a championship and all the success you've had, to come into the 2011 season and just have so many struggles?
Yeah, it's frustrating, I have to say. So this win is definitely going to make up for some, but we'll keep pushing, and hopefully we can add another win at Petit.
All right, congratulations.
Thank you.
First win of the season for Pat and Jörg and Flying Lizards. And second place might just be enough for Dirk Muller and Joey Hand to claim the Drivers' Championship. Yes, it is. 30 available, so Jan Magnussen and Ollie Gavin are eased out of the championship fight in the Drivers' Championship. So congratulations to the Crown Plaza BMW drivers. Dirk and Joey will go to Petit as champions-elect.
That's right, and that's a wonderful effort by those guys. They've had a superb season. But all sorts of very, very close farther down. And this, of course, the third win of the season now for Porsche, and that equals the tally of BMW.
Yeah, the battle for second place will still go to the end. We'll be back to talk to the rest of the winners and some of the champions-elects when we come back to the American Le Mans Series at Mazda Raceway, Laguna Seca. Looking down on the podium celebrations about to get underway here at Mazda Raceway, Laguna Seca, as we check in with the Le Mans Prototype Challenge final results. Gunnar Jeanette closed down to within 0.3 of a second on the final winners, the Genoa racing car, the 63 at the end, but they have come through from the victory.
And Elton Julian did 3 hours and 58 minutes without getting out. I know you're tired. I know you're hungry. How hard were you pushing at the end?
You know, it was a back and forth deal with Gunnar having at times better rubber than I did, and at times my car was working better than his. We kind of went back and forth, so it was really important to watch what you had and take care of it to get it to come back. So I think that the big difference was that I was able to get my old tires to come back one last time, and he quit on his and went for new. So that made it happen for us, and all I had to do was just bring it measured to the end. Nearly 4 hours. Doesn't seem that long, but I wish I'd had some more food for lunch.
And Eric Lux got more points for the championship. Michael Gouache getting an X-ray tomorrow, so congratulations, guys.
Second win of the season for that squad, and there you see the turnaround in the driver standings. Eric goes to +3 on Ricardo Gonzalez and Gunnar Jeanette. El Julian, who hasn't done all the races with Eric further back in the standings, but all to play for when we go to Petit Le Mans in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, 6 races Elton Julian has done this season with that team on the podium every time.
Championship stays alive in the GTC battle as well, with the 66 TRG car taking that with 3 minutes to go. They're great at leaving it late.
Another race decided in the closing laps was in the GTC class, and Spencer Pumpelly in the number 66 TRG car. You kept the championship hopes alive by getting around the 54. How'd you make it happen?
Well, we actually got a little bit lucky with that late yellow. We were behind. We came in, put on fresh tires, and knew the only chance we had was to get the late yellow. We got it, and the guys gave us a great car. I can't tell you how good Duncan Indy and Peter Ledwig did this weekend. Fantastic job for my co-drivers, and everyone at TRG just did such a good job this weekend. Can't thank them enough. Can't wait to get to Petit in a couple of weeks. We're going to have a great time there, and hopefully we can do it again.
The championship will be decided at Petit. Congratulations.
Home race for that young man, and there are the championship standings. It's still alive, only just, of course, but Tim Pappas, well, he's just been pegged back slightly by Spencer and Duncan Endy. The third win of the season for that crew. Talking about the Dyson boys clinching the championship. So, champions-elect, Guy Smith and Chris Dyson.
And it has been a roller coaster of a day for the number 16 of Dyson Racing. The engine change right after morning warm-up. Guy Smith, you're going home with the championship. Can you even put this into words?
No, this is huge. I mean, for the Mazda mod space Mazda team, this today, as you say, has been a real roller coaster, and really just hasn't really sunk in. We've worked so hard this year, and the Muscle Milk guys have been great competition, and latterly the Oryx team, and they've been pushing us all the way. So really can't quite believe it, but absolutely thrilled.
I don't think it's sunk in yet, but congratulations.
Thank you.
Team sport, of course, as Jeremy quite eloquently said earlier on, and Guy Smith and Chris Dyson, in fairness, they've done a good job this year, and they don't now have to worry about that horrible first lap incident that cost them the championship at Petit Le Mans, or going out after 3 or 4 hours and possibly costing them the championship. So when all comes to all, you've got to balance that up, and you've got to say it's a team sport, and they've played the game as the for the best for the team. And Jeremy, I think you've swayed me on that one. The celebrations beginning to get underway down on the podium area, as there's the phalanx of press and photographers in front of the very impressive podium area here at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca. Not just that championship that has been clinched this weekend, the GTs as well, with the Crown Plaza BMW drivers who are somewhere in that milling throng, and we're trying to get to them at the moment and hear from our second set of champions elect. Pit lane's been opened as well, and all the teams have come out to see if they can get touched by the winners' champagne. There are the podium ceremonies just about to get underway. Many a time I've found myself on the top of that balcony. Very tight in the GT Tyre Championships. It's even between Dunlop and Michelin going to Petit Le Mans. So that is a championship for honour that will go right to the end of the 1,000 miles next week. Sorry, next race. That's 2 weeks' time. As the safety workers begin to roll back in. So our second set of champions elect are from Crown Plaza BMW.
Well, Dirk Mueller and Joey Hand have looked unstoppable and unbeatable for much of the season. They don't get the win today, but you clinch the championship. What does it mean to bring this home for BMW?
Well, I mean, that's just fantastic. I still cannot believe it. I mean, that was a hell of a stint, hell of a day, showing myself. I mean, we knew waking up this morning that we have the car to win. But, you know, the competition were really, really strong. And I have to say, we had to fight so damn hard to really get that win. I wanted to win. I wanted really to win today, to bring it home. But, you know, with that yellow at the end and all the guys behind me, they pushed me. They didn't want to let us win the championship here. And I was smart enough. I have so much touring car experience, you know, with all the bumping. I just decided to sneak out. And, okay, sorry for that red car that they ran out of fuel. I took the second. Secured the championship, both together, showing myself we had an awesome year. I mean, thanks Crown Plaza and definite for the sponsors, BMW, everything, Dunlop, whole team, fantastic.
And for Joey Hand, how does it sound to be a class champion here in the American Le Mans Series?
Well, you know, coming this year, we said it was going to be the greatest GT championship that we've seen. As me watching this championship and since I've driven this championship, and to be the drivers' champion in that tough crowd, it's great. You know, this is all about BMW Team RLL and Crown Plaza and Avnet and Dunlop and all of our sponsors. This is a group effort. BMW Motorsport, everybody comes together. We make it happen. Dirk and I love racing together. We've had a great year, and now we go to Petit and see if we can't get another long race, you know?
Looking forward to it. Congrats.
Thanks BMW.
Drivers' Championship was the only one that BMW didn't take last year, so that is a feather in the cap of those two gentlemen. Don't forget, we've been watching out for the Planet as well in the Green X Challenge, the Michelin Green X Challenge, with an invite to 2012 Le Mans up for grabs. The winners in the Grand Touring category, 22.9. Oh, that's tight again, isn't it? Risi Competizione, so that gives them a decent chance of going to Le Mans in 2012. In the prototype, it was the 007, the overall winner, who takes the prototype crown in the Michelin Green X Challenge. They were cleaner, faster and more efficient than anyone else as we race to save the planet. Jeremy Shaw.
Fantastic motor race. I mean, you know, all the classes were really, really close, but my hat's also off to the Porsche guys. That Richard Lietz and Romain Dumas, that unclassified Porsche hybrid car, it ended up ahead of all the GT contenders. That's amazing. And again, I think the future of the sport.
And just 3 pit stops in the 6 hours for that car. We're back with qualifying for Petit Le Mans on September the 30th, just before 3 Eastern, and then the whole race live from 11:15 Eastern on ESPN3, with highlights on Sunday, October the 2nd at 4 o'clock Eastern. I need to go and have a lie down in a very darkened room and have someone put damp flannels on my head. That's the American Le Mans Series from Monterey, California, and the Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca. 6 hours of fun, excitement, and fantastic world-class motor racing for the whole team, for Kelly and for Jamie in the pits, and my co-commentator Jeremy Shaw. I'm John Hindhaugh. Thanks for joining us. Come back again for Petit Le Mans in 2 weeks' time. But for the moment, from Mazda Raceway, Laguna Seca, bye for now.